Chapter 726. Lady Jenny. The morale of the army is in chaos, and the main camp has already collapsed. If you have a trump card, use it immediately. Otherwise, the alliance will cease to exist after today, the Kai Yuan battle god advised. Jenny looked at the collapsing camp in the distance and frowned, hesitating. If we don't use a plan and fight head-on, I'm afraid we won't be able to kill Danny Rise. She said softly. Lady Jenny, Grazadin lamented, stomping his feet. I've said it many times, and I've experienced it many times. When it comes to the Dragon Queen, schemes will only backfire because we are not as smart as her. How can a fool fool a smart person? Jenny's face instantly darkened. You're a fool, but that doesn't mean I'm as stupid as you. Huh. The Kai Yuan battle god clapped and pointed at Jenny. Yes, that's the way to think. Many people and I have similar thoughts, but only those who aren't that smart can think like that. Smart people should learn from the mistakes of their predecessors and face reality bravely. Jenny clenched her fists, and her blue eyes flashed with multiple pupils. Demonic energy surged within her body, and the next moment, seeing this, the triangular-faced Siberio hurriedly interjected, High Priestess, the situation is critical. The alliance is finished. Even if you have thousands of plans and methods, you don't have the foundation to use them. Ah, Lady Jenny, I'm telling the truth. Please don't be angry. The Kai Yuan battle god also realized that his previous words were inappropriate. However, he really had a lot of things to say, and he couldn't help but say them. You've been hiding your trump card all this time, not even telling a high-ranking officer like me. But the problem is, can you hide it? 5,000 elephant soldiers have disappeared, and large amounts of food have mysteriously disappeared every 3 days. Even if I'm an idiot, I can guess that you dug a tunnel. It's not on the ground, it's not in the sky, and it can't be in the sea. It can only be underground. The Kai Yuan battle god's tone was certain, and Jenny was speechless. Is the Dragon Queen stupid? The battle god continued. Only an idiot would think that she's stupid. So, she must have guessed that you have. After a moment of hesitation, Grazadin slowly uttered a word. Dragon worm. Only the dragon worms unique to Valeglia could dig such a large hole. Jenny lamented in her heart. Too much time has been wasted. Now, even this war god, who had been defeated time and time again, realized that something was wrong and guessed her trump card. Danny Alice, who was investigating the Alliance camp every day, would most likely not be able to hide it either. I originally planned to kidnap Aegon quickly and lure Danny Rise out. Then, the dragon worm would suddenly emerge from the ground and swallow her. Who knew that the Westeros were too complicated and wasted too much time? At this point, Jenny no longer concealed her thoughts. She was not stupid. If the 5,000 elephant soldiers only disappeared for a week or two, everyone would slowly investigate and guess where they were hiding. If the elephant soldiers disappeared for a month, and everyone searched everywhere, but did not see them, they might guess the truth. Just like a missing person, the family would only be alerted after 24 hours and call the police. Jenny's original plan was to kidnap King Aegon during that 24 hours when no one would be suspicious. At that time, the two armies of the True Dragon Alliance were already approaching the King's Landing. If Aegon did not fall into Winterfell, the winged dragon mercenary group that Yulin hired would have already clashed with Aegon. It was less than 3 days after the elephant soldiers disappeared, but everyone knew what happened after that. Stannis brought Aegon from Winterfell to White Harbor and rode for more than a week. Then he went to Snakewood City and floated on the sea for another week. When he arrived at Snakewood City, the Ragged Prince met up with him. Then there was another round sigh. During this period, too much time was wasted. I see. The Kai Yuan war god, triangle face, and the dwarf finally understood why Jenny left behind such a huge loophole as the 5,000 elephant soldiers that disappeared. In other words, the waters of the Westeros were too muddy. Even the powerful Alliance army could not understand the situation there. Jenny's gaze gradually became resolute. She pointed at the northern camp that was being ravaged by the centaurs and said to Triangle Face, Withdraw your men and lure the centaurs 10 kilometers away from the camp. Today, I will close the door and beat the dogs. They will not be able to return. Triangle Face was overjoyed. I will arrange it. Ginny stared at the Dragon Queen, who was slaughtering the winged dragons in midair, and said coldly, "Be careful. Don't leave any traces behind. Try your best to lure the centaurs in. I want to go on a killing spree, too. Our army is really collapsing. It's hard to fake it." Triangle Face laughed bitterly and quickly left on his horse. "You are still not leaving?" Ginny looked at the Kayuan war god calmly. Grazadin laughed bitterly. "You didn't tell me the secret of the dragon worm previously because you didn't trust me. Now that you want to lure the centaurs into the trap before the situation is settled, how can I leave your sight? Furthermore, the main force this time is the dragon worm. It doesn't matter if I am there or not." In the case of the fall of New Gith, the Kayuan war god was once labeled as a revolutionary spy, together with Zero and Shui Ge. Even after Ginny discovered the secret of the shape-shifting animal companion, the three of them were defeated. However, they were still in an awkward situation. They were not trusted and were even alienated by their former companions. In a fit of anger, Zero and Shui Ge really betrayed the alliance and became the Dragon Queen's lackeys. Grazadin's faith was firm, and even the Dragon Queen did not dare to corrupt him. However, it was difficult to judge a book by its cover. His determination was not known by others. For example, Ginny's suspicion of the war god was even higher than Zero and Shui Ge. That was because Zero and Shui Ge did not make any mistakes after that. Instead, the Kayuan war god, the entire East Army was wiped out. Even Biasabad was taken down by the Dragon Queen. All of this was because the Dragon Queen knew about the East Army's plan to secretly gather at Serene City along the Kaisai mountain path. The Kayuan war god was the commander-in-chief of the East Army. If he did not take the blame, who would? Ginny looked at the war god and said coldly, "You don't seem to think highly of my plan?" The Kayuan war god shook his head. "Your plan is very good. If we can achieve complete victory this time, no one will take the blame." "What does it mean that you are afraid of taking the blame?" Ginny said calmly. Grazadin smiled helplessly and asked, "If she knew that you had the dragon bug, would Danny Rise not be prepared? I think that she is more likely to beat you at your own game out of habit. Actually, you should have waited for Aegon to arrive before sending the 5,000 elephant soldiers into the tunnel," the dwarf could not help but say. Before Ginny could reply, Grazadin shook his head and said, "You are wrong. The elephant soldiers must disappear before they reach Serene. The Alliance has hundreds of thousands of troops, and the Dragon Queen cannot monitor every single troop. Therefore, when she discovers that the elephant soldiers have disappeared, she will immediately suspect that they were lost on the way. When we get close to Serene, the Alliance will always be under the Dragon Queen's surveillance. If we set up camp at Serene City, then one day, the fire sword entered the dragon's throat, and dragon blood spurted out. The pterosaur flapped its wings and howled as it fell from the sky. Another swamp dragon was killed by the Dragon Queen. Gazing at the figure in the sky that melted into the wind, Grazadin was silent for a moment before he sighed and continued, "If the elephant soldiers in the camp suddenly disappear, not only will the Dragon Queen be able to guess where they went immediately, the Alliance's spies will also spread the news. Don't be suspicious. Although I'm not a spy, there are definitely many people in the Alliance who are secretly in contact with the Dragon Queen. Look, how can such a Dragon Queen not make people fear her? This is really..." The dwarf was completely speechless. He thought that only the West Arrows had the rule of always standing on the winner's side in power games, but he did not expect the Alliance's singing warriors to do the same. A dim light flashed in Ginny's eyes, and she said calmly, "Actually, there's another reason. The elephant soldiers must be sent into the tunnel immediately." "What is it?" the dwarf asked curiously. "How many elephant soldiers have you seen underground?" Ginny asked. The dwarf thought for a moment and was shocked. He had seen giant elephants underground, and he had also seen the elephant soldiers who controlled them, but the total number did not exceed 1,000. He had thought that the remaining elephant soldiers were hidden in other tunnels, but the meaning of Ginny's words, as expected, Ginny continued, Does the megalosaurus want to eat? What about the pterosaur? What about the dragon worm? His Tessa had a big belly and ate at least one sheep a day. What about the dragon worm? In an instant, a chill rushed from his tailbone to his brain, and the dwarf's face turned pale. It's all eaten? He seemed to hear his own trembling voice coming from someone else's throat. The Kaiyuan war god was not stupid, and he immediately understood what Jenny and the dwarf were talking about. He could not help but feel cold all over, and his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Jenny. Can't the cows and horses be used? The Kaiyuan war god asked softly. Jenny shook her head helplessly and said, I didn't want to use the precious giant elephants to feed the dragon worms, but even the humans are running out of food, so I can only let the biggest eaters be eaten. The Kaiyuan war god could not help but smile bitterly. It was indeed so. A month ago, the Alliance army had started slaughtering the horses and cows, and half a month ago, the spare war horses, a regular knight was provided with at least 3 horses, were placed on the soldiers' tables one after another. How many elephant soldiers are left? The dwarf asked. 2,000. So many. The war god was surprised. The dwarf's mouth twitched. 2,000 is not even half of the total. I thought it was all eaten, but now it feels like there are 2,000 more, the war god said awkwardly. The giant elephants are big, so they're full. If the dragon worms don't dig, their consumption is much less than the megalosaurus, Jenny said. The war drums beat above Serene City, and between the blue sky and white clouds, human figures surrounded by flames floated and flashed. Pterosaurs' blood splattered across the sky, and their cries spread for more than 10 kilometers. To the north of the Alliance Army's camp, the excited sounds of the centaurs could be heard from afar. The horses galloped for more than 10 kilometers, and the cries of the Alliance Army mixed with the cries of the pterosaurs in the sky. However, it was obvious that there were more than 50,000 centaurs that had besieged the camp. Now that the gates of the camp had been broken and the morale of the Alliance army had been destroyed, only about a fifth of the centaurs had charged into the camp to chase after the ducks. The rest of the centaurs had spread out and hunted the Alliance army's knights in the vast plains outside the camp. In the first half of the camp, tents had collapsed, swords had broken, and blood had dyed the ground red. The fences were burned, and black smoke rose into the sky. It was like the withered fingers of the grim Reaper reaching for the sky, wanting to take away the lives of all living things on this land. Only 10,000 men. Jenny's expression was gloomy. The Alliance army has completely collapsed, and the soldiers have no fighting spirit. A 10,000 men full of energy is enough to wipe out 100,000 deserters, Glasden lamented. If that's the case, then let the blood and bones of the centaurs reforge the soul of our army. Chapter 7:27. Danny turned into a ball of fire and blended into the natural wind between heaven and earth. The 4 megalosaurus in the sky transmitted visual and auditory information to her from all directions. She was like a little loach, swimming nimbly in the sky, taking away the lives of the dragon knights and pterosaurs. In the beginning, she was still using her swordsmanship and flying. Every move, she was purposefully slashing the dragon knights and attacking the pterosaurs' vital points. But as she killed and killed, she gradually entered a state of enlightenment. Just like Wang Shiji writing preface to the Orchid Pavilion collection in Kuaiji Mountain, just like Li Bai singing Bringing in the Wine, while drunk, just like the last night of Damo's 9 years of meditation, Danny's divinity of fire, divinity of wind, and divinity of sword were sublimated together. Swinging the sword, slashing, flashing, and flying were no longer skills in her subjective consciousness, but turned into Tao and integrated into her instincts. Others may only feel that her movements were becoming more concise and her sword was becoming sharper, but a master swordsman like Baristan could clearly feel the changes in the Dragon Queen. Because their own realm was not enough, they only felt that the Dragon Queen had changed and become much more powerful, but they did not understand the reason or where her changes were. Suddenly, Danny stopped and summoned Dahe, because the remaining 8 pterosaurs in the sky were scared out of their wits and began to flee in all directions. The fire ladder technique allowed her to levitate, and the song of wind allowed her to fly in the wind, but she was only at the speed of a car on the street, 30 to 40 kilometers per hour, far slower than the pterosaurs. When she landed on Dahei's back, exhaustion surged like a tide. Danny groaned, feeling that her muscles and bones were sore and numb, and her whole body was weak. Her organs seemed to be pierced by thousands of needles, slightly tingling. Her head was as numb as a chopping board, and she almost lost the ability to think. For the first time, she was in a state of magic exhaustion. Flying felt good for a moment, but boom! Danny was sighing with emotion as she commanded Dahei to burn a pterosaur. Suddenly, there was an explosion below her. Roar, soul-tearing beast's roar resounded in all directions, and a scorching airflow rushed straight into the sky. Dahei's body that spread out its wings tilted. Boom! Along with the airwave, a towering pillar of fire appeared. It was as if Big Black was flying over the ground, and suddenly, an underground volcano erupted, spewing out a pillar of magma from the Earth's core. Raging flames raged, and black smoke billowed. The burnt smell of sulfur and the scorching heat of the flames attacked Big Black at the same time. Well, the awkward thing was that only the burnt smell and the heat wave hit Dahei. Although he was only 200 meters tall, he was still far beyond the attack range. Danny didn't need to lower her head. The other 3 megalosaurus, as radar machines, transmitted information from the ground from multiple angles. It was a giant earthworm with red and black scales. It was 50 meters long and as thick as a bus. It had no wings or legs. In fact, it had legs, but they had degenerated to the point where they were almost invisible. It also had no nose, eyes, ears, or other organs on its head. It only had a big mouth with sharp teeth. When he opened his mouth, one could see that his mouth was filled with densely packed rows of teeth that resembled a forest of swords. The dragon worm was finally revealed to the world. Well, when Danny and Old Bart went to explore Orlos, they met Jenny and had a fight with her. At that time, the other party vomited out countless baby dragon worms. It was not the first time that Danny had seen it. It was just that the dragon worm they encountered today was particularly huge. Its size looked like an earthworm, but it was not much smaller than the Megalosaurus. Its body surface was not greasy, but very dry. It exuded a scorching aura that evaporated the soil on the ground. It also had dragon scales similar to the pterosaur and Megalosaurus. However, compared with the Megalosaurus, the dragon worm's scales were finer and thinner. Hiss! Grr! The dragon worm was like a sea clam that had been dripped with salt water on the beach. Half of its body stretched out of the ground, opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, and roared angrily at the Megalosaurus. Dahei's dragon flames, with the help of Danny's witchcraft, only had a killing radius of 30 to 40 meters. The dragon worm stood on its feet and spat saliva into the sky, but it could only attack flying objects at a height of 40 to 50 meters. It could not reach Dahei at all. Danny smiled coldly and immediately sent an order to Barristan and Garth Hyder through the Faith communication channel. The next moment, woo-woo, outside the camp, a loud and sonorous horn sounded from the Centaur army. Under Barristan's command, tens of thousands of centaurs began to retreat in an orderly manner. Bang! Ong, bang! Ong! Other than the dragon worm at the entrance of the Alliance's camp, in a short span of 10 seconds, another 4 dragon worms that were more than 40 meters long emerged from the Centaur army. Black smoke, red flames, the smoke wrapped around the fire. The centaurs were like candles, howling miserably as they melted. While spitting fire, the dragon worms were like stone rollers, rolling their bodies, crushing the centaurs and their horses into a bloody pulp. Green intestines, red blood, and white bones were mixed together with the black soil. There were even more dragon worms that went berserk, and like a bulldozer, they dug into the centaur cavalry. They opened their mouths, and their teeth were like steel sieves, scraping deeply into the ground. Even a thick layer of mud, The horses and the riders on the horses were all dug in. It was like the gods had drawn a picture of 10,000 horses galloping on the grassland, and then the dragon worms were like an eraser, erasing a blank space on the picture with the grassland as the background. Their mouths were like a meat grinder, and the cries of the centaurs and their horses disappeared in an instant. Only the dark red mud mixed with blood seeped out from the gaps of their teeth as their mouths chewed. This scene was like a battle between Godzilla and a primitive man. However, although the centaurs were primitive, the horses were not primitive at all. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The dragon worms did not wreak havoc for long, and a large group of pterosaurs took off from Serene City. Ah, we have completely lost control of the air. Slaver's Bay has activated its bombing mode. The dwarf exclaimed. Ginny's face was green. Indeed, without the harassment of their pterosaurs, the other party could calmly carry out their bomb-throwing practice. More than 40 pterosaurs flew out from Serene City, and the rookie dragon knights appeared together. The pterosaurs lined up in formation, and like a dark cloud, they covered the dragon worms. When they arrived above the dragon worms, the pterosaurs reduced their speed and changed their flight mode to hovering. No one knew what the knight on the dragon saddle did, but suddenly, the sound of a rubber band snapping came from the sky. Then, the bottom of the wooden box and the pterosaur's claws fell off. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. It started to rain. Long spears that shone with cold light fell from the wooden box like rain. Under the influence of gravity, they moved faster and faster. This is bad. The dwarf's hand that held the binoculars tightened, and he could not help but exclaim. Scorpion crossbow, made entirely of steel, weighed only 5 pounds, had an effective attack height of 300 meters and a maximum height of 400 meters. The pterosaurs flew at a height of 500 meters, and the spears in the box weighed 10 pounds. Between the Dragon Slayer crossbow and the pterosaur flying spears, whose attack power was stronger, the Scorpion crossbow needed at least 2 minutes to reload, and the Scorpion crossbow formation usually had 50 crossbows, which meant that in 2 minutes, 50 crossbow bolts would be shot out. The pterosaurs carried at least 300 pounds, and the swamp dragons carried more than a ton. The Black Reaper that Danny gave to the Aegon King had a maximum weight of close to 3 tons. A ton of weight was equivalent to 200 pterosaur flying spears. More than 40 pterosaurs, more than 10 tons of weight, and close to 3,000 fine steel spears. Wouldn't that be a rain? No. Ginny's eyes were about to split open. She opened her mouth, and soul-suppressing sound waves spread out like a tsunami. The pterosaurs in the sky swayed, and their bodies stiffened. Ha ha ha! Dragon Queen's laughter shook the sky, and the souls of the pterosaurs and knights were cleansed, and they regained their mobility. Soul attacks like the true dragon's roar had no effect on Danny's side or on the Alliance army. Danny and Ginny came from the same sect, so their moves were the same. If you can attack, I can defend. Hey, you're crazy? You exposed our position. The dwarf stomped his feet anxiously. In just a short moment, Little White and Little Green changed their direction and flew towards the cliff where Ginny and the other two were standing. Run! The Kaiyuan war god pulled Ginny and crawled towards the crevice below. The dwarf hurriedly followed, and at the last moment before leaving the cliff, he tilted his head and looked towards the west. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Hiss, the dwarf sucked in a breath of cold air. The scales of a dragon worm were like beautiful silk cloth, beautiful but useless. All the spears that landed on them didn't even reach the top. The 2-meter-long steel spears actually pierced into the dragon worm's body. Roar, roar, roar. The dragon worm's round body was like a tire filled with tomato juice, and then it was stabbed a few times with an icicle, and red juice with thick smoke splattered more than 10 meters high. The blood was like lava, falling on the grass, igniting the withered grass stalks, and falling on the centaurs' faces, burning through their bones. Queen of Call, Queen of Call, Danny Leasy, Queen of Call. Suddenly, the cheers of the centaurs resounded through the sky. Tens of thousands of centaurs shouted together, shaking the heavens and the earth. The sound waves dispersed the clouds in the sky, and washed away the fear that the dragon worm exerted on their hearts. The centaurs suffered heavy losses, eaten by the dragon worm, burned to death, and crushed into teppanyaki. They were also accidentally injured by the steel spears that fell from the sky, just like the cockroaches in Old Ghost Village. Yep, they were even worse than cockroaches. The spears were too powerful, and when they pierced into their backs, they would either break into two pieces, and when they pierced into their heads, there would be a boom, worse than having a grenade in their mouths. However, the 5 Inferno fire demons that crawled out from the ground were all dead. The pterosaur javelins were just that powerful, killing 5 dragon worms in one wave. The scorpion crossbow shot the megalosaurus from the bottom to the top, so the kinetic energy was getting lower and lower. The pterosaur javelins fell from the top, and under the acceleration of gravity, their speed was getting faster and faster. In addition, the pterosaur javelins were heavier than the scorpion crossbow's arrows, so the kinetic energy of the pterosaur javelins increased by dozens of times. Not to mention the soft dragon worms. Even the thin-skinned armored vehicles couldn't withstand it. All soldiers of the Alliance army, listen up. The dragon worms have all been killed. You have no hope of turning the tables. Immediately throw down your weapons and surrender. Big Black's loudspeaker came online again, and Dragon Queen rode on her dragon and circled above the Alliance army camp, showing off her might, feeling proud of herself. The Alliance army has been defeated. The Alliance army has been defeated. Long live the Queen. Long live the Queen. The tens of thousands of centaurs at the north end of the camp, and the Mother of Dragons guards in Malin City, 10 kilometers south of the camp, cheered together, beating drums, blowing horns, and shouting loudly. The entire battlefield, which stretched for tens of kilometers, seemed to be echoing with the sound of the Alliance army has been defeated. Long live the Queen. Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, there were 4 consecutive landslides. For landslides for bottomless pits, and 4 dragon worms stuck their heads out and roared at the sky. Jenny was unwilling to admit defeat, so she continued to work hard. Chapter 728. Ong, ong, ong. In an instant, the world was silent. Apart from the roar of the dragon worm, Blackie, the centaurs, and the Mother of Dragons guards and Serene all went silent. The fleeing Alliance army also stopped and stared blankly in the direction of the dragon worm. Their eyes that were filled with despair once again lit up with the flame of hope. Victory to the Alliance army. Serene will be broken. In the silence, the Alliance army camp began to shout sporadically. The appearance of the 4 dragon worms not only saved the Alliance army from defeat, but also re-established the belief of victory in the hearts of the crumbling soldiers. Well, it was not certain how strong this belief was, but the Alliance army finally won half of the battle in the afternoon. This time, Jenny was prepared for the pterosaur spears in the sky. The dragon worms still crawled out of the ground to attack the centaurs, but they did not leave the range of the tunnel. If a small number of pterosaurs threw the spears, the dragon worms would quickly dodge. The spears needed about 10 seconds to fall from 400 to 500 meters. If the pterosaurs threw a rain of spears in a wide range, the dragon worms in the tunnel would immediately dig a hole in the ground. The dragon worms on the ground would be near the tunnel and would be able to drill back into the ground with a few wiggles. After wasting 3,000 spears, Danny began to lower the throwing height of the pterosaur spears. 200 meters, 150 meters, and even 100 meters. She had absolute control of the air, so she could play with it however she wanted. Well, the law of the universe was there for all to see. She could not play with it however she wanted. By lowering the height, the spears would fall faster, but the kinetic energy of the attack would also decrease. In the first wave of attack, the 2-meter-long spears pierced through the dragon worm's body and blood splashed more than 10 meters high. When the spears were lowered to 100 meters, even if the spears hit the dragon worms that did not have time to drill, only a small part of the spears would be embedded under the scales. It was like a toothpick stuck in a python. If the spears did not hit the vital parts, it would be difficult to kill them. Anyway, the battle with the dragon worms started at noon. By 3 in the afternoon, The Myrine pterosaurs had wasted nearly 10,000 spears and only killed one dragonworm. The efficiency was too low, and the cost was too high. Danny could only beat the gongs and retreat. Dragon Queen's goal of destroying the Alliance army during the day had failed, and the Alliance army had barely managed to defend their base. At night, in the Queen's palace at the top of the Great Pyramid in Myrine, the giant crab was the first to speak. "Your Majesty, we have achieved a great victory in this naval battle. The docks outside the Allied camp have been completely destroyed, and the seas around Myrine have been sealed off by us. If nothing goes wrong, the Alliance will lose control of the sea." Towards the end, his expression was very strange, as if he had encountered something incomprehensible. "That's a good thing. What's the problem?" Danny was puzzled. "Your Majesty, the Allied Navy shouldn't be so weak. The performance of the Allied Third Fleet is too poor, and the Maritime Escort Fleet is slow to react." Could it be a conspiracy? Eris, the giant crab, frowned. The Third Fleet that was guarding the Allied Army's port was led by Zero, and the Allied Army's escort fleet was led by Chui Gu. Both generals were my spies, so wasn't it normal for the Allied Army to lose control of the seas? Seeing me killing in the sky, how could they not be scared out of their wits? Danny waved her hand, deciding the outcome of today's naval battle. A victory is a victory. What conspiracy is there? Morona. She turned her gaze to the leader of the shapeshifters. "How are things on Chui Luo's side?" Morona nodded excitedly and smiled. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Tolos is once again in your hands." Well, today's decisive battle didn't just take place in Myrine. Dragon Queen had 200,000 howling warriors and was fully capable of splitting her forces to attack from multiple directions. Chui Luo led a team of 10,000 men to approach Tolos early in the morning and blew the horn to attack almost at the same time as Danny. Very good. Now the Allied army has lost all their ports at Slave Bay. In the end, Danny turned her gaze to Old Boar and said with a heavy expression, "Sir, how many men did we lose today?" More than 5,000 centaurs died, and more than 80% of them died in the first wave of dragonworms. The main reason was that 10,000 centaurs entered the Allied army's camp, and the dragonworms came out from the entrance of the camp, blocking all escape routes. If not for the winged dragon spears you prepared in advance, killing 5 dragonworms in the first wave, the centaurs who entered the camp would have been wiped out. In today's battle, Dragon Queen was the commander-in-chief of the Air Force, and she single-handedly crippled the Allied Army's Air Force, obtaining absolute air supremacy. Varistan commanded 5 teams of 10,000 centaurs and attacked the centaur camp from the front. Garth Hyder was more talented in the dragon battle, so he led the Winged Dragon Legion and was responsible for leading the Winged Dragon Spears to kill the dragonworms. "We've crippled an army of 10,000 men." Danny was not feeling good. "Sigh, as expected, plans change again and again. I originally planned to eliminate the Allied army without losing a single soldier," Varistan said in a low voice. "Your Majesty, in a world war of this scale, the idea of not losing a single soldier is a shackle on one's mind. People die in war. We lost 5,000 light cavalry, but the enemy's casualties were at least 5 times more than ours. We cut through half of the 20-kilometer-long camp and burned countless rations, tents, and supplies. This is a great victory. Sacrificing 5,000 centaurs is completely worth it. Under normal circumstances, we have already won a true victory, and without food, the Allied army will definitely collapse." "You said it was normal, but is it normal now?" Big Bear retorted sourly. If Big Bear had been a Queen's Horn, the task of leading the centaurs would have been given to him. Before Big Bear came, Danny had already deduced today's tactics. Well, today's battle was a little sudden for the Allied army, but the generals of Myrine had already started preparing. During the drill, Big Bear was the centaur commander and Dragon Queen's blood guards were the captains. But today, Big Bear stood on the walls of Myrine for half a day, and only threw a few hundred spears when Dragon Queen began to summon the winged dragons. No matter how abnormal it is, the Allied army still needs to eat, Big Bear said in a low voice. Just as they were talking, an Unsullied came to inform them that the allied army outside the city was moving. Dani instantly summoned the dragon spirit, and with the eyes of Big Black in the sky, she saw the changes in the allied army's camp. The allied army was moving. The camp was crowded with people, war horses neighed, and the vanguard had already begun to move to Serene City. Sir Barristan is right. The allied army also needs to eat. Now that most of the camp has been destroyed and they have lost the docks, it will be difficult for ships to bring in food, and they can't hold on for more than a few days. If we can't take down Serene City quickly, 100 Megalosaurus won't be able to stop the mutiny of the hungry army. At this point, Dani couldn't help but smile coldly. The setting sun was like blood, making the blood-stained land even more desolate and cruel. The north camp of the allied army was trampled by the centaurs, and there were countless holes drilled out by the dragon worms, making it impossible for people to live in. They only managed to salvage the tents and resources that were not burned, and tens of thousands of troops slowly moved towards Serene City. The middle and high-ranking officers brought the soldiers to build new barracks 500 meters away from Serene City, while the allied army's leaders were in the tunnel below the camp, having a meeting with Priest Jenny. There weren't many people, just Jenny, Grazadin, Siberio, and the long-nosed king. If it was a meeting of the allied army's leaders, there should have been a few navy generals. However, the allied army had lost the battle this morning, the docks were destroyed, and the coastline was sealed. Chui Gu and Zero were floating in the open sea with dozens of ships, so they couldn't come even if they wanted to. Oh, and there was also the dwarf. As Jenny's lover, he stood behind her, listening but not speaking. Too tragic, Siberio's triangular face almost became an oval shape. Including the troops and cooks, we originally had 180,000 people. However, in the battle this morning, we lost nearly 30,000 people and 80,000 deserters. They only slowly returned when Serene retreated. It was obvious that these deserters couldn't be relied on, so they could only fight battles that went smoothly. Lady Jenny, we can't lose anymore. Not only can we not lose, but we also have to take Serene as soon as possible. We lack food, and our soldiers have been beaten, so they lack fighting spirit. Serene City has countless rations for us to eat, and a large amount of treasure to turn the mercenaries into wolves, the Kayuan war god said in a low voice. Can we quickly break through the gates of Serene City? Triangular Face asked expectantly. Jenny nodded. Breaking through the gates isn't difficult. If the 150,000 soldiers are willing to sacrifice their lives, taking Serene City will be easy. However, Serene is only one of the 3 cities in Slave Bay, and it's not even Dani Rise's main camp. If we don't kill her, this war will be far from over. Grazadin heaved a sigh of relief. As long as there is hope of winning, our mercenaries are no different from the Dragon Queen's most loyal guards. Once the gates are broken, they will definitely go and take over Serene. As for Dani Rise, sigh, let's take it one step at a time. Despair appeared on the Wargid's face. Even the pterosaurs couldn't bite her to death. It's almost impossible to kill her. The long-nosed king rubbed his large nose. The goal of the Alliance isn't to kill Dani Rise and make her take back her oath to free all the slaves in the world. If we can first take over Serene, then take down Yuan Kai and Astapor, and make her lose her ability to free the slaves, we will win. That's the right thing to do. Grazadin nodded. We only want to protect the slavery that is the foundation of our survival. We don't have any special hatred for the Dragon Queen herself. Chasing her away or forcing her to take the oath to free the slaves will be our victory. Jenny frowned and said solemnly, we must kill Dani Rise. That's my goal. She was not interested in freeing the slaves or defending the slavery. Her only goal in joining the Alliance was to take away the Dragon Queen's bloodline and destiny. I'm afraid it will be difficult. The war god shook his head and looked at Jenny expectantly. If the priestess still has a trump card, then it's a different story. Jenny's gaze was cold as she asked, what trump card do you think can take Dani Rise's life? How would I know? Grazadin complained in his heart, but he guessed that Valeglia's descendants were probably at their wits' end. He frowned and thought for a moment before asking, To capture Aegon, Lady Jenny has been delayed for more than half a month. You must have been digging for a long time, right? Where are you now? If you can reach Meereen, or even hollow out the foundation of the Great Pyramid and let it suddenly sink into the ground at night, you might be able to bury the sleeping Dany Rise. Chapter 729. After a moment of hesitation, Ginny took out a scroll with a map of Meereen on it and spread it out on the table. Her slender fingers slid along the red line on the map and said, "This is the general direction of the tunnel." Why did it take such a long detour? The Cayuan war god frowned. The Alliance army set up camp at the north gate of Meereen City. The tunnel started at the base of the camp and went east for about 5 kilometers, then south through the bottom of the river, until it reached about 15 kilometers to the northeast of Meereen City. Finally, after a series of twists and turns, it barely reached the outer wall of Meereen City. It was about 200 meters away from the wall. The camp was clearly 10 kilometers north of Meereen City, but the tunnel did not go in a straight line. Instead, it went in a circle to the south of Meereen City. The dwarf stood on his tiptoes and carefully recorded the route on the map. Like everyone else, he was also puzzled. Suddenly, he remembered what he saw on the way out of Meereen City, a large paddy field in the north of the city. Even today, the ground in the north of the city was still wet and soft. War horses left deep hoof prints as they passed, and shallow puddles of water seeped out of the prints. Moreover, there were ravines near the paddy fields, and lakes of all sizes could be seen everywhere. When he crossed the ditch, he deliberately fell off his horse and caught a cold. The cold made his voice hoarse. "I see. Dragon worms must avoid underground rivers. The terrain north of Meereen is lower, so there is no need to divert water from the river. There is naturally water, so the Gith people planted rice in the north of the city. The terrain south of the city is higher, mostly low hills, which are more suitable for wheat and soybeans." The dwarf clapped his hands and suddenly understood. Ginny, the war god, the triangular-faced war god, and even the dwarf's new father turned to look at him in surprise. "Damn, I'm exposed. I'm not the intelligent little demon, but the stupid fourth prince of Ko-Chang Island." With this thought, the dwarf naturally raised his chin slightly and looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle, revealing an extremely exaggerated smile. "Not bad, Leo. You're finally enlightened." The new father's puzzlement turned into joy. "Uncle, I've always been smart, but there is no place for me to use my talents." The dwarf's expression became even more smug. "Why don't you let me take the lead tomorrow? I want to be the first to rush into Meereen City. I want to have a one-on-one duel with Dany Rise." The bewilderment in the eyes of the god of war and the triangular-faced man turned into faint disdain. "Even a fool can get something out of 1,000 thoughts." Ahem. The long-nosed king waved his hand awkwardly. "Don't mess around. You're my lieutenant. Of course you have to follow me." The Cayuan war god no longer looked at the dwarf. He pointed to the north of Meereen City and asked, "Since we've already dug to the south gate, why don't we follow the city walls all the way to the north? The Great Pyramid is also in the north. I would like to continue digging." "What do you mean?" Glash was puzzled. The dragon worm only approached the south of the city last night, and the war broke out this morning. War God was enlightened and sighed. As expected, Dany Leasy had already guessed that there were dragon worms underground and had been using some sort of method to check the situation underground. She must have sensed that the dragon worms were approaching Meereen, so she chose to launch the final battle today. It seems like that is the case. Jenny's face was filled with helplessness. How does she monitor the underground? Triangle Face asked curiously. She buried them in the water tank. The dwarf remembered that when he was lying on the operating table, he heard the Dragon Queen tell Yimont that she wanted to select the people with the best ears from the millions of soldiers and set up underground monitoring stations around Meereen. Dany's methods were not as passive as burying them in the water tank. She had been drawing a map of the underground water distribution in Meereen City and could roughly determine the location of the dragon worm's excavation, the place with the least underground water and the driest soil. Then, she would dig a deep pit based on the possible location of the dragon worm's burrow. It would be best if she could dig through the surface and reach the dragon worm's burrow. Even if she could not dig through the burrow, she could bury a water tank in the deep pit so that the person with the best hearing could monitor the underground movement 24 hours a day. Even without the dwarf's message, she could roughly figure out the approximate location of the tunnel. At first, she really planned to beat the dragon worm at its own game, as the war god had feared to pour the river into the tunnel. But recently, there were 3 major accidents while the dragon worm was digging the tunnel. Serene was close to the sea, and the underground water was too abundant. When the dragon worm was digging towards Serene City, it accidentally drilled through the underground river, causing the underground water to flow backwards, freezing and drowning 5 dragon worms. Those were 5 adult dragon worms, and the commotion caused by their near-death struggles was too big, scaring Danny, who had rushed over to listen in after receiving the news. Is it Godzilla or dragon worm? At that time, the Dragon Queen's face had turned pale. So, she decided not to take the risk, and took the initiative to initiate the final battle before the dragon worm dug to Serene City. To put it bluntly, although the allied army was besieging her, the initiative of the war had always been in her hands. Sigh, he really was not the only person the Dragon Queen could rely on. He did not know how much she had prepared for this battle in Serene. The dwarf was a little disappointed. It seemed that he had never been able to play a decisive role on the Dragon Queen's side. Just like the War of the Four Kings, when he was the hand of the king at the King's Landing, he was indispensable to turn the tide and save the building from collapse. Being the nameless prime minister by King Aegon's side also gave him a great sense of accomplishment. Aegon relied on him, trusted him, and all his plans, big and small, had to go through him. He also did his best to help Aegon build the glorious True Dragon Alliance from scratch. Sigh, if not for that bitch Sansa interfering in politics in the harem, he would have already entered the Prime Minister's tower in the Red Fort. Ugh, the Prime Minister's tower was burned down by his bitch sister with wildfire, and now the Red Fort no longer has a Prime Minister's tower. But in Slaver's Bay by the Dragon Queen's side, he was always assigned strange tasks by the Dragon Queen, researching wildfire, riding on dragons to throw bombs, being a space pirate to rob the Allied Army's cargo ships, and now he was a faceless person in the Allied Army's camp. This was not the treatment a Prime Minister's aide should receive. Aside from feeling disappointed, the dwarf was also dissatisfied. But touching his big nose, the dissatisfaction and disappointment in his heart all turned into helplessness. He did not complete his undercover mission this time. Although there were undeniable factors with the Dragon Queen's personality, she would most likely punish him. So he had to do something. It must be a spy, the dwarf swore. Danny Rise's spy is in the tunnel, and the spy is constantly reporting the progress of the tunnel to her, which is why today's battle happened. Don't talk nonsense. The long-nosed king angrily interrupted the illegitimate son. Only you, me, and Lady Ginny go in and out of the tunnel. Who is the spy? I have never been out of the tunnel before, the dwarf hurriedly said. Bastard, are you saying that the long-nosed king looked around, and it seemed that everyone was looking at him suspiciously? His big nose was red with anger. This stupid bastard. There is no spy. Ginny's words cleared the strange atmosphere and said calmly, there is no problem with the long-nosed king, and there is also no problem with Leo. The problem does not lie with us. It must be Danny Rise's special method. Yes. The long-nosed king wiped the sweat from his forehead and agreed. After looking at each other awkwardly, the triangular-faced Siberio asked doubtfully, are the dragon worm's requirements for the environment so strict? Ginny said helplessly, dragon worms like to move around in volcanoes and are actually not suitable for fighting on plains. The cold underground water is like poison to them. Then how did they cross the sea? The dwarf asked curiously. Dragon worms can't swim, right? I once read in an ancient book that dragon worms almost die upon contact with water. At this point, the Kai Yuan war god looked at Ginny with a hint of complaint in his eyes. There should be a tunnel between Long Summer and Serene. Lord Priest, you should have revealed this secret earlier and let the logistics team use the secret tunnel. That would have reduced unnecessary losses. There is no tunnel. Ginny shook her head. There are volcanoes under the smoke sea, and they're also under high-level magic radiation. After hundreds of years, the dragon worms that could only drill into the ground have evolved the ability to move freely in hot seawater. The dwarf's heart skipped a beat, and he said expectantly, I heard that there are many sea monsters in the smoke sea. Our navy just lost a battle. Perhaps we can subdue a group of sea monsters to fill in the navy? The sea monsters in the smoke sea are also mutated species under the magic radiation. There are indeed many of them, but to the megalosaurus, sea monsters are food. Other than filling the stomachs of Danny and Megalosaurus, they can't help at all. That's really... Thinking about how he and Aegon were scared out of their wits by Yuluan's sea monsters, the dwarf felt awkward and dejected. Since dragon worms can cross the sea, why are they afraid of underground water? The Kayuan war god asked, confused. What do you think I built the magic tower for? Just to suppress the transmission of information on Dragonstone Island's magic network? Ginny said calmly. The magic tower can help dragon worms cross the sea, the dwarf said in shock. If a person who has just filled his stomach and a starving person are sent naked into a world of ice and snow, who will freeze to death first? A person with a full stomach can even last until the next hunger comes, the dwarf said thoughtfully. Ginny nodded. Before leaving the smoke sea, I used the magic tower to replenish a large amount of fire magic power for each dragon worm. Fortunately, the smoke sea is just next to Slave Bay, so the dragon worms swam ashore before they ran out of magic power. There's something else. Did you notice? After a pause, Ginny said, the temperature is much lower than a month ago. Low temperatures and icy water are the dragon worm's greatest enemies. That's strange. Grazadin stroked his beard and said in confusion, I've lived in Slave Bay for most of my life, and I've never seen winter as cold as this. In fact, the 3 cities of Slave Bay have never had winter. In the past, even if it snowed in the north, we still wore silk clothes and sandals. I heard that the long night is coming. Is it true? The dwarf said in surprise. The long night. Grazadin turned to Ginny. My lady, what do you think? What would he think? The sheep eggs had never experienced the long night. Valeglia rose to power 6,000 years ago. In other words, when the sheep eggs were born, the long night had already passed for 2,000 years. The long night has nothing to do with us, Ginny said ambiguously. The sheep eggs knew that the first long night was real and that the second long night would come. However, they were sealed under the smoke sea and did not sense the changes in the north of the Great Wall. Moreover, as Ginny said, what did the long night have to do with Valeglia's descendants? The land of the long summer where they lived was shrouded in a layer of high-energy radiation fog. There was no sunlight at all, and the environment was 10 times worse than the long night. Ginny emphasized, our target now is Danny Rise. Tomorrow morning, even if we lose a few dragon worms, I will break through the north and south gates of Meereen. The elephant soldiers will enter the south gate through the insect path, and the army of 150,000 will enter from the north gate. We will attack from the north and south, and we will break through Meereen. Attack from the north and south. We will break through Meereen. The dwarf's face turned red as he waved his fist and shouted. Chapter 730. The morning of the second day. It was sunny with a cool northern wind. The golden light of the rising sun dispersed the cold white fog that shrouded Meereen, revealing a flat black land that was about to be stained with blood. Woo! The first horn sounded at the entrance of the Alliance's simple camp. Woo, woo, woo! The sound of the horn rose and fell in the camp. The soldiers hurriedly finished the last piece of toast wrapped in fried bacon, extinguished the bonfire in front of them, wiped their mouths, picked up the spears, swords, or shields under their buttocks, and ran to their respective teams. Woo, woo, woo! The urgent horn sounded above Meereen City, warning the defenders in the city that the densely packed Alliance soldiers were approaching the city gate. The battle was about to begin. At the same time, 500 meters south of Meereen City and 50 meters deep, in a tunnel as wide as a subway tunnel in the city, Thousands of torches crackled and burned, casting a hot and dirty red light in the continuous darkness. The dwarf released his right hand that was holding the crossbow, pulled over a corner of his cloak, and rubbed his sweaty hands on it. His hand that was about to reach the crossbow changed direction halfway, lifted his helmet, and opened his mouth to take a few deep breaths. Cough, cough, cough. After taking a deep breath, he inhaled a belly full of thick smoke from the burning whale oil torches. The dwarf bent over and coughed violently, tears and snot flowing down his face. I told you not to come, but you didn't listen. You know fear when you're about to enter the battlefield? The long-nosed king on the giant elephant next to him scolded in a low voice. I'm not afraid, just as he argued. The dwarf smiled bitterly and shook his head. Okay, I'm afraid. Who knows what's waiting for us above ground? Hearing this, the long-nosed king was silent. Since the Dragon Queen had already discovered the location of the tunnel, it was impossible for her not to be prepared. So, what would be waiting for them? Looking at the orderly formation of elephant soldiers in front of him, the long-nosed king said faintly, a lot of people will die later, but we're at the back of the team, so it's not a big problem. Okay, we'll try to hide at the back. The dwarf looked back at the dark tunnel and let out a long sigh of relief. He said to the attendant in front of him, Cadillac, take a few steps back. The attendant had blonde hair and blue eyes. He was in his early 20s and was about 1.6 meters tall. His long, freckled face took up about 25 centimeters of his height. Sir, we're already at the back of the group, the horse-faced attendant said blankly. The dwarf held the crossbow in his right hand again. His single eye swept over the new father beside him for a moment, and he emphasized, take a few more steps back. There's smoke and fire in front of me, and I can't breathe properly. Oh, boom! Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound came from the front. What followed was a beastly roar that sounded like a steam whistle. Roar, the battle had begun, and Ginny was controlling the dragon worm to dig through the ground. Woo, woo, woo. The sound of the bugle horn came from the front of the troops. The elephants had been fed with magic potions and materis, so they were almost immune to the pressure of the megalosaurus. Even if the dragon worms were right in front of them, they would still run slowly under the control of their riders. Leo, follow me closely, King Longnose shouted and began to jog on his elephant. Cadillac, you are my servant. You should listen to me in everything. I promise you a bright future. Do you understand? The dwarf whispered to his driver. As soon as they entered the cave, Cadillac became his attendant. After spending many days with him, the dwarf was confident that he had already subdued Cadillac's heart, just like how he had subdued Cadillac and Boldrick. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. The horse-faced young man nodded. Phew! Heaving a long sigh, the dwarf skillfully picked up the crossbow and aimed it at the heart of his new father's back under Cadillac's horrified gaze. Boom buzz! Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly, and a muffled sound seemed to come from the depths of the earth. It was as if someone had plucked the C string of a cello from the center of the earth. It was low, long, and layered. What happened? Could it be an earthquake? The dwarf no longer cared about killing his father. He held onto the saddle and looked around in shock. The river is rising. Flood. The flood is coming. Ah, it's dark, it's dark. An elephant soldier screamed crazily. What flood? What dark? The dwarf at the back could not hear clearly and shouted. What happened outside? What did Dragon Queen do? The blazing white sun rose into the sky, covering the city and the earth with a warm golden veil. The blue sky was clear and cloudless. 5 megalosaurus, black, green, white, gold, and red, soared freely in the sky. They were unusually bright and adorned the sky. The 4 older megalosaurus were draped in full armor made of steel. They reflected a blinding white light under the sun. Only Little Red, which was the size of Small Pony, was still naked. One could vaguely see the blue and white armored dragon, Queen, standing proudly on the back of the black dragon. She had a bright white greatsword in her left hand and a dark red broadsword in her right. She was ready to go, eager to give a try. On the vast and barren black earth, soldiers in armor of various colors were like ants. They formed a curtain, slowly but firmly covering the city of Misty ahead. On the city wall, the unsullied ones in grayish-brown armor raised their white flags. Their short swords were unsheathed, and their shields were raised. The Wings of Freedom, with their black wing cloaks, formed a huge crossbow formation under the city wall. The longbowmen were at the front, the ballistas were loaded, and the catapults were loaded with kerosene. There were also dozens of pterosaurs that landed on the huge pyramid like a swarm of bats. The bugle horns sounded, the war drums beat, hundreds of thousands of soldiers shouted. The armor of the armored warriors clashed as they ran, and the cavalry's hooves rumbled. The smell of blood and fire pervaded the city of Misty. The birds in the distant mountains, the dogs in the city, and the fish in the water were all inexplicably anxious at this moment. Boom! Boom! In the south of Misty, the huge city wall that was 15 meters tall and 5 meters thick suddenly collapsed, sinking into the endless ground. 3 dragon worms drilled half of their bodies out from behind the city wall and roared ferociously toward the city. Jenny fulfilled her promise. Not only did she break the city gate, she even destroyed a section of the city wall that was 30 meters long. The dragon worms even successfully broke into the city. Rumble! The sound of heavy objects running came from the ground. It was a giant elephant. The first elephant soldier rushed out of the tunnel and entered the south of Misty. It raised its trunk and roared on the street. One after another, the giant elephants rampaged through the streets. They were invincible. Literally, half of the South City was empty. There were no guards or citizens. The giant elephants were showing off their prowess. So naturally, they were invincible. Break into Misty City and capture the Dragon Queen alive. The elephant soldiers in the south of the city did not feel anything and shouted excitedly, "Victory! Victory!" The howls of the giant elephants and dragon worms spread to the north of the city. Tens of thousands of Alliance soldiers roared fanatically. Hiss! The black dragons in the sky roared. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The pterosaurs that landed on the pyramid took off collectively, carrying the deadly spears and boxes, and flew to the south of the city. Rumble! 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 As soon as the pterosaurs left, 4 giant mounds 30 meters apart suddenly bulged out of the flat soil in the north of the city. The mounds moved toward the city walls of Misty City at the speed of a normal person running. That scene was a bit like the ninjas in Sui Ku's wuxia movies. The only difference was that the ninjas walked in a straight line, and after they escaped, the mounds would cave in. But the dragon worms were different. They emitted scorching heat all over their bodies. Wherever they burrowed, large patches of scorched water vapor evaporated. The mounds that they raised also kept protruding, forming 4 S-shaped ridges on the flat battlefield. Because the dragon worm mounds appeared suddenly and spread very quickly, many Alliance soldiers could not react in time and were lifted up high. It was fine if they were lifted up. At most, they would lose their balance and fall to the ground. But the reason why the dragon worms did not burrow deep and instead moved stealthily on the surface was because there were many paddy fields in the north of the city. If they burrowed too deep, they would be submerged by the underground water. And the dragon worms' body temperature was very high. They emitted waves of heat all over their bodies. The blazing magic roasted the moist, soft soil and evaporated a large amount of white water vapor mixed with a scorched smell. Yes, the eels, loaches, black fish, and insects in the paddy fields were all wrapped in mud and roasted into charcoal. The soldiers around the mounds seemed to have been sprayed by a giant pressure cooker at close range. They all covered their scalded faces and wailed on the ground. Coincidentally, the wind-blown regiment, who was holding the blue and white crosstail flag high, happened to be hit by a dragon worm. The white-haired and white-bearded warrior poet, Danzo Dahan, was leading his brothers in a head-covering charge. Suddenly, his body rose up, his footsteps staggered, and he fell on the bulging mounds. Then, the temperature of the soft mud under his body rose. In an instant, the dry and hard boards turned into lumps and then split open. It was like the valve of a high-pressure boiler that had been blocked before suddenly opened at this moment. A large amount of scorching water vapor spurted out from the cracks of the soil and enveloped Danzo's body. His armor and helmet blocked 99% of the water vapor, but Babuda's helmet also had eye slits. A pair of eyes were boiled and steamed in the water vapor. Danzo was still a general and had high defense. The other soldiers who were only wearing leather armor had their skin red and blisters popped by their hands. They were like steamed prawns that had been trampled on. The scene was very miserable, but it was also very morale-boosting. Although some of their teammates were accidentally injured, the momentum of the dragon worm's Earth escape was terrifying. Like 4 giant torpedoes, they quickly crashed into the aircraft carrier of Serene. The Allied soldiers shouted in unison, "Long live the dragon worms! Break Serene! You are stubborn. You will be punished by the heavens." Big Black roared. The Allied army was silent for a moment, then shouted loudly again, "Long live the Allied army! Break Serene! Capture Danny, rise alive!" Boom, boom, boom. Gradually, some people heard what seemed to be thunder coming from the east. It also sounded like thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping along the river toward the battlefield. Boom! Before the 4 dragon worms reached the city walls of Serene, the embankment 2 kilometers east of the city suddenly collapsed, as if there was a dragon worm burrowing a hole there. At the collapsed embankment, a black shadow like a huge mountain slowly floated up. Water plants and sand covered its appearance. Only a carefree cry like that of a bull could be heard. Wallalala, like the Milky Way falling from the 9th heaven, a waterfall-like flood gushed out from under the huge mountain, endlessly, one after another. Under the sun, the surging water flashed with a sparkling color. Above the head of the huge mountain, a 7-colored rainbow hung. Boom, boom, boom. The water flow was too fast, and there was too much water. What poured out from the embankment was not a flood, but a tsunami. In an instant, the Serene battlefield seemed to have been paused. All the soldiers, whether they were the Allied army or the guards of the Mother of Dragons, were dumbfounded. Their hands that were holding their weapons dropped, and they looked up at the surging waves. It was as if all they could see was sparkling water. The Allied soldiers below the city were like snot in a toilet bowl, suddenly swept into the rushing flood, leaving no trace behind. Jenny, who was hiding on the hill watching the battle, was livid. Her eyes were spitting fire as she looked at the huge mountain floating in the flood. A name almost jumped out of her mouth. Old Man of the River. Chapter 731. The Kayuan war god, who had a peacock feather on his golden helmet, galloped wildly on his horse, hoping to escape the muddy waves that covered him like a quilt. However, the speed of his galloping horse was far inferior to the flood controlled by the water god. The soldiers around him, who were screaming in panic and running away, were sucked into the billowing waves like photos of their cheating ex-boyfriends being shredded by a vacuum cleaner and shredded by a paper shredder. Even 4 or 5 kilometers away from the river, the waves still maintained a height of more than 8 meters. Soldiers, horses, swords, spears, and even a dragon worm could be seen rolling in the billowing waves. The dragon worm was like a pair of jeans in a washing machine. Although it was hard, it could not help but spin along with the waves. No, in the end, the Kayuan war god wailed and was also sucked into the waves. In the end, this was not an ordinary flood. The Turtle Prime Minister was like an experienced driver, controlling the flood so that the waves would not disperse and the impact would not decrease. It was specifically used to wash over the battlefield where the Allies were. If one looked from the sky, they would be surprised to find that the flood flowing from the mouth of the river was rushing down the river bank toward Serene City. Of course, the terrain north of Serene City was relatively low, but the Turtle Prime Minister's divine power was the main reason why the flood did not disperse. This was like a small-scale water-type forbidden spell. It was impossible to destroy the city, but it was not difficult to wash the plains within a few kilometers of the city. Well, it was also difficult. Although the Turtle Prime Minister seemed to be full of energy as he roared above the waves, in fact, he was already beginning to feel exhausted and his divine power was drying up. An arrow at the end of its flight could barely penetrate through. 7 gods above. Is this the blessing of the 7 gods? On the top floor of the Great Pyramid, Yimon had been lying behind his binoculars and nervously observing the battle. At this moment, seeing the plains suddenly become a swamp in broad daylight, he was dumbfounded. It's not the 7 gods, it's a turtle, such a big turtle. Masai, who was next to him, looked as if she had seen a mythical battlefield unfold in the human world. Her little face was flushed with excitement. "It's the old man of the river," Missandei exclaimed. "So this is Her Majesty's trump card." No wonder she was so confident and said that this battle was only a matter of winning or losing. "Holy Mother," Masai covered her mouth and said in shock, "Isn't the old man of the river the god of the Lorne River? The god is real, and he has appeared in the human world, and the gods also listen to Her Majesty's orders?" Missandei's golden eyes flashed with the light of wisdom. "It must be because of the trip to the Lone River to smelt the tiles. Your Majesty was able to kill the Crab King and subdue the old man in the river." But, Missandei still found it hard to accept. The old man of the river is a god. What happened to the gods? The plump centaur maid, Ji-Chi, had a disapproving look on her face. "Don't tell me you think that the golden bells on the queen's braids are fake? Understand now. This is a battle between gods." Old Yimont smiled bitterly and sighed. "Is Jinni, who drove the dragon worms to attack the city, a mortal? Could it be that the queen who had slashed more than 40 dragons with 2 swords yesterday was a mortal? Then there was the old turtle that was as big as a mountain today. None of us are mortals. Who cares if that old turtle is a deity or not? The 150,000 people outside the city are dead for sure." Maid Ely waved her fist and laughed. "That's right. With this flood, we will definitely win." At the end, the old man laughed excitedly. "If they win this battle, the Targaryen world empire will begin to take shape. Long live the queen." Old Yimont waved his fist and shouted at the black dragon in the sky. "Long live the queen." Myrcella, Missandei, and the centaur maids followed suit. "Long live the queen." The Great Pyramid began to echo with such cheers. "Long live the queen." Gradually, the entire city of Meereen was enveloped by the deafening cheers. "Long live the queen Ka, Ka Ka Ka." Suddenly, a discordant sound came from the sky, as if a mechanical gear had suddenly jammed. On the dragon's back, the smile on Dany's face froze. She slowly raised her head and looked in the direction of sound. In Meereen City, the cheering crowd looked at the sky in surprise. Everyone was shocked to see that a crack had appeared in the sun that was recklessly radiating light and heat in the blue sky. It was as if it was not the sun, but a piece of snow biscuit. Then, a child clamped it with both hands and broke it forcefully. Crack! It broke. The blue sky, the faint white clouds, and the dazzling golden sun. This should have been the most normal weather in Slave Bay. But in front of hundreds of thousands of people in Meereen, it was no longer normal because the sun had broken. What the fuck? Dany's pretty face under the helmet was pale, and her charming big eyes flashed with confusion. Looking at the gradually darkening sky, she was a little at a loss. It was dark. It was 9 o'clock in the morning, and it was dark. It was not accurate to say that the sun was broken glass. It was more like a fruit candy in the shape of a round biscuit. As it was sucked in a mouth, the fruit candy became thinner and thinner, and finally, the thin piece of candy broke on the tip of the tongue. No one hit it. It just ran out of energy and broke. The fragments were still radiating white light. It was as if the sun had suddenly expanded from the biscuit to the dome of the Holy Church, but the dome was covered with a thick layer of cotton cloth. There was still a hazy white light in the sky, but the sky was dark. It was probably the brightness of the setting sun. It was not too dark, but compared to the brightness before, everyone felt that the sky was especially dark. Perhaps it was because of the fear brought about by the mutation, and the fear deepened the illusion. Ah, the sun is gone. It's dark. 7 gods, what happened? The ordinary soldiers were panicking, and they did not even care about the victory that was close at hand. Everyone, don't be afraid. This is the queen's trick. The queen summons the flood. The queen covers the sky. Long live the queen. This was the dragon queen's fanatical believer. Long live the queen covers the sky. Well, not only did people believe this nonsense, there were quite a few people who believed it. In a moment, the city of Meereen was filled with such shouts. Danny, is that strong? Old Yamant was also skeptical. There's nothing the king of Khal can't do. The centaur made Kiki puffed up her chest and shouted with the crowd. Long live the queen. The queen covers the sky. Ah, it's dark. The dragon queen is so terrifying. She summoned the flood and covered the sky. We're doomed. The elephant soldiers in the south of the city were also frightened. They followed suit and shouted and ran away in a panic. The dragon queen in the sky? No, this is the long night. The long night has come. The sun has been extinguished. Finally, there was an old antique who had lived long enough to understand what was going on. The Turtle Prime Minister no longer controlled the flood. He stretched his neck and let out a terrified soul howl. Ordinary people could not understand the sound of his soul, but the entire city of Meereen shook a few times from his howl. Blackie lowered its height, and Danny jumped. Like a leaf, she swayed and landed on the back of the mooing giant turtle. Stop howling. It's just the long night. Danny stomped her feet and interrupted the Turtle Prime Minister's disgrace. No, you don't understand. The giant turtle's head, which was as big as a fire carriage, shook. The last time the sun cracked and slowly extinguished, the whole process lasted for a week. This time, it's only a few minutes. Danny felt that there was no difference between extinguishing in a week and extinguishing in a few minutes. She urged the old turtle, "We're fighting a world war. Can you be more serious?" Well, after the sun shattered, the old turtle stopped controlling the flood. The waves that were originally 4 to 5 meters high had now exploded. The north of Meereen City had become a country of water that stretched for dozens of miles. But this country of water was too shallow. It barely reached the calves. How could it drown people? In just a short while, thousands of people climbed up shakily from the battlefield. It's already like this. How do you want to fight? Do you want to kill everyone? The old turtle shouted. To be honest, Danny really wanted to drown all the 150,000 people outside the city. Don't blame her for being ruthless. Look at the sky. The sun was extinguished and the sky was dark. The long night came too suddenly. It was almost an extravagant hope to plant food. The sun extinguishing was too shocking. She didn't even have the confidence to feed her own people. 150,000 captives meant 150,000 mouths. It was simply disgusting to let her use the life-saving food of her own people to feed these former enemies. If all of them died, everyone would have less trouble. But this could only be thought in her heart and not said out loud. Well, it would be best if the old turtle could hold on for a while longer. When everyone drowned, the flood would be removed. Unfortunately, this Turtle Prime Minister seemed to have misgivings and was unwilling to take the initiative to share the Dragon King's burden. Bad review, Danny muttered in her heart. The battle in the north of the city is basically over, but there are still 5,000 elephant soldiers in the south of the city. According to the original plan, you should transfer to the south of the city and pour the flood into the Dragonworm Cave. The south of the city was more or less built into a special barbican. 3 streets were sealed, and the buildings on the streets were used as barbican walls. Moo! The Turtle Prime Minister howled again. Under the horrified gaze of the surviving Allied soldiers, it stepped on the muddy water and strode toward the Heilongjiang Dam. It wasn't difficult to flood the Dragon Worm Cave in the south of the city. The old turtle floated and sank in the river. The river water circled around it and poured into the dam on the south bank. Well, the flood flooded the 150,000 Allied soldiers in the north of the city and opened the dam on the north bank of Heilongjiang. At this time, The flood flooded the Dragonworm Cave in the south of Malin City, and the Turtle Prime Minister dug the dam on the south bank. The old turtle lay near the dam and drove the river water into the south of the city. Following the trenches dug in advance, the water flowed continuously. Only then did Danny sit cross-legged on the turtle's back and ask the Turtle Prime Minister about the secrets of the sun. "How did the sun shatter and then extinguish?" she asked curiously. "Isn't the sun a star? Even if a star dies, it should first expand into a red giant and collapse into a white dwarf after millions of years. Or, if its mass is large enough, it should evolve into a black hole. However, it was too illogical and unscientific for it to shatter and extinguish." Half of the Turtle Prime Minister's body was immersed in the water. 2 streams of water spurted out of its nostrils, and it said in a muffled voice, "Mother Goddess told us that our world was born from a ball of fire in the cold and empty universe. When the world was formed, all the flames were suppressed and buried under the ancient hills. The ground was shrouded in absolute darkness. The world was barren, cold, and dead, almost exactly the same as the outside of the universe. It was said that the first creatures were born in the ancient shadows. They were also the first generation of dark demons. Some powerful demons even survived until today and were worshipped by the Far East Asia residents." Chapter 732. Are you sure? The evil gods of Yaxia were born at the beginning of the world? Danny's voice was trembling, and her back was drenched in cold sweat. Damn it, she had planned to take the Shadowbinder's Book of Evil Gods to the east of Yaxia after the Battle of Malin. She planned to wipe out the evil gods one by one, slaying gods and raising dragon babies. If what Old Tortoise said was true, the evil gods that were born at the beginning of the world were equivalent to the Khanate demon gods of the Eldritch world. Her action of wiping out the evil gods in Yaxia was almost the same as the cultivators of the Eldritch world after the journey to the west challenging the 3 pure ones. This is what Mother Goddess told me, so it shouldn't be wrong. However, the demon gods that were born at the beginning of the world are only a small part of the total number of dark creatures in the easternmost land. Just like how there are Mother Goddess in the world under the sun, there are more ordinary creatures like you and me, Prime Minister Turtle said. That's right. Even at the beginning of the Eldritch world, there were more than just the 3 pure ones and a few saints. There were more shamans and demons with no background, as well as the descendants of shamans and demons. Danny heaved a sigh of relief. She still had to feed the dragon and get rid of the evil creatures. She called Tam and Kuei. She'd let the Shadowbinder know who was the weakest. Was the Mother Goddess of the Lone River born at the same time as those evil gods? Old Tortoise shook his head and said slowly, "One day after the beginning of the world, a demon god that was born from the darkness was dissatisfied with the darkness, coldness, and death of the world. So he drew a cluster of fire from the earth and brought the first light and heat to the world. After that, the demon god sacrificed his life to forge that cluster of fire into a giant lamp that hung in the sky. It was also the first sun in the world. The sun's light and heat drove away the darkness and the creatures in the darkness. At the same time, it also woke up the mountains, plains, and rivers. Yes, Mother woke up at that time. In other words, Mother Goddess was born much later than those demon gods in the darkness. The sun was separated from the earth's core, a cluster of fire. Danny found it hard to accept. The whole world was born from the first flame. What's so strange about using fire to forge the sun? Old Tortoise said disapprovingly. Who was the unlucky guy who forged the sun? Danny asked. Unlucky guy? Prime Minister Turtle's tone was filled with dissatisfaction. She brought light and fire to the world, and all spirits were awakened because of her. She can almost be called the mother of all spirits. How can you say that about her? Well, I apologize, Danny said. She is an unlucky mother of all souls. She lost her life when she created the sun. Now, everyone has forgotten her name and deeds. Aren't you and I praising his great achievements right now? The Mother Goddess remembers. She told me, I told you, and you told those who came after. Even if living beings forget, heaven and earth will always remember. And the sun in the sky is the most profound record, Prime Minister Turtle said in a deep voice. Danny was filled with awe, not towards the demonic god who created the sun, but towards the Prime Minister Turtle beneath her. She thought it was an idiot, but she did not expect it to say something so philosophical. She pointed a finger at the sky. Was this sun forged by the mother goddess of the Lorne River? He doesn't seem to have sacrificed himself. No, the mother goddess did not forge the sun. Old Turtle shook his head. I don't know the specific reason. I can only tell you what happened at that time. At that time, Yasuo came to the mother goddess with the hero's red sword. He said to the mother goddess, I have completed my mission. Now it's your turn. The mother goddess seemed to have received something from him. It seemed to be some kind of proof. I asked the mother goddess a similar question. I asked her if she wanted to forge the sun. She said she could not do it. She called all the gods of the Lorne River system together and made us sing a song together. I have no idea what happened at that time. I just felt endless divine power being drawn out of my body, and endless exhaustion came over me. I felt dizzy and fell asleep. You fell asleep? What happened after that? Danny widened her eyes in disbelief. You're actually sleeping soundly at such an important moment? Prime Minister Turtle seemed to be a little embarrassed. He said in an unnatural tone, I was not the only one who fell asleep. The Crab King also fell asleep. Compared to that hairy crab, you are proud? Danny was stupefied. Old Turtle seemed to sense her emotions and immediately added, Summoning the sun is very tiring. Even a mother goddess has been sleeping for thousands of years. Danny asked with a straight face. Did you ask the Lorne Mother Goddess what happened after that? Of course I did, but she did not say much. She only told me that the divine power of the Lorne River gods drew endless fire from the ground and poured it into I think it should be the mold of the sun. Then a new sun rose in the world. That seems to make sense. Earth fire is indeed stronger than dragon flame. Danny reluctantly accepted this strange worldview. However, a fire was drawn today, and the sun was extinguished tomorrow. Another fire was drawn the day after tomorrow. After so many years, was the fire in the heart of the world about to be extinguished? That thing, the thing that Yasuo gave to the Lorne Mother Goddess. What is it? If we want to summon the sun again, will we need it? That seems to be a kind of destiny. Prime Minister Turtle's tone was uncertain. Considering that Yasuo most important achievement in his life was to drive away deviant ghosts and demons, that thing will most likely appear after repelling the deviant ghosts and dark monsters. That makes sense. Danny was deep in thought. Yasuo did not only eliminate deviant ghosts. After ending the deviant ghost affairs in the Westeros, he returned to the east and continued to fight the monsters from the dark world with the light emissary in hand. When she first heard the story of Yasuo, Danny thought that the dark monsters were deviant ghosts that entered the eastern continent through the Arctic Circle. Now that she thought about it, the world was not necessarily a ball. What the hell was the Arctic Circle? Those monsters should be evil creatures from the dark world to the east of Yashia. The Battle of Meereen is almost over. Danny stood up and lifted her helmet. She felt the snowflakes falling from the sky with her face. She gradually felt a sense of urgency. I must seize every opportunity to increase my power. Jenny, my dear, where are you? It's so cold. Yamant shivered and wiped the snowflakes on his thin white hair. He said in shock, It's snowing in Slaver's Bay. Miss Sandy tightened the collar of her thin shirt and shouted in the direction of the garden. Little Mist, are you there? With a whoosh, a red light floated out from the weirwood trunk. The fire exploded, revealing a little girl with dragonfly wings. It's so cold. What's falling from the sky? Little Mist held up a piece of melted snowflake and asked in confusion. She had never seen snow before. Little Mist, go and ask the queen what's with the sun in the sky. Miss Sandy, said. Little Mist was the dragon queen's messenger. Everyone would ask her for help when they needed the dragon queen's help. 7 gods above, it's only 3 degrees Celsius, and the temperature is still falling. Messai, who ran to the persimmon tree, held up the outdoor thermometer, and exclaimed, "This!" Old Yamant quickly went over to take a closer look. "Holy Mother of Mercy! I measured it this morning. It's 14 degrees Celsius. Shrouding the sun is not Danny's ability. She may be able to block the sun, but lowering the temperature is beyond her ability." At this point, the old man suddenly understood and shouted in horror, "Ah, Holy Mother of Mercy, the long night. It's the long night. The long night has really come, and the sun has gone out. It's not just Slaver's Bay that's dark. The whole world must be like us." Old Yamant was overthinking. At least they could still see the dim light in Slaver's Bay, but the rest of the place was already dark. Volantis. Ah, the supreme priest Benello's prophecy has come true. The Blackwell nobles have betrayed the light, and their minds have been corrupted by the yellow harpies of the East. They formed the most despicable alliance with the godless outsiders, and their foolishness has brought us darkness and destruction. The slaves, who made up 80% of the population, felt endless fear and hesitation when the sun went out, and the fear made them irritable and angry. They gathered outside the Red God Temple, cursing, roaring, crying around the Black Wall. The Red God Temple was backed by the Black Wall, where the nobles lived. Even many of the free citizens of Volantis came to the temple to seek spiritual comfort because of the fear, because the supreme priest had warned the world countless times. The Volantis nobles have betrayed the light, and the despicable alliance they formed will lead to the descent of darkness, and only Danny Rise is the savior. Now, the supreme priest's prophecy suddenly came true. Sigh. Actually, I haven't preached that Danny Rise is the savior for more than half a year. In the Red God Temple that was formed by countless flyovers and tall towers, the supreme priest with a white face full of flame tattoos lamented. "What's with the sun?" Consul Dofas asked worriedly. Dofas was the elephant party consul that Danny met on the streets of Volantis. He was the opposition to Volantis' participation in the Slave Bay War. Originally, Dofas was going to step down after his term ended, but the Dragon Queen went to Volantis to cause a ruckus and burn the other two consul who had a bright future, the tough martial faction against Slave Bay, to death. And Dofas' performance in handling the Blackwall Dragonborn incident was outstanding, and he was unexpectedly re-elected. As soon as the sun went out, Dofas, like the slaves outside the temple, thought of Benello's countless prophecies in front of everyone. Then, he came looking for him. "Can the sun still come out? It's snowing outside." "Oh gods, has it ever snowed in Volantis?" "Maybe it has, but this is the first time it's snowing heavily." Dofas' face was pale, and he seemed to have a bad feeling. "The night is long, and darkness is coming. I have said it countless times, and now it's here. The night is here," Benello said with a grimace. "Because we formed an alliance to attack Danny Rise, the Light King wants to punish us?" Dofas asked with a trembling voice. "That's not it." Benello shook his head and dismissed the servants and low-level priests. "The night will come, and it has nothing to do with whether you attack Danny Rise or not. Then before you dash, I thought Danny Rise was the savior in the Red God's prophecy, so I wanted to help her. Then, sigh, the prophecy was wrong," the supreme priest said with a sad face. "Fuck," Dofas cursed angrily. "Looks like we were too lenient with the Red God Temple. Sir Consul, this is the Red God Temple. There are hundreds of thousands of believers outside the temple," Benello said coldly. Chapter 733. Dofas' expression changed several times. In the end, he looked down to hide the anger and killing intent in his heart. He asked softly, "You haven't spoken up for Danny Rise for almost half a year. We thought you were worried about the Alliance's power. Now, it seems like there's more to it. I was wrong. I misunderstood the revelation given to me by the Light King." Benello wiped his face and said dejectedly, "She's not the savior, but I've been proclaiming that she is for the past few years. What's done is done. I can't change it even if I want to." Dofas' fat face twisted. "Then who is the savior?" he asked blankly. "I don't know. The long night is here, and you don't know?" Dofas raised his voice. Maybe it's Stannis Byra from the Westeros, Theon. The supreme priest with a tattooed face said hesitantly. Stannis? Dofus gradually found that unknown person in his memory. The kinslayer who used blood witchcraft to kill his own brother? The consul said with a displeased expression, What is the Light King doing? How can a kinslayer become the savior? He might as well let Dany rise be the savior. There's a saying that a king's virtue was not worthy of the throne. The savior was more advanced than the king, so there should be a virtue requirement. Didn't Yasur and Ahai kill their own wives too? Without the determination to kill everything, how can they become the savior? Tattoo retorted with a red face. Killing one's wife is different from killing one's own family. Forget it. Dofus shook his head. Choosing the savior is the Light King's business. We don't care. But how do you plan to deal with the sun and the riders outside? The sun has extinguished. It might not appear again for 10 or 20 years. This is not something I can handle. Bonello shook his head. 10 years, 20 years. Dofus' face was pale. His eyes were filled with fear, and his fat body was on the verge of collapsing. The last long night lasted for an entire generation. That generation never saw the sun from birth until they starved to death. They thought the world was originally so cold and dark. I thought it was a legend. Legends are always exaggerated. Dofus said weakly as he supported himself on the armrest of the chair. A generation. He forced himself to stand up and said in a deep voice, Your Excellency Supreme Priest, I need you to buy me some time. What for? Bonello asked curiously. I need time to gather all the food and materials on the market, Dofus said coldly. And then, Bonello's voice trembled. Then I will seal Black City. What about the Volantis people and slaves? Can the Light King's faith feed them? Dofus asked. Bonello shook his head with difficulty. Even the Light King can't help them, so what can I do? Dofus shrugged helplessly. But no buts. Dofus waved his hand and whispered into Bonello's ear, Remember, the poor life makes the people need the anesthetic called hope. Their most devout faith is born from their hope. However, when faith was unable to satisfy the believer's hopes, that hope would immediately turn into the deepest despair, and faith would also become a curse. You should understand that saving everyone is equivalent to forcing everyone to die. I will give the red-robed monk a spot to enter the Black Wall based on the results of your work. Dofus took 2 steps back and stared at the supreme priest playfully. He smiled and asked, How is it? Bonello's tattooed face was covered in sweat, and the muscles on his face kept twitching. His blue eyes, that were usually as calm as a deep pool, were filled with turbulent waves. Let me think, he said weakly, his voice like a mosquito. There's no time. Listen, look. Dofus pointed at the window. The shouts of the 100,000 believers were like a tsunami. They came wave after wave and almost drowned the majestic red god temple. I can't lie to the believers. Bonello looked at the consul with a pleading look. Dofus smiled. Don't worry. You don't have to lie. There will be someone else who will be the punching bag for the people. Ooh. Bonello secretly sighed in relief, and his face regained some of its calmness. Recently, Faust Doxim from the West District has been very active. I think he can replace General Elios who died in the Bay of Sorrows, Dofus said calmly. Faust Doxim, a former Tiger Cloak Army slave warrior, married into the Doxim family of a small merchant. When the Guy's Alliance army besieged Astapor, he was captured by the Dragon Queen and became Astapor's super VIP partner. Since then, he had started his meteoric rise. Recently, Fat Faust was not even satisfied with the sudden increase in wealth. He started to have higher goals, to become a consul and move his family into the Black Wall. Elios, one of the 3 consul chosen by Volantis after the Dragon Queen burned down the Black Wall Tower. He was also the commander of the 2nd Fleet of the Alliance Army. In the end, he sank into the sea with the 2nd Fleet. Therefore, when there was a vacancy in the 3 consul positions, Fat Faust had the hope of filling it. For this, he even joined the Tiger Party, who had a radical attitude towards Slaver's Bay. Yes, the sky has darkened and the temperature has dropped, but this is not the end of the world. Long night or whatever, that's just a joke. Faust accepted Dofus's conditions, and after receiving the promise that he would definitely become the next senator, he immediately gave a speech on the streets as a candidate for senator, just like his countless predecessors had done. Everyone, don't panic. There's no need to rush to buy resources. Everyone knows that the winter that the Northerners speak of has arrived. It is impossible for winter to have no effect on Volantis. I swear, tomorrow will be a sunny day. Even if it continues to be gloomy tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, the day of sunshine will come. The slogan, "Tomorrow will be a sunny day," barely calmed down the panic of the people, and Volantis temporarily regained its peace. In a place where the commoners could not see, a large number of resources were transported into the Black Wall. The nobles within the Black Wall took off their silk clothes and put on their ancestral iron armor, and gradually replaced the original guards of the Black Wall, the Tiger Cloak Army, slave warriors. At the same time as the defense force of Volantis, the Tiger Cloak Army was loaded onto ships and transported to Slaver's Bay by the consul with the reason that the Alliance Army won the Battle of Meereen and needed the Tiger Cloak Army to maintain order in Meereen. At this time, the consul of Volantis still did not know the outcome of the Battle of Meereen. They only wanted to send the unreliable Tiger Cloak Army to the front lines as cannon fodder. The Black Wall, the oval-shaped city wall made of Alleglia's immortal stone, was 60 meters tall and could allow 24 horses to run side by side without colliding with each other. Other than the Megalosaurus, no one had ever conquered the Black Wall. What happened in Volantis was not an exception. The same thing happened in Lys, Pintos, Mir, Bravos, and even the cities of the Jade Sea and the far Eastern barbarians. The methods were different, but the essence was the same. Before the ordinary people could react, they had to gather all the materials that could be gathered, lock the gates of the majestic castle, and live their lives peacefully while waiting for the next Yeser, Ahai, to end the long night. The advantage of the upper class was not only reflected in the possession of social resources. In modern society, some people said that information was money, and that was not wrong. With the most timely and accurate information, even a retard could become Warren Buffett. In the world of the Song of Ice and Fire, when the long night had already arrived, information was equivalent to a chance to survive. Well, that was not necessarily the case. Even if the ordinary people obtained accurate information, they did not have the financial, material, or manpower to change their fate. If the winter was longer, the ordinary people would still starve to death. A winter that lasted for 3 years and a long night that lasted for 20 years did not make much of a difference to the ordinary people. They would either freeze to death or starve to death. Similarly, 3 years of winter and a generation of long night also had an impact on the nobles. All right, there was an impact. They could no longer indulge in luxury. They could not hunt. They could not participate in the martial arts tournament. They also had to learn a skill that they did not have before living frugally. But no matter what, the lives and bloodlines of the nobles were not affected. Thinking about it this way, the long night did not seem so scary. Those who did not deserve to die would always die, and those who deserved to die would always live. What was the difference between a long night and a long winter? Sigh, such a world was truly despairing. However, in the Westeros, there were people who cheered for the disappearance of the sun in the sky. It's finally here. Wah! The long night is finally here. After getting a definite answer from Yulun, Cersei's ecstasy was beyond words. In other cities, after the sun disappeared in front of everyone, most transcendents could infer what had happened by sensing the magic tides. But Westeros was a desert of transcendence. More than 99% of people did not even notice the change in the sun and only thought that it was another cloudy day. The sun rose in the east, but Westeros were known as the land of the sunset. When the sun went out, it was about 10 in the morning in Meereen, just before dawn in Westeros. Therefore, when Westeros woke up, they only felt that the weather was especially gloomy today. Of course, just because 99% of people did not notice anything unusual did not mean that everyone did not know. For example, Yulin knew. The Alchemist Guild knew. The 7 gods were no longer 7 pieces of wood. Even the archbishops of the church knew. They even received complete confirmation from the Holy Mother. Yes, Holy Mother Dani took the time to send a long night is here message to every believer with 100 piety points. The long night was already here. It would be unreasonable if the Holy Mother did not do anything. Since the church knew, Yulin helplessly brought the 4 children of war to Circe the Great and told her about it. Circe the Great was wearing a pure white fox fur cloak. The pure white fur made her blush and her skin look even more delicate. She walked to the balcony in a few steps and pointed at the barefoot sparrows in gray linen who were shouting "Bitch Queen" outside the Red Castle. The corners of her mouth curled up into a vicious smile. Those sparrows come to the Red Castle every few days to show off their power. How abominable. There should be a long night and let them all freeze and starve to death. And Dani rise. The smile on Circe's face widened. I wonder if that little bitch is dead. If she hasn't died in the hands of the allies, quickly ask her to guard the Great Wall and fight the other ghosts. Didn't she come up with a unified ghost resistance front long ago? If she doesn't die, who will? Ha ha! Circe looked up and laughed. The depression of being locked in the tower by the old nun dissipated instantly. Queen Circe, watch your words. An armored knight with a 7-pointed star on his chest shouted angrily. You dare to shout at me? Circe's eyes widened. The flames of anger gathered in her eyes, as if they would turn into 2 fire dragons in the next moment, flying out and turning the ungrateful poor knight into ashes. Guards, drag this roaring queen out. Circe shouted. No one answered. Chapter 734. Where are the guards? Sir Devon? Circe did not call for the guards, so she looked at the door in confusion and called her cousin's name loudly. Devon Lannister commanded the Lion Army and was also the garrison commander of the King's Landing and the Red Keep. Your Majesty, Tanya of Myr took a step forward. Her large black eyes were filled with tears of sorrow. Last night, Sir Devon was torn apart by a group of hungry mobs when he passed through Silk Street in a sedan chair. Torn apart? Circe's face turned pale, and she said in horror, Devon is the garrison commander of the capital. He is in charge of 5,000 Lion Helmet Army and 5,000 golden robes. He was in a hurry and did not bring many guards with him. Yulin sighed with red eyes. Silk Street? Circe's expression suddenly changed, and she said in pain, Devon is not guarding the Red Keep at such a critical time, but sneaked out to visit prostitutes? His leg is crippled. Silk Street was the red light district of the King's Landing. Both sides of the street were filled with brothels of various styles and grades. Yulin glanced at the Queen's Chamberlain, and a smug look flashed across his blue eyes. Tanya of Myr also happened to look over, her black eyes filled with admiration. The Queen's husband and the Queen's trusted aide only looked at each other for a moment before they looked away, each comforting the Emperor with sad and regretful eyes. Sigh, Devon is a man. A man with a broken leg also has needs, Tanya advised gently. Who is in charge of the golden robes now? Circe asked with a gloomy face. Without your order, the position of garrison is empty, Tanya said solemnly. Circe heard this, and her expression became better. She pointed at the son of war who scolded her, and said angrily, Now, I order to take down this bastard who looks down on the king. Your Majesty, I am afraid that is not possible. Tanya hurriedly pulled Circe into the inner chamber, and then said worriedly, The long night is coming, and the hundreds of thousands of people and nobles in the King's Landing are starting to miss the savior of the long night, the sparrow. They all said that it was your fault for causing the 7 nations to lose their holy son to resist the long night. Yulin told me that the night had just begun. How did everyone in King's Landing know about it? Circe glared at him. Who leaked the news? Were they all fools? We should keep it a secret from those lowly people. It's best if they don't know why they died. Only then can we calmly stock up on food in the Red Castle. Well, Circe was of one mind with all the kings and archons of all the world when it came to measures for the long night. Every capitalist has a different personality different business projects and different theories, but their ideas and means of exploiting the proletariat are exactly the same. It seemed reasonable to replace the capitalists with the kings and the proletariat with the common people. Your Majesty is wise. Tanya sincerely praised Circe the Great. Then she shook her head and said, "We can't hide it anymore. The Holy Mother has shown up. Many monks in the 7 kingdoms received the oracle when they were doing morning prayers yesterday. The sun has gone out and the night has come." "Are you sure?" Circe asked suspiciously. "I also did morning prayers yesterday. Why didn't the Holy Mother tell me?" Seeing that the great emperor of all eternity was serious and did not look like he was joking, Tanya's thick and dark lips moved a few times. Maybe your Majesty's little sanctuary is too small to accommodate the Holy Mother's magnificent body?" The Chamberlain groaned inwardly. "Don't you have any self-awareness? You burned the Holy Son appointed by the Holy Mother to ashes, and you still dare to hope to see the Holy Mother? If the Holy Mother really comes to you one day, are you sure she won't immediately turn into a stranger and take you, the blasphemer, away? Sigh, I also think that the little sanctuary is a bit small." Circe sighed and complained, "It's fine if the Holy Mother didn't inform me, but why did she tell those gray sparrows? What does the lowly people know that the long night has come have to do with me punishing that poor knight?" Circe quickly remembered the son of war who had scolded her earlier. Since they know that the long night is real, the people and nobles of the 7 kingdoms will naturally start to miss the Great Sparrow. After all, the Great Sparrow is the savior to end the long night appointed by the Holy Mother. Now, because of your Majesty's mistake, the savior has died tragically before the long night. Can everyone not misunderstand you? Circe's face paled as she recalled the parade outside the Red Castle that had not dispersed since morning, and their slogan that she should go to the 7 levels of hell. She didn't misunderstand. They must hate her to the core. The people of the King's Landing hated her. The people of the 7 kingdoms who received the news of the long night would hate her. The Emperor of Eternity suddenly understood. Tanya of Mir lowered her eyes and continued. "So, the Church decided to punish you. The Sons of War in the living room are here to watch over you. They are not to be offended." "What punishment?" Circe asked with a straight face. "Before the long night ends, you are not to leave the Queen's tower. You are not to hold extravagant banquets. You are not to wear fancy clothes. You are not to participate in the politics of the 7 kingdoms. You are not to enough." The Emperor of Eternity's face contorted as he roared. "Where is my Prime Minister? Where are the ministers of the Imperial Council? Did they agree with the Church to imprison the Queen of the 7 kingdoms? In fact, it was the ministers who saw the anger of the people of the King's Landing. In order to appease the people, they collectively passed a resolution to invite the Church slap." Before Tanya of Mir could finish, Circe slapped her angrily. "Eat shit." Circe's eyes were spitting fire as she cursed. "As my Chamberlain, you attended the Imperial Council for me and conveyed my orders. How could you allow the deviants to pass a resolution?" Mir Tanya covered her red and swollen cheek and said in grievance, "The Chamberlain is useless in the Westeros. I objected, but they all ignored me. Gather my lion helmet army and golden robes. I have had enough. They are going to destroy the Westeros. Without me to govern the country, what will happen to the court? I am leaving this place today. I am going to the King's Landing Court. I am going to sit on the Iron Throne and exercise the power of a queen. The long night is coming. Without me to strategize, how can the people survive to the next summer?" Circe waved her hands and shouted in agitation. "I am afraid not." The Chamberlain's face contorted as he shook his head gently. "My army is in control of the King's Landing. What is there not to do? Your Majesty, Sir Devon has just died. The morale of the army is not stable. It is not good to make a big move." Good. The Emperor of Eternity took a few quick breaths and glanced at his trusted aide coldly. "Send a letter to Sir Damian Lannister. I want to invite him to the King's Landing to be the Minister of Justice." Damian was Cersei's uncle, the current acting Castellan of Casterly Rock City. He was Lannister's old hero, who was of the same generation as Tywin and Kevin. Your Majesty, Casterly Rock City is 1,000 miles away from the King's Landing. Actually, there's another honorable earl who is more suitable for the position of Minister of Justice, Tanya said gently. Who? Your husband, Earl Orton? Cersei mocked. Tanya's husband, Orton Maravis, was the Earl of the Long Table. After Tywin's death, Cersei promoted Orton to be her Hand of the King when she was regent. But after Cersei was imprisoned by the church, Earl Orton immediately resigned and fled back to the Long Table with Tanya, abandoning the Queen Regent. When Cersei was crowned as the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms by Archbishop John, Tanya became her chamberlain. But Orton was hated by the Emperor of Eternity and did not get any position in the court. No, the Lion Helmet army can only be led by Lannister. Tanya shook her head. Cersei heard this, and her expression became better. There are still many Lannister with outstanding military abilities in the Lion Helmet army, but they do not have the political skills to deal with the courtiers. It'll be difficult for them to take on the important role. The Emperor of Eternity sighed. He hated that he did not know how to clone himself. Otherwise, he would have arranged for a clone to personally lead the Lion Army. Your Majesty, have you forgotten about Earl Titus Pegg? Tanya reminded. That guy. Cersei bit her red lips and hesitated. I trusted him so much and let him guard Dragonstone Island, but he did not even last a day, she said unhappily. Earl Pegg was the guard of Dragonstone Island and was captured by the Dragon Queen herself. She even asked for a terrifying ransom of 5,000 gold royals, 10 times more than the market price of Jaime Lannister. That was an accident. The Dragon Queen has a dragon, Tanya advised. Also, Earl Pegg is the son-in-law of the Lannister family. He is trustworthy. Let me think. Cersei hesitated. Time's up. 4 sons of war and 4 crude old nuns suddenly barged into the inner chamber of the Queen's palace and announced loudly to Cersei. Cersei Lannister, according to the resolution passed by the church and the council ministers, you can only see guests once every 7 days. Every time you see guests, it must be between morning and afternoon prayers. It is now time for afternoon prayers. Madam Tanya, please leave immediately. Do not delay the sinner's confession to the 7 gods. Sinner? Cersei felt a surge of anger from the steel door to her throat. She spat out fragrant words. You lowly bastards, do you know who you're talking to? This is the Red Keep, my territory. Herewith, the old nun took a step forward and pulled out a dirty towel from her waist and covered Cersei's face. The Great Wall. Crow's Nest balcony. Paris Dan wanted to glue his eyeballs onto the telescope lens. Balin, come over and take a look. Has the sun in the sky disappeared? Vinegar, Balin was originally hiding by the fireplace and pretending to be dead. Hearing this, he stuck his head out of the sheepskin blanket and casually looked out of the window. The sky was dark and gloomy. The sky was like a thick pot lid that was about to fall on a person's head. Paris Dan, I really admire you. You can see a ghost sun in this kind of weather. Vinegar Balin said sarcastically. I could see a white circle of light earlier. Now it is completely dark. Something is wrong, Perez Dan said solemnly. Winter is like this outside the Great Wall. Don't make a fuss, Balin said impatiently. What kind of attitude is that? A hint of anger flashed in the red-nosed old professor's eyes. Balin, is the parade in the King's Landing not enough to wake you up? Balin was the first batch of professors to be paraded. After that, he was loaded into the transport ship along with the Dragonstone Island's dragon crystal weapons and transported to the Great Wall. The other professors were assigned to a small castle with a harsh environment. Only Vinegar Balin had some friendship with Paris Dan. That was why he was able to stay in the dark castle to enjoy life. You still have the cheek to talk about parading? Balin was angry too. He stood up abruptly and pointed at Pareston's red nose. He scolded, If you did not betray the city of knowledge, would I be on the list of sinners who saw the ghost? If I did not get captured by the bounty hunters, would I have suffered such humiliation? Woo woo woo, suddenly, a ghostly howl came from the east. Ka, across the window, a crisp cracking sound came from the great wall of ice crystal. That is. Balin's pupils contracted. He said in a daze, "What happened? Am I seeing things? The Great Wall is cracking?" Chapter 735. East Sea Watch. At noon on the third day after the sun went out, the north wind whistled, and the sky was dark. There was no light. The falling snowflakes were as heavy and annoying as the thin silk stockings of a beautiful woman. Well, silk stockings were supposed to be light and thin, but they were snowflakes, which made them look big and heavy. The silk stockings of a beautiful woman should make people's imagination run wild, just like the poet of the falling snow school. However, the snow in the north was like silk stockings on the big smelly feet of the strong husband of a beautiful woman. The night watchers couldn't like it no matter what. In the underground passage called Insect Path by the night watchers, in the dining room of the night watchers, a yellow-haired young man who was as thin as a monkey licked the mashed potatoes on the plate and stomped his feet. "It's so cold outside the Great Wall. I thought it was cold enough to fish barefoot in the Blackwater River. I didn't expect it to be so cold at the Great Wall with thick sheepskin boots." The tall young man on the side cleaned the plate with a piece of bread and said in a deep voice, "Although it's cold, there's food and clothes here. It's much better than sleeping on the streets and eating brown soup at King's Landing. At the Great Wall, we live like humans." The skinny young man nodded and smiled. "We're not just like humans. We're also the great heroes who guard the 7 kingdoms. Thanks to Uncle Stryker who sent us here, we can be great heroes, fill our stomachs, and earn 2 silver coins at the same time. 2 silver coins a month. If we save a little, it's enough for my 2 little sisters to eat for a few months. Not only do we have to thank Uncle Stryker, but also Her Majesty Danny Rise. Without her, we would have starved to death on the streets a few years ago." The tall young man sighed. The skinny young man's eyes were blurred as he murmured, "It's like a dream. When I was begging on the street, I actually met the Dragon Queen and Sir Barristan. Thanks to my good eyesight, I felt that she was very unusual at that time, so I dragged you guys to follow her." The tall young man sneered. "Come on, your eyesight is indeed good. You can see that she's a fat sheep at a glance, but unfortunately, cough cough." The skinny young man awkwardly interrupted his friend. "We were making a living under Scar Lu Bang at that time. If we didn't complete the mission, we wouldn't have any food. Jimmy Tom, it's your turn." Hunchback Olmo walked over. His palm, which was covered in frostbite scars, slapped the greasy, thick ironwood dining table a few times. "Did you forget the time? The brothers up there are all waiting to come down to eat. Why are you still dawdling here?" Tall Tom stuffed the bread with the mutton and carrot soup into his mouth and mumbled, "Instructor, we haven't even finished eating yet. What's the hurry? Next time, it's your turn to wait with an empty stomach. Let's see if you're anxious or not." The 2 rookie night watchers stopped arguing and hurriedly handed the plates to Hogan the cook. Putting on the gloves and the cloak, they picked up their dragon teeth daggers and followed Olma to the rope lift along the tunnel. As the creaking sound of the rope above their heads reverberated in the empty castle where the cold wind was howling, Jimmy and Tom's field of vision gradually widened. "Before coming to the Great Wall, I always thought that the red castle of that whore queen mother was the tallest building in the world." Skinny Monkey looked at the dark sky in the distance and sighed. "If it's summer and you look down from the Great Wall, you'll see the blue sea in the east, the wild flowers in the south, and the rugged hills in the west. You'll see the sea, plains, and mountains. It's unimaginably beautiful. You have the talent to be a bard, kid." Alma glanced at him. It was unknown whether he was mocking him or praising him sincerely. "Is that so?" Skinny Monkey took his words as praise and recognition. He smiled and said, "I'm going to work hard to learn how to read and write from Scholar Hamuin and strive to become a qualified bard. Then, I'll be able to be a raven and return to King's Landing often." "Raven?" Alma smiled coldly. The last raven was also a singer. His face was as handsome as a noble young master. His voice was like thunder with honey, loud and sweet. Guess how he's doing now? Is he a distinguished guest of the noble masters and loved by the nobles and ladies? Skinny Monkey asked expectantly. As a singer, He's indeed very popular with women. Unfortunately, he's a night watchman and an officer who specializes in recruiting night watchmen. In the end, he didn't recruit a single person. Instead, he lost himself. Lost himself? Skinny Monkey was puzzled. He fell in love with a little bitch named Rosie and tried to take off his black clothes to elope with her. In the end, he was caught and beheaded by an old man in the old town. Boys, remember, any noble of the 7 kingdoms has the right to behead any night watchman deserter. I don't intend to be a deserter, Skinny Monkey muttered. When you yearn for the outside world, you're not far from being a deserter, Alma said calmly. I don't yearn for the outside world. It's pretty good here. There's food, clothes, and money. Then you said before that you wanted to go to King's Landing. I have 2 sisters who live in the flea nest in King's Landing. They're so young. With Uncle Striker looking after them, I'm not worried, but it's better if I can go back and see them often. Skinny Monkey Jamie's low voice circled in the wind and drifted into the distance. Click, the iron cage rose to the top of the shaft. What took you so long? I'm starving. When the 3 of them walked out, 3 night watchmen immediately got into the iron cage while complaining. Creak, creak. The iron cage slowly descended. To the east of the crane, on the city wall near the bay, a wooden hut was built for the people on guard duty. A large pot of charcoal was lit in the hut. It should have been warm and comfortable, but this was an observation post. The wooden door facing the outside of the Great Wall was wide open, embracing the wind and snow from the extreme north without reservation. The steward should give every night watcher a crystal helmet. The tall young man, Tom, complained. The helmet should be stuffed with fluffy cotton, Jamie added. You 2 summer chickens from the south? You don't know the hardships beyond the Great Wall. Alma stuffed a piece of sour grass into his mouth and chewed, while scornfully saying, Guarding the Great Wall is already the easiest job. If you can't even stand this little wind and snow, how can you survive in the ghost forest alone? So, you should think of it as training, because if you go beyond the Great Wall, you'll only hate that you don't have 2 eyes in the back of your head, and you won't want to see the crystal helmet of the deviant ghost. Going beyond the Great Wall is the job of the Rangers, and I don't want to be a Ranger. The mortality rate of the Rangers is too high, and I have to live to earn a salary to support my sister. Skinny Monkey shook his head again and again. Sigh, no ambition. The 30-year-old Ranger shook his head. Rangers are the most glorious profession of the night watchman. From the kind Queen Alisande of the past to the Dragon Queen of the present. After coming to the Great Wall, the object of high praise and admiration are all Rangers. Do you think you get 2 silver coins a month because you stand guard in the wind and snow? Hee hee, that's for the Rangers. You brats had a great deal because you met a rich and generous queen. Ah, the Dragon Queen also admires the Rangers. Skinny Monkey could not help but be fascinated. He murmured, when my sister grows up and marries into a good family, I'll definitely, Suddenly, Tall Tom shouted and pointed beyond the Great Wall. He said in a trembling voice, Instructor, look down there, what's that? What's the big fuss? Alma stuck his head out and looked outside. His pupils constricted, and his voice came to an abrupt stop. The snow was like a thick layer of cotton that covered the ghost forest in the distance. The last touch of green between heaven and earth was also covered under the pale white snow. At a glance, the vast land seemed to be covered with a white blanket that was evenly scattered with soot. It was gray and dark. Amidst the darkness, 1, 2, hundreds of pale blue stars suddenly twinkled. It was as if hundreds of blue diamonds were embedded in the corners of the blanket. It was not bright, as if a layer of gauze was covering one's eyes to look up at the bright starry sky. It was blurry, but it was absolutely real. Bring binoculars and torches. The 2 of you, hurry up and throw 2 torches down there. Alma seemed to hear another person using his own voice to shout hysterically. Boom, huff, huff. 2 sticks of firewood that were covered with kerosene burst into flames and were thrown out forcefully. Then, the 2 newbie night watchers heard their commanding officer let out a terrified howl. Deviant ghosts. Deviant ghost army. After receiving a large number of gold dragons from the Dragon Queen, binoculars had become a necessary item for the sentries. Therefore, The two King's Landing youths could also clearly see that the torches fell to the ground and the flames were quickly extinguished. But in the last glimmer of light, they saw the most terrifying scene they had ever seen in their lives. The densely packed corpses were like grains of wheat on the threshing floor of the land, layer upon layer, boundless. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of them. Jaime swore that even if the entire King's Landing gathered together, there would not be so many corpses. What was even more terrifying was that all the corpses were staring at him with their large eyes that were emitting a faint blue light. Fortunately, the binoculars were passed through by a rope and hung around the sentries' necks. Otherwise, the binoculars would have dropped from shock just now. Are these the deviant ghosts of the legends? Why are there so many of them? Skinny Monkey Jimmy shouted with a sobbing tone. Hurry, 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 hurry up and blow the horn. Oma urged anxiously. The two young night watchers hurriedly raised the horn. Woo woo woo. One horn meant that they were allies, two horns meant that the barbarians were attacking, and three horns meant deviant ghosts. The low and loud sound of the horn drowned out the howling north wind and awakened the massive war machine behind the Great Wall. 1,500 fully armed men in black. 1,500 people could not even cause a ripple on the battlefield of Meereen at Slave Bay. But in the Northern Territory, they were definitely a powerful force that could not be ignored. Back when Elder Xiong was still alive, there were only 1,000 Night Watchers on the 500-kilometer Great Wall. Due to the interference of the Dragon Queen, the Night Watchers had more than 15,000 regular soldiers. The 17 castles on the Great Wall were all guarded by guards. Almost all of the 500-kilometer Great Wall was under the surveillance of the Night Watchers. Something like the barbarians secretly climbing over the Great Wall in the past would never happen again today. Oganami, the deviant ghosts have launched an all-out attack. The captain of the East Sea Watch garrison, Carter Pike, said in shock. Yes, Carter Pike was from the Iron Islands and believed in the Anami. At this moment, more than 200 Night Watchers had already climbed up the Great Wall, and a few hundred were waiting quietly for orders on the Worm Tunnel. Kerosene bombs were thrown out from the trebuchets, drawing a fiery red trail in the air and lighting up a small part of the sky. Then, they landed on the heads of the corpses and lit up a bonfire. The white frozen fog was thick and heavy, quickly extinguishing all the flames. Chapter 736. The flames on the torches, kerosene bombs, and burning ghouls shrunk rapidly before extinguishing. There was no need for binoculars. Everyone on the Great Wall could see the scene below the Great Wall. With a simple sentence, all he could see were corpses. There were barbarians wrapped in fur, giants with their intestines torn out, Night Watchers in black woolen shirts, corpses with rotting clothes, skeletons without clothes, polar bears with half of their heads rotting, swaying penguins with black blood flowing out of their chests. All the corpses outside the Great Wall that could and couldn't come were here. At the beginning of winter, there were more than 100,000 barbarians. Like the Westeros, the barbarians were used to burials. Now there were corpses buried in the ground, lying on the ground, running in the forest. Humans and beasts made up an army of 1 million. Attack the location of the flashing blue light. That's the eye of the deviant ghosts. Use kerosene bombs and dragon crystal arrows to attack the deviant ghosts. Carter Parker ordered. Light the beacon tower and inform the Green Guard Castle in the west. Tell Scholar Hemuin to write letters to Winterfell, the Amber family's Huthfire, the King's Landing. Release all the messenger crows. Don't forget about Dragonstone Island. Inform the Bay Fleet to leave the harbor and patrol the bay along the coastline. If there's any ice on the surface of the sea, throw kerosene bombs to destroy it. Following the orders of the garrison captain, everyone from the Great Wall to the castle, the Worm Tunnel, and the Bay Pier started to get busy. Phew, it's finally here. Carter Parker heaved a sigh of relief and gripped his dragon-tooth saber tightly. He smiled sinisterly at the Great Wall and said, I'll stand here and watch how you bastards cross the Great Wall. There are so many of them. Perhaps they can climb up in a human pyramid. Ha ha ha. An old knight with a black and white boar emblem on his shiny armor laughed loudly. He was Earl Roland of the River Bend Chicken Hall. In response to the Dragon Queen's call for a united front against the deviant ghosts, he donned black clothes and went north to the Great Wall. There were at least 400 to 500 noble knights like Earl Roland who had come to the Great Wall in recent years. They solved the problem of the Night Watchers lacking in high-ranking officers. The knights who came to the Great Wall willingly without any worries with a backbone that the Night Watchers could rely on. As a veteran general, Count Roland knew what he needed to do at this time to relax the tense nerves of the young man. Old Wilma guessed his purpose and joked loudly. Perhaps their strategy is to exhaust our arrows and kerosene. Therefore, they're lining up and standing below as targets for us without saying anything. Ha ha ha! After a short while, a series of hearty laughter sounded from the Great Wall under the lead of a few veteran soldiers. As they laughed and laughed, the soldiers gradually calmed down, and they began to throw kerosene bombs and dragon crystal arrows in an orderly manner, until the deviant ghosts below changed again. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The corpses that had been motionless before seemed to have received an order. They moved to the left and right in unison, revealing a 10-meter wide path. A gust of cold white fog came from the end of the road. The wind became even colder. The freezing fog became even thicker. The night watchers seemed to see two small blue lanterns looming in the white fog, slowly approaching the city wall. There's a big guy coming. Wilma's expression was solemn as he knocked an arrow on his bow. The oilcloth wrapped around the arrowhead ignited on the brazier. With a whoosh, the arrow flew 600 meters away, with the 200-meter height of the Great Wall. Seeing the scene below, everyone exclaimed in unison. It was an army. They were all wearing neat and tidy ice crystal armor and had silver hair that floated like seaweed. They were all deviant ghosts. There were more than 100 of them. These deviant ghosts rode on black spiders the size of buffaloes and followed behind a deviant ghost with an umbrella handle on his back. It was as if the noble knights were following the king on an expedition. Count Roland suddenly understood and said in shock, "Deviant Ghost King. The leader is Deviant Ghost King. Attack, everyone. Quick, quick. Kerosene bombs, dragon crystal cannons, arrows, cover that bastard." Carter Parker came to his senses and pointed at Deviant Ghost King as he roared ferociously. Unfortunately, Deviant Ghost King was not stupid. He stopped 500 meters away from the city wall, and a snowstorm gradually rose around him, breaking all the stray arrows and crossbow bolts that flew toward him. The storm also blocked the vision of all the night watchers. After about 2 rounds of attack, a low sound, as if someone was stepping on a thick piece of glass on a cement road, suddenly came out of the storm around Deviant Ghost King without any resistance. Hearing that sound, the night watchers subconsciously entered a trance. They only felt that their souls were being clenched by a cold hand, frozen into ice, and then crushed into ice shards. Then, the most terrifying thing happened. It was not only their souls that were being clenched, but also the 200-meter-tall Great Wall under their feet. Crack! The first crack appeared, and the first sound of glacier breaking came. The people on the Great Wall did not notice it, but the night watchers who were busy preparing for battle in the castle square saw it. Because the crack was like a cut on a baby's face, a deep crack that was hundreds of meters long appeared on the gray-white ice crystal wall. It was so obvious, so outstanding, and so shocking. Before they could scream, crack, 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 the second crack, the third crack, the fourth crack. In the blink of an eye, the mountain-like ice crystal wall was full of cracks. Visible to the naked eye, a thick and low black cloud gradually covered the Great Wall. It was like the Great Wall was a child lying on the ground, and then a mother covered it with a thick blanket. Crack, boom! Purple-red lightning flashed in the black cloud like a spiderweb. The lightning above their heads and the crack under their feet made all the night watchers on the Great Wall guess what was going to happen next. They opened their mouths one by one and let out meaningless but terrifying screams that were the last of their lives. Of course, there were also night watchers who reacted quickly and ran to the east. There was a bay in the east. Boom! the first piece of ice that was as big as a roof broke off from the wall and fell from a height of 100 meters, crashing into the East Sea Watch Castle. The dozens of night watchers who were carrying supplies by the rope rack did not even have time to scream before their heads were smashed by the ice and then drowned. This was just the beginning. Boom, crash! The first piece of ice that broke off was like a domino. The ice walls and even the wooden ladder built by the night watchers on the ice wall collapsed and slid down. A thick layer of ice fog began to pour into the land. The wind became stronger and colder. In just 10 seconds, the night watcher's castle behind the East Sea Watch Castle was covered in ice. Boom! Finally, the ice fell off, revealing the bricks and boulders inside the Great Wall. It was as if there were 10,000 detonators buried in the wall, arranged in a row and detonated one after another. The black cloud above the Great Wall grew darker and thicker, and the lightning net as thick as a finger grew denser. The first muffled sound came from the bottom of Seal Bay, and then from east to west, the Great Wall began to explode continuously. In fact, there was no explosion, but the momentum and sound of the Great Wall collapsing was too shocking, as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The Great Wall is collapsing? Am I dreaming? In Seal Bay, the sailors on the 15 patrol boats stood on the deck in a daze. Looking at the collapsing Great Wall, they felt as if their hearts had been pulled out of their warm chest and thrown into the cold sea. They were drained of all their strength by the horrifying scene in front of them. They sat on the deck, wailing in despair. In the north of the Great Wall, the ice storm surrounding the king of deviant ghosts had dissipated, revealing a towering deviant ghost. He had the same grayish-white wrinkled skin as the other deviant ghosts, but he did not have seaweed-like silver hair. On his bald head, 9 sword-shaped, transparent icicles grew, as if 9 small horns had grown on his head. The icicles circled around his head like a natural crown of thorns. The 9 icicles' crown openly announced his identity to all living beings, the king of deviant ghosts who would bring endless calamity to the world. He was blowing a horn as long as his arm, inlaid with black copper. If Sam or John were here, they would be able to recognize the origin of this horn at a glance. Under the guidance of the direwolf, John found it under a boulder at the Ancestor Fist Peak. Because he could not blow it, he gave it to Sam as a souvenir. Sam had also been carrying it with him. When the Ancestor Fist Peak encountered deviant ghosts and corpses for the first time, the night watchers threw away their armor and fled pathetically. Sam even lost himself, but he still carried the horn. After leaving the Great Wall and going south to the Old Town, he carried the horn with him. When he was in Bravos, he carried the horn. When he was on Dragonstone Island, in front of the Dragon Queen, he still had the horn in his bag. In the end, Fatty Sam carried the horn to the Old Town. To be honest, if you asked Fatty, the horn is old and broken, and it's only a piece of brass inlaid on a black horn. It's not worth anything at all, so why do you always carry it with you? Fatty would definitely be at a loss. Yeah, why do I have to carry this broken horn? In any case, when he was in the Old Town, the horn should have been the furthest away from the deviant ghosts beyond the Great Wall. But it was lost. A dead pigeon with glowing blue eyes bit a ferocious raven the size of an old hen to death. That raven happened to fly over the head of Sir Ace, not more than 100 meters away. Then, the raven's eyes glowed blue as it flew into Sam's bedroom. It found the horn with familiarity and brought it back to the north, back to the Great Wall. The moment it crossed the Great Wall, under the effect of the evil suppression array, the raven was dismembered into a pile of broken limbs and rotten flesh. However, it flew at an altitude of more than 1,000 meters and carried a huge initial speed towards the north. At this moment, the law of magic retreated. It was time for Teacher Newton to appear. Flying at an altitude of 1,000 meters, initial speed of 50 meters per second, the speed of the fastest pigeon on Earth, the acceleration of gravity was similar to that of the Earth. Then, could the raven's corpse and the horn carried by the seeds cross the Great Wall that was 200 meters high and 20 meters wide? Chapter 737. The once worn and cracked horn and the brass covered in a layer of green copper filth flashed with dark red and icy blue runes in the hands of the king of strange ghosts. It was sacred and majestic, filled with a sense of power that suppressed one's soul. This was the real horn of winter. Legend had it that it could awaken the underground giants and cause the Great Wall to collapse, the Horn of Joman. Back then, Mance Rider had turned into Boss Chow and led a group of tomb raiders along the Frost Tooth, the mountain with the best feng shui outside the Great Wall, but they had never found Joman's tomb. Perhaps it was because he lacked Hubai's skills and the young man's rich archaeological knowledge. But even after opening Joman's tomb, Mance Rider was unable to identify the bones. In the end, Mance found a mighty and domineering horn of giants from the tomb of the Giant King. Although the Horn of Giants was domineering, it was superficial. When the savages were negotiating with the Dragon Queen, Mance had used the horn to threaten her. We savages also have a trump card. Don't push me too far, or I'll blow down the Great Wall and perish with you Southerners. The Dragon Queen crossed her arms and raised her chin slightly. Her eyes were full of sarcasm as she sneered. If you have the guts, then I'll stand here and let you brag. Let's see if you can blow down the Great Wall. Mance withered. Later, when Danny was about to subdue more than 100,000 savages outside the Great Wall, Erlu suddenly appeared and led 1,000 cavalrymen to pick her peaches. The huge horn also became Melisandre's trophy. Then, she burned it and offered it to Lalo. The Horn of Winter was a mythical item that rarely appeared in the legends of the northern region. It was only circulated among the savages outside the Great Wall. Well, the savages outside the Great Wall had always believed in its existence. Otherwise, Mance Rider would not have spent so much effort to find it. But south of the Great Wall, even the Northerners did not believe that a horn could blow down the Great Wall. So, from the beginning to the end, Danny did not take the Horn of Winter to heart. It would be wrong to say that Danny was misled by the fact that the Horn of Winter did not collapse the Great Wall at the end of Game of Thrones. She had witnessed the entire process of Brandon's construction of the Great Wall from the beginning to the end. No one had ever left a back door in the Great Wall's spell formation. The Horn of Winter had never appeared. Even Brandon, the city builder, did not leave any backup plan. How could the barbarians beyond the Great Wall have the Horn of Winter? Danny was not the only one who did not care about the Horn of Winter. John, Melisandre, Paris-Dan, the history professor, and even all the night watchers on the Great Wall did not think that a horn could blow down the Great Wall. But now, they were collectively slapped in the face. The bugle horn had appeared. It appeared a few years ago, but unfortunately no one blew it. Or rather, it didn't fall into the hands of the Dragon Queen or Melisandre. The person who was capable of discovering its peculiarity had never seen it before, and the person who had been holding it was a muggle, incapable of identifying its peculiarity. Putting away the horn, King of Strange Ghosts waved his hand at the huge gap in the Great Wall. Buzz, the densely packed army of ghouls was like the clone army in Star Wars. Attack of the Clones, a huge army phalanx. Without saying a word, Silence charged forward quickly. It was as if an ocean of silence had appeared north of the Great Wall. The gray waves surged over the tall mounds left behind by the collapsed Great Wall. It was also as if God had poured a bottle of gray ink mixed with light blue dots from the sky. The ink spread out on the ice and snow of the northern region at a terrifying speed. The small fishing village behind the East Sea was the first West Arrows village to be drowned by the tide of ghouls. The lights were extinguished in the thick, white, cold fog. Before the dying screams of men, women, the elderly, and children could dissipate in the dark storm, they opened their eyes that emitted blue light and became part of the ghouls' army. How did this happen? How did this happen? How did the Great Wall collapse? Ulmo was drenched. His wrinkled, old face was blue from the cold. He knelt on the deck of the longship and muttered absent-mindedly. The waves caused by the glaciers and boulders on the Great Wall slid into the sea, gradually subsided. The Seal Bay fleet also fished out a dozen men in Black Brothers from the cold sea. Ulmo was one of them. When the cracks first appeared on the Great Wall, Olma, who had 30 years of experience as a ranger, sensed the danger. Just like the countless dangers he encountered in the haunted forest, he immediately found a way to survive. He ran east and jumped into Seal Bay. Not only did he jump, but he also shouted for all the night watchers to jump with him. I jump, you jump. Indeed, many people jumped. However, when they jumped blindly, they completely forgot that they were wearing heavy steel armor. When a lump of metal fell into the sea, the result was predictable. Yes, it was worse than Jack and shredded meat. Sob, sob, sob. Jamie, Jamie, don't die, sob, sob. Beside Olma, the tall youth Tom hugged his companion and sobbed. Skinny Jamie and tall Tom did not have the right to wear steel armor. They only wore the night watchers' standard woolen sweaters and leather armor. They were lucky enough to escape the disaster. However, Skinny Jamie was unlucky. When he surfaced, his head was accidentally crushed by a block of ice the size of a door. He sank into the sea at once. When Tom found him and dragged him onto the deck of the longship, Skinny Jamie was already on his last breath. Sister, my sister, Skinny Jamie murmured mournfully. His eyes gradually dimmed. Sob, sob, your sister is my sister. As long as I'm alive, I'll send all my salary to your sister, except for the money to go to Mole Village, Tall Tom said as he sobbed. Thank you. The divine light in Skinny Jamie's eyes was extinguished. Then it shone brightly. His eyes were brighter than when he was alive. Jamie? Tom touched his companion's face and asked in confusion, why did your black eyes turn blue? Blue? Beside him, Olma felt a chill run down his spine. He was jolted awake from his daze. Be careful, oh whoa. But his warning was still too late. Skinny Jamie seemed to have awakened the strength of King Kong. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Tom's right hand that was caressing his face. Then he sat up straight. Under Tom's confused gaze, he opened his mouth and bit down on his throat at lightning speed. Piss, piss, piss. Warm blood sprayed all over Skinny Jamie's face. He did not care. He sucked the blood in big mouthfuls. He tore his throat muscles and chewed hard. What are you doing? Tom's face was pale, as if it was covered in lime powder. He leaned his chin weakly on Skinny Jamie's shoulder and murmured in confusion. The divine light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Then clang. Skinny Jamie pushed his companion away. His eyes that were emitting blue light looked at Olma. He stopped nibbling on Tom because Tom had become his companion again. Slash! Before Tom and Jamie pounced on Olma, a black thunderbolt suddenly flashed past. Then, the heads of the two dead people were torn from their necks. Their headless corpses fell to the ground and did not move anymore. Screw the deviant Ghost King's ass. A muscular man in black armor with a shark's emblem on his chest walked over from behind Tom and Jamie while waving his blood-stained dragon-tooth blade. He laughed loudly and said, We have finally confirmed a piece of good news. The dragon-tooth blade, invented by Dragon Queen, is indeed very effective. This was the longship of the East Sea Watch Navy. Olma, Tom and Jamie were not the only ones on the warship. It was already an accident that Jamie attacked Tom and bit him to death. The night watchers on the warship could not just stand there and watch the zombie ghost bite Olma to death. As for this muscular man with a shark's emblem, he came from the Three Sisters archipelago. He was the current head of the Tottern family on the Little Lady Island, Count Alexander. After the Dragon Queen launched the united front against ghosts, the night watchers of the Great Wall could be said to be filled with knights and counts. Like Count Roland, who had sunk into the sea, Count Alexander took the initiative to pass his title to his eldest son. He brought his war horse, armor, rations, military equipment, and other resources to the Great Wall. He donned a black robe and became a glorious night watcher. It's over. It's all over. Olma shook his head and sighed. So what if the dragon teeth dagger is effective against deviant ghosts? Now that the Great Wall has collapsed, deviant ghosts are flooding into the Northern Territory. The Northern Territory is finished. The Seven Kingdoms are finished. Count Alexander held the hilt of his dagger and stared at the endless zombie tide that passed through the Great Wall's defensive line. He smiled bitterly and sighed. The collapse of the Great Wall is not something we can handle. Quickly go to Dragonstone Island and invite the Dragon Queen. Dragon Queen. Alma's dim eyes gradually brightened. Not zombie ghost. It was the light of hope. Yes, quickly go to Dragonstone Island and invite the Dragon Queen. She will definitely be able to turn the tide, he said loudly. There's also the child of prophecy. A sailor behind Count Alexander reminded softly. We have two saviors. Saviors? Alma's white beard trembled a few times. Stannis and Jon Stark must be notified. I only hope that they can really be of some use, he said with uncertainty. Merciful Mother of God, quickly retreat. The sea is starting to freeze. A sailor on a longship ahead shouted in fear. Boom, 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 boom. Then there was the sound of the catapults on the ship throwing oil cans. The oil cans fell and exploded into balls of strange green flames on the sea surface. When Dragonstone Island transported dragon crystals to the Great Wall, they had also sent over a dozen alchemists. They had created many wildfire bullets with Tyrian oil for the Night Watchers. Dany was worried that the deviant ghosts would use ice chisel ships to cross the bay. The wildfire bullets were specially prepared for the Navy. On the frozen sea surface, the green flames could also burn. While melting the thin layer of ice, it also lit up the surroundings for the sailors behind. Thick, white, frozen fog poured in through the gap in the Great Wall and spread toward the south and the sea surface in the east. The once turbulent, dark seawater became as quiet as a virgin in the frozen fog. A layer of grayish-white frost condensed on the surface of the dark seawater. The thin layer of frost solidified into deep, milky white ice in the frozen fog. It was as if an ice queen named Elsa was slowly walking over. The sea was frozen in front of everyone's eyes. Quickly retreat. The deviant ghosts are coming over on the ice. Count Alexander shouted in fear. All the rowers got into position and paddled with all their might to avoid the thick ice that was spreading toward them. At the same time, wildfire cans were thrown out from the deck to burn the frozen sea surface and stop the army of corpses that had no fear or pain. However, the speed at which the ice was spreading seemed to be faster than the rowers. It was also their fault for getting too close to the shore in order to save people. Splash rumble. Something strange happened again. A rumbling tsunami swept up from the depths of the ocean behind them and attacked the shore. Then, a crazy ballad came from the cabin. Under the sea, the mermaids drink starfish soup, and the servants are all crabs. I know, oh, patch face. Alma was shocked. Chapter 738. Under the Great Wall, the treasure is glowing. Everyone wants it. I know. Everyone wants it. I want it. He wants it. You want it. I know. Ooh, ooh, ooh. A fat clown walked out of the cabin shakily. He had a wide and swollen face and a large hairless head. His face and scalp were covered with red and green checkered tattoos. It was as if his skin was the floor of a toilet. Workers had then pasted red and green tiles on the floor. If there were any Volantis people here, they would be able to tell at a glance that the tattoos on his face represented his identity as the clown's slave. Perhaps in the past, anyone who saw his exaggerated clothes and strange tattoos on his face would laugh at him as if he were a clown. But at this moment, the patched face still had an exaggerated expression on his fat face. He still walked with a comical posture and was singing an irrelevant ballad. However, his eyes were glowing with a golden light, and there was a powerful aura around him that made people unable to breathe. Patched face, why are you here? Count Alexander, why are you on the ship with a patched face? Alma asked in surprise. He wasn't here before. My ship is a warship. I won't allow a clown to board it. Count Alexander looked at the clown warily. He waved the dragon tooth blade in his hand a few times and shouted, Hey clown, why are your eyes glowing? Have you become a zombie? Stand still and don't move. Otherwise, I'll split your big head open. Ooh, 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 under the Great Wall, the wind is blowing. The wind that I've been waiting for is here. Riding the wind, the ship is sailing far away. Ooh, 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 I know. The time to find the treasure has come. The patched face waved his arms and twisted his fat body. He danced, and sang loudly as if there was no one around him. "Hey, clown, I'm asking you a question." Boom! Crash! Count Alexander took 2 steps forward and asked loudly. Suddenly, a 5-meter-tall wave came from behind and covered the deck of the longship like Mount Tai. The 20-meter-long ship rolled in the waves, like a surfer who had accidentally gotten caught in the waves. Count Alexander, Olma, Patchface, and the sailors on the ship all fell into the cold water. Speaking of which, it was strange. There were 17 or 18 longships around, but Count Alexander's ship was caught in the waves. Yes, the tsunami that came from the deep sea far away only knocked down this one boat. Under the Great Wall, my baby is glowing. I'm here. He's here. You're here too. All of us want it. I know. Oh. When Olmo once again struggled to poke his head out of the waves, he happened to hear Patchface's cheerful voice. Floating and sinking with the waves, he quickly moved toward the collapsed Great Wall on the shore. 7 gods above, that's a monster. When a huge wave that overturned their ship approached the ice in front of them, Wu Irma was shocked to see that the patched face was actually standing on the top of the wave with the help of the green light of the wildfire. It was as if he was riding the waves. The surging waves also shattered the layer of ice that had just formed on the surface of the sea. The ghouls on the ice were swept into the sea, freeing the longships that were stuck in the ice. The other 14 warships of the Night Watch took the opportunity to escape the coastal waters. Help! Then, the old ranger heard the cries of Count Alexander and the sailors. Help! He shouted as well. In the darkness, if he did not shout loudly, there was an 80% chance that he would be ignored by the rescue ships. After a long struggle, the old Night Watch in his 60s was hooked onto the deck by a sailor for the second time. Leave this place, leave immediately. I have an ominous feeling that something even more terrifying will happen in the East Sea Kingdom. Wrapped in a thick blanket, Wu Irma urged anxiously. We are leaving Eastwatch Pier as quickly as possible, a knight on the ship said in a deep voice. There was no need for the old ranger to remind them. The layer of ice that had quickly spread on the surface of the sea had already forced all the sailors to speed up and escape. Don't enter the depths of the sea. Stay close to the coastline and head south, Count Alexander reminded. Understood, Lord Count, the knight replied and began to turn the rudder. That wave just now seemed to be Patchface doing, Olma said to Count Alexander gloomily as he huddled by the stove in the cabin. Isn't he Stannis's jester? What is he doing? The Count asked in confusion. I saw him stepping on the waves like a god of the sea, controlling the waves. You must be seeing things. That's a clown. Many people in the 7 kingdoms know him. Count Alexander shook his head. You've heard of him? Then do you know the origin of Patchface? Olma asked in a low voice. Stannis had been depressed since he was young, and his parents rarely saw him smile. His father, Theon Bella, had accepted a mission from the Mad King and gone to Volantis to find an ancient and noble princess for Rhaegar. He had accidentally discovered the clever Patchface and bought him, hoping that this clown would bring joy to Erlu. The 13-year-old Erlu and his brother, Robert, were welcoming their parents back at Dragonstone Island. Theon Bella and his wife had already seen their son on the pier and was still standing at the bow of the ship, smiling and waving at them. Then disaster suddenly struck. Under the clear sky, a huge storm suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea. Erlu could only watch as his parents died in the waves. This kind of dramatic incident was too shocking. Since then, Erlu had never smiled. At the same time, he began to hate the 7 gods who had cruelly taken away his parents. The 7 gods who were 7 logs were definitely innocent. But when Westerners complained about the unfairness of fate, they would definitely curse God and not the Jade Emperor. Similarly, Wukong would only shout, I want all the gods and Buddhas in the sky to vanish into thin air. He would not say to the Thagida, I want God and Allah XXX. This did not make sense. Tathagata would also be confused if he heard it. Erlu's entire family believed in the 7 gods. After encountering such a tragedy, of course they would hate the 7 gods. In that incident, hundreds of sailors, including the Duke and his wife, all died. Patchface was soaked in the sea for 3 days and 3 nights. His skin was sticky and cold, and he did not even breathe. Before he was buried, he suddenly coughed up a puddle of water and came back to life. Everyone said that he had been to the Anami's palace and learned how to breathe underwater under the guidance of a mermaid. Olma said mysteriously. Count Alexander was skeptical. He asked, Stannis and his family went to Winterfell. Why did this jester stay at Eastwatch? Back then, Queen Sealis left Eastwatch with Commander Jon. Oh, with Duke Stark. Patchface suddenly disappeared. Princess Serene was so anxious that she cried. Time waits for no one. An army of thousands would not delay their journey for a jester. 3 days after Princess Serene left, Patchface was found by the villagers in an abandoned cellar in the neighboring fishing village. The jester fell into the cellar and could not climb out. He was stupid and did not know how to call for help. If the farmers did not hear his singing, he would have starved to death. Speaking of this, Olma could not help but look suspicious. It's too coincidental. Perhaps the jester did not want to leave. He said that there were treasures under the Great Wall. You have lived under the Great Wall for decades. Do you know what treasures there are under the Great Wall? Other than ice and mud, even rats are rarely seen, Olma said with a frown. That's it. Count Alexander spread his hands. Patchface is a retard. Whoever believes what he says is a retard. But huff, 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 the longship suddenly shook violently. The furious howl of the wind passed through the thick wooden planks of the cabin. It was like the roar of a deity beside one's ear. It was deafening and stirred one's spirit. Olma held onto the cabin wall and tried his best to stabilize his body amidst the violent shaking. Seal Bay is blocked by the huge Skaggs Island. It has always been peaceful, he said, puzzled. Ah, a tornado. The storm is heading towards Eastwatch. On the deck outside, the sailors shouted in horror. Olma and Count Alexander were puzzled. They walked unsteadily to the cabin door. There was no need for them to ask. They saw the tornado that the oarsmen had mentioned at a glance. On the surface of the sea in the northeast, a huge wind pillar that connected the sky and the sea rose. It seemed to be moving towards the area where the Great Wall of the EC had collapsed. Count Alexander swallowed his saliva and shouted in the wind. Oh my God, the sea situation on Misty's Island is already dangerous enough, but I have lived for more than 40 years, and I have never seen such a huge tornado. It seems like even the dark clouds in the sky have been scattered. Ah, quick, row harder. Leave this place quickly. The Dragon King's wings has been swept into the sky. The sailor shouted in fear. More than 10 longships sailed south on the sea. Naturally, some were fast, some were slow, some were in front, and some were behind. The speed of the tornado was too fast. The last longship could not dodge in time. Like a willow leaf, it was swept into it without any resistance. But it was not a willow leaf. It was a 20-meter-long ship. The sky was dark, and snowflakes were falling. The range of vision was limited. Soon, the tornado came ashore and moved quickly inland along the Great Wall. The rumbling sound was still ringing in their ears, but its huge body gradually disappeared under the dark sky. But the next moment, there was a buzzing sound in the sky. The low, dark clouds were scattered, and a ray of yellow sunlight shone. 7 gods above. First it was the heavy snow and icy fog brought by the deviant ghosts. Then it was the tsunami and the storm. Now even the sun is out. What is going on? Olma was at a loss. It seems like it is noon now, Count Alexander muttered. The sky beyond the Great Wall is dark. The day is like night, and the night is even darker. I have almost lost my sense of time. I haven't seen the sun for a long time, but the sun is so dark. The sailor on the deck who was rowing hard shouted in confusion. Caw, 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 caw. With the thin, yellow sunlight, everyone saw a large flock of crows flying over from the northwest like a dark cloud. The snow continued to fall. Waves hit the Great Wall that had collapsed by the sea. The tornado moved along the mountainous remains of the Great Wall. A shallow ray of sunlight shone on the ruins of the Great Wall like a light beam on a stage. 3,000 crows flew between the tornado and the light beam. They did not stray too far from the collapsed Great Wall. While Ulma and the others were at a loss, they saw a star that emitted a green radiance rising from the dark land. The green radiance was faint. With a single glance, they could feel a holy, vast, majestic, and divine aura. Ulma, who believed in the 7 gods, fell to his knees with a thud. He felt as if he was facing the arrival of the Holy Father. The Count of the Island, who believed in the Inami, felt as if he had seen the Inami descend to the mortal world. He also knelt on the deck. After that, the people of the sea who believed in the storm god and the people of the Northern Territory who believed in the old gods saw the green star. They felt as if they had seen the gods in their hearts. Their hearts trembled, and they could not control themselves. Chapter 739. Roar, roar, Ava. The green star rose from the ruins of EC Watch. The next moment, several earth-shaking roars exploded around the green star. It wasn't the sound of nature, but the roars of the gods. It wasn't a metaphor. It was the roars of the gods. Even though they were more than 10 kilometers away from EC Watch, the roars still echoed in their ears like thunder. At first, it sounded like the sound of wind, waves, crows, earthquakes, and the sky collapsing. But gradually, all the night watchers heard the agitated and majestic emotions in the natural sounds. They heard laughter and anger in the wind, 2 contradictory emotions that existed at the same time. They heard it. Then they felt dizzy and their ears buzzed. They heard, in the rush of the waves, hatred and joy, 2 simultaneous and contradictory emotions. They heard them, and then their souls were stirred and their ears bled. They heard the adoration and longing in the cause of the crows. They heard it, and then their souls felt as if they were hit by a speeding truck, and then again, until they lost consciousness and fell to the deck with a plop. 90% of the sailors had fallen. Only the most determined warriors were left. In the cold fog, they heard the soul-tearing screams. It was like blades scraping glass. It had been scraping in their ears for 10,000 years. They hugged their heads and wailed. They would rather pass out. There were many other sounds, but they couldn't distinguish them. They didn't hear it wrong. It wasn't just the sound of nature. It was the roars of the gods, laughing, cursing, begging, and King Strange Ghost was there. Inami came riding the waves. The storm god rode a tornado. Bran, the crippled 3-eyed crow, was riding the crow. Even the king of light, Rollo, parted the thick clouds and descended upon the gates of the human world with his radiance. Other than them, there were many gods and devils. They either put in their will, lurked in a magic tide as spectators, joined the battle personally, or hid on the side, ready to reap the benefits. It could be said that the gods and devils in the Song of Ice and Fire world who were qualified to intervene had put in at least one consciousness. Those who weren't qualified and didn't have the ability but had the desire had been paying attention to this matter. Well, except for the new 7 gods. The Dragon Queen was barely qualified to participate, but she knew very little about ancient secrets and had no idea what was under the Great Wall. Therefore, she set up a reclining chair in the garden on the top floor of the Great Pyramid. She wore casual silk clothes and pants, barefoot, and enjoyed the increasingly rare sunset glow. Actually, it was the afternoon. The centaur maid Jichi massaged her, while Iri fed her grapes, dates, strawberries, and other fruits. There was also Xiao Wu floating in the air, singing a melodious ballad. A dozen other musicians had prepared harps, pianos, trumpets, violins, drums, and other musical instruments to accompany Xiao Wu. On the lawn of the opposite garden, there were 16 beautiful young girls with slender willows and graceful figures. From the wind back to the beautiful sleeves, the sun reflected the flowers, presenting a graceful dance to the Dragon Queen. The 5 megalosaurus, Dahe and Little Green, were lying on the thick and low walls of the garden. They squinted their eyes and enjoyed the rare sunshine with their mother. After the great battle of Mirene, the Dragon Queen began a carefree life that she had never experienced before. Master God, I am the storm god. Without the song of wind, what kind of storm god am I? Give me your last inheritance. The eye of the storm howled at the green star. Master God, there is no smoke without fire. I am the Inami. Without the song of wind, how can I control the sea? Master God, please choose me as your successor. Amidst the waves, Patchface's eyes shot out 3 feet of golden light as he looked at the green stars and roared into the sky. Sai, you have become true gods. You are no longer my vassal gods. A tired and weak voice came from the green star. It was the door god. No, Master God, I will always be your vassal god. You will always be my master god. The patched face and the eye of the storm were overjoyed when they heard the door god's response. Well, since you still think of me as your master god, then. The door god panted weakly and said slowly, then I declare in the name of the master god that you can leave. Inami, storm god, if they could materialize into human form, their faces would be twisted. The patched face was dumbfounded, and the tornado almost froze for a moment. Your inheritance, the patched face mumbled. You have nothing to do with it. The door god's weak voice was tinged with impatience. The patched face and the eye of the storm fell silent, but they did not leave. Old friend, you did the right thing. Your inheritance cannot be left to those 2 incompetent evil gods. The sun shone brightly, illuminating the ruins of the East Sea as if it was daytime. Well, it was close to noon. It was daytime. The sunlight was strange. There was only light, but no heat. The weather was still cold. I am the savior of this era. I have the destiny to end the long night and bring a new sun, a new summer, and a new era to the world. Old friend, give me your divine kingdom on earth. Only in my hands can it unleash its full potential. The King of Light, El Harlow, shone with boundless radiance. The door god was silent. Mother goddess, according to the agreement made 10,000 years ago, you should give your divine kingdom to one of your believers when you die completely. The crow cawed, sending out an urgent and pleading consciousness. The door god was still silent. He, if this piece of wood doesn't hand it over, can't we snatch it? He has been dead for 10,000 years, and now he can't even sleep. He is about to be completely annihilated, and all of you are still cowering. What are you afraid of? A cruel and evil laugh came from the dark sky. Then, several black shadows flew toward the green star along with the wind and snow. The star was clearly hanging high in the sky, but the black shadows seemed to hit an illusion. No, not an illusion. The green star was like a black hole, absorbing and swallowing all the black shadows that passed by it. What? The evil laughter turned into a scream of horror. Ah, why is this happening? Let me go, no idiot. If we could use force, why would we have to wait for 10,000 years for him to completely die? Why do you have to give up your dignity as a true god and beg so pitifully here? Thunderous laughter came from the black shadows in the direction of the ghost forest. The King of Light said anxiously, Old friend, I don't need all of your inheritance. I only want your divine talent. Old ghost, you're dreaming. Danny Rise has already started the Song of Wind. With your inferior cultivation talent, you can't compete with her even if you get the wind of the world, just like you couldn't compete with a sheep's egg back then. A cold laugh came from the dark shadow in the west. Bastard, you are just a little evil god. How dare you talk to me like this? Lalo was furious, and the bright sun suddenly became blazing white, casting a hot white light to the shadow in the west. All the ice and snow melted under the sun, and the shadows on the ground were like boiling oil in a pot, and a gloomy voice wailed in pain. Weirwood, now that so many gods have come to see you off, you should at least repay us with something sweet. We don't want your song of wind and the wind of the world, but you must hand over your talent of time and space. A shadow dissipated, but another shadow came from another direction, and an evil and cold voice came from it. The door god sighed heavily. I'm sorry, I'll give you the throne. My things will only be given to my successor. Caw, Bran was overjoyed. Mother goddess, I won't let you down, no, not for you. The door god immediately denied. The crow that carried brands will almost fell to the ground. Why? I am this generation's three-eyed crow. Three-eyed crow, are you worthy? Just a bit of mental fluctuation can almost freeze this world. It was the king of strange ghosts. He carried an umbrella sword on his back and stood proudly on the ruins of the Great Wall. A thick frozen fog covered a few hundred meters around him, and the sunlight, storms, and shadows couldn't get close. Mother Goddess, give me your divine kingdom. Let me help you complete your final mission. He said. No, don't give it to him. Bran hurriedly said, Mother Goddess, he will destroy your favorite sunshine, rain, and morning. You don't want a dark and cold world of death. Darkness, coldness, order, and silence are the original appearance of the world at the beginning. Wantonly wasting the flames of the heart of the earth to build an illusory sun will only accelerate the death of the world and eventually push the world into a darker, colder, and more desperate abyss. The king of strange ghosts said coldly, I'm sorry, but I crave sunshine and rain. I can't give you my divine kingdom, even if you represent the other me and ask me for what belongs to him. The door god sighed. The king of strange ghosts fell silent. Bran sighed in relief and asked again, Mother Goddess, is your successor Jon? He has the destiny to save the world, and he has also completed the Holy Spirit talent. He is indeed more qualified to be your successor than I am. No, my successor is Dany Rise. I only have nunchakus, Little Fog sang, then pursed her lips and stopped. Mother Goddess Dany, I don't want to sing this song, it sounds so silly. The dancers also nodded quietly. They couldn't dance like that. The style suddenly changed. The traditional songs and dances of the Song of Ice and Fire world could no longer satisfy the Dragon Queen. She wore a pair of aviator glasses, her head lazily resting on her arm. She had a straw in her mouth, sucking on a cup of mango juice in Erie's hand, and said vaguely, Then sing You Don't Go. Then I'll just sing nunchakus. Little Fog shivered and said dejectedly, My divine kingdom will be given to Dany Rise. What? Bran was confused. Lord God, what are you doing? That woman doesn't even believe in you. Patched Face said angrily, Lord God, we are your vassal gods. She is nothing. Storm roared, I don't want vassal gods, and I don't want believers. The door god said helplessly, It's all your own fault for coming over. What? Bran came back to his senses. She's not an ancestor. She's not a believer of the old gods. She's not even in the Westeros. Because she passed the test. The door god sighed. What test? She entered the divine kingdom and picked up the Song of Wind. After understanding that the Song of Wind was the cornerstone of stabilizing the Great Wall, she immediately gave up the power at her fingertips. She also used up her magic power to repair the damaged Great Wall. I will only give power to someone who can use it carefully, and Dany Rise is that kind of person. That's not fair, Bran shouted unwillingly. If you want to choose a successor who respects power, which of the Green Prophet's generations wasn't cautious, conscientious, and didn't dare to use the power of the Green Prophet seal? Why didn't you choose us? Everyone is like that, except you, King Strange Ghost mocked coldly. Chapter 740. The door god muttered, If I wanted to hand over my kingdom to the Green Prophet, I would have done so 10,000 years ago. The seal of the Green Prophet involves the power of time and space, and can even interfere with fate. It is already powerful enough. There is not much difference to you whether you have my kingdom or not. But now the seal of the Green Prophet has shattered, Bran mumbled. That is the Green Prophet's business. The door god's tone was cold. I have said that my kingdom was not prepared for you from the start. In my prophecy, it belongs to a noble and virtuous human king. Now, the calamity of the world has come again. In this era of gods and demons, if a mortal king does not have the power to surpass the gods and demons, no matter how noble his ideals are, they are as empty as sandcastles on the beach. So, 8,000 years ago, when I was about to die, I made a decision. When I was completely dead, The legacy I left behind would become the sharpest sword in the hands of the great human king. Jon Stark is virtuous, sincere, and kind. He is the savior of the world. As the only living son of Rhaegar Targaryen, he is also the true human king of the Seven Kingdoms. Why did you not hand over your kingdom to him? Bran asked loudly. Originally, I did intend to choose him as my successor, the door god said hesitantly. Why did you change your mind now? Is it because of Lalo? But Jon has completely broken away from his fate with Lalo, Bran said in surprise. Lalo laughed contemptuously. You want to break away from me? Dream on. It has nothing to do with Lalo. The door god's tone was complicated. As long as this world can be saved, even if the kingdom I gave to the human king ends up in Lalo's hands, I don't care. But what? Bran asked anxiously. Jon Stark is good, but Dany Rise is better. No one would want to take a van if they could drive a Ferrari. That was the logic. Mother Goddess, don't be fooled by Dany Lilith. She's hypocritical and vain. Not only does she not love the Westeros, but she also hates them, Bran said anxiously. Air, the Dragon Queen, was capable of deceiving the heavens and the earth. Even if she could deceive herself, she wouldn't be able to deceive the all-knowing three-eyed crow. Actually, I also hate the Westeros of this era, Min Shun said gloomily. What? Bran was stunned. Once upon a time, this was a peaceful paradise. There were no schemes, no killings, no lies, no deceptions, no betrayals, and no broken promises. All the creatures sang the same song in different tones with open hearts. The Westeros now feels strange to me. It's like a swamp that disgusts me and makes me want to escape. Bran's face twisted. You are the mother goddess of Westeros. Aren't you afraid of hurting the hearts of the millions of creatures on the earth by saying such things? Anyway, Bran felt like his heart was about to explode when he heard Min Shun despising the Westeros. After Jon ascends to the Iron Throne, he will change everything, he said sorrowfully. Perhaps Jon Stark can restore the glory of the traditional knights from hundreds or thousands of years ago, but his actions will only cause the cycle of reincarnation to begin anew. Dany Rise isn't as perfect as you think she is. Bran tried his best to persuade her. Of course she's not perfect, but she's definitely the best one. Sigh. Everyone else is too bad. At least, ever since she came to the Westeros, she hasn't done a single thing that betrays her morals. Even if she's as hypocritical and vain as you said, no matter what her nature is, her actions and words are all about justice and kindness. In the 12,000 years of history of the Westeros, she's not the only one who has compassion for the people, but she's the only one who's willing to pay the price for her kindness. Bran, tell me, which king in this world would take out all of their wealth to help the ordinary people who have nothing to do with them? Remember, it's all of it. Bran was silent for a moment, then said with difficulty, if Jon had that much gold, he would also buy food to help the disaster victims. Perhaps, but the reality is that in the 10,000 years of human history and countless kings, only Dany Rise really did it, Min Shun said indifferently. She has dragons, Slave Bay, and enough food. She doesn't lack or need gold. That's why she can be so calm and generous, Bran complained. Min Shun smiled bitterly. Do you think other kings can't live without gold? They don't lack wealth, but their desires can't be satisfied. There's no difference between power and wealth. If I give 10% of my power to those kings who can't control their desires, they'll use 90% of their power to satisfy their desires and leave 10% for their lofty ideals. Jon Stark is stronger than them, and he'll only use 60% of his power to satisfy his desires. Dany Rise definitely has mortal desires, but those desires are very small and have already been satisfied by her own power. If I give her 10% more power, she'll use it all to make the world better. If that's the case, who else can I choose if I don't choose her as my successor? Exhaustion rushed to Door God like a tide. After saying this, he felt that his time was coming. Boom! Without any warning, a powerful aura suddenly spread around the green star, like a nuclear explosion. The invisible air wave pushed away the storm, waves, dark clouds, shadows, sunlight, snow, and so on. Ah, the old wood is going to die completely. Hurry up, don't let him give away the kingdom of God. Patchface was pushed to the bottom of the sea by the air wave, but he spoke through his soul. He no longer called King of Gods and was ready to fight for it. Everyone, let's fight together and get as much as we can. Whoever gets it will get it. Don't let that mortal queen take advantage of us. In the shadows, the demon god's angry roar sounded. Buzz, a green ring of wind lit up around the green star. Then, the dark sky below the ring of wind gradually faded, and a thin ray of golden-red sunset was projected from it. Gradually, the image of another world appeared under the green ring of wind, the scene of Serene at this time. The green star had opened a portal of space. Ah, the portal of time and space. The old wood has opened the portal of time and space. Hurry up and stop him. The eye of the storm roared with shock and anger. At this moment, all the demon gods around knew that they couldn't hold back anymore. Everyone disperse. My legacy belongs to Daenerys Targaryen, the human sovereign who has great vision, strives to govern, and strives to create a beautiful new world. Menshin mustered the last of his strength, and his voice was like thunder, resounding through the world. My power will become the sword in her hand, helping her to overcome all obstacles and finally find a light for this falling world. Suddenly, a strange and dynamic music came from the other side of the portal of time and space. Because the music was too strange, and because the image on the other side of the portal was too unexpected, Min Shun's final declaration came to an abrupt end, and the demon god's attack also stopped. It was a sky garden with flowers and green trees. The musician played a strange and fast-paced music that made people want to twist their bodies and shake their necks. In fact, a dozen beautiful girls and 2 centaur girls on the lawn were jumping around as if they had epilepsy. The Dragon Queen had personally entered the field. She wore a loose silk shirt and pants, and her silver hair was tied into a dozen small braids with bells tied to the braids. She stood behind a drum set, and her sleeves were rolled up. She held a stick with both hands and quickly hit the leather drum and gong. She shook her head, and the bells on her braids jingled. Above her head, there was a ball of green wildfire, a ball of golden dragon flame, a ball of white holy dragon flame, a ball of red bonfire, as well as purple and green flames that were ignited with metal powder provided by the fire mage. The colorful flames cast a flickering, ghostly shadow in the garden, and together with the strange and fast-paced music, there was an indescribable and strange harmony between light and sound. Your Majesty, Ginny is yet to be found, but the long night has already arrived. You can't be so drunk and indulge in pleasure. A white-haired old man walked over worriedly and loudly admonished her. The music stopped, and the dancers stopped swaying. Sigh, I've been fighting for my whole life, and finally stopped. Can I just enjoy it? The Dragon Queen said impatiently. But Ginny, she's a grasshopper after autumn. I'll deal with her sooner or later. The long night, the great wall is blocking the deviant ghosts. She waved her hand and dismissed the old man and shouted to the dancers and musicians. Continue playing, continue dancing. The Dragon Queen raised her head abruptly. The nonchalant look on her face disappeared. Her expression was sharp, and her eyes were like lightning. She looked straight at the direction of the dimensional rift. In fact, there was only a dim sunset over there. Nothing was visible. Who are you? You must be tired of living to dare to spy on me. The Dragon Queen roared and turned around and shouted, Steel guards! The dancers, musicians, maids, and old Yimant's expression changed and quickly retreated without saying anything. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of armor clashing came from the back of the dance hall. A group of soldiers in bright silver armor rushed over, holding swords and shields, and layer upon layer protected the Dragon Queen in the center. Although the Dragon Queen began to enjoy life after achieving something in the middle of her business, her vigilance did not decrease, and instead became more than during wartime. During wartime, she often wore armor and held a sword, so she was not afraid of assassins. At door god, Danny felt a familiar presence and hesitantly shouted, "Door god, you need my help?" Not only was there door god's divine power fluctuation, there were also dozens of dark and evil soul power. It was very likely that door god was with dozens of evil gods. What are they doing? Danny guessed that door god was targeted by evil gods and came to her for help. With that thought, she immediately entered the dragon spirit state. The 5 megalosaurus opened their cold, vertical pupils, and a 9-colored vortex in their consciousness spun rapidly. They opened their mouths, and magic power condensed in their throats, and dragon flames spurted out. The 5 dragon flames of the 5 megalosaurus converged above Danny's head, and the 5 lines converged into a fireball. The fireball condensed from the 5 megalosaurus magic power almost distorted the space, and it also woke up the demons opposite them whose jaws were about to dislocate. So this is the human emperor you chose, the one with great talent and bold vision, the one who works hard to build a beautiful new world. The dark demon god in the shadows spoke in a strange tone. Presumably, his expression was also very distorted at this time. Mother Goddess, she lives a drunken life, indulges in pleasure, and is strange. It's really difficult for her to take on such a great responsibility. Bran said faintly, "Lord God, I have followed you for millions of years. Give me the God's kingdom. This kind of degenerate mortal is not worthy of your heavy responsibility." The Eye of a Storm sighed. "A long time ago, she left a spiritual mark on my God's kingdom. This matter is a foregone conclusion." Door God sighed, and the green star turned into a stream of light, about to rush into the space-time gate. Chapter 741. Door God. Danny could not hear the conversation of the demons on the other side of the space-time gate, but she could clearly sense that the door god was looking at her. She also called the door god several times, but the door god did not respond once. This made her very puzzled. Just as she was about to call Blackie to take a look at the space-time gate 50 meters above her head. Boom! The sky was shaking violently. There was nothing, but it was like a missile had exploded. Moreover, the invisible missile was a two-dimensional object, and it only exploded on one level. In Danny's field of vision, a small green suddenly appeared 50 meters above the ground. Then, with the small dot as the center, a circular mirror spread out in an instant. At the same level of the mirror, the invisible air and the sunlight seemed to be cut open. Danny had a feeling that if a fine steel sword was placed at that position, the sword would be cut in half like a piece of tofu. However, Danny, who was below, was not affected by the impact of the explosive airflow at all. What surprised her even more was that on the other side of the mirror, there was a scene that was completely different from the sky above the Great Pyramid of Meereen. The dark sky was surging with dark clouds. Storms, hailstones, thunder, lightning, snowflakes, sunlight, seawater, shadows. All kinds of strange, astronomical phenomena were mixed together. In the center of the chaos, there was a green star. Its light was dim and wavering. Inexplicably, she sensed her own thoughts on that star, just like it was a magic weapon, and the magic weapon had already been refined by her, but she herself did not know. Suddenly, Danny had a realization. This was the space teleportation that was common in fantasy novels. The space-time gate. In this low-magic fantasy world, the technology of the space-time gate was beyond the limits of her imagination. How could such a bug-like thing exist? Oh no, didn't the door, God's black door, involve space-time technology? When Fatty Sam went through the black door and crossed the Great Wall in an instant, he was still more than 10 kilometers away from his original position. At that time, Danny suspected that the door god knew space-time magic. Who would have thought that the door god would open a spatial door that spanned thousands of miles today? That green star is Menshun's kingdom of God, Danny suddenly realized. Then, she turned pale with fright. Menshun's kingdom of God was the energy foundation of the Great Wall. If the kingdom of God appeared here, then the Great Wall. Danny Alice, don't let me down. At this moment, Min Shun's weak voice came from the green star. After sending out this thought, Min Shun's spiritual fluctuation suddenly disappeared, completely disappearing from Danny's perception. At this moment, he was completely dead. Buzz, buzz. The spatial gate was like a ripple, shaking violently. The dim green star fell to the other side of the mirror with difficulty. TSK. How dare you, evildoer? How dare you steal my treasures? Danny realized this and flew into a rage. The door god had given the divine kingdom to him, but now it was being coveted by a group of evil gods. His left hand held up the huge fireball formed by the 5 dragon flames. The 5 dragons finished spitting out dragon flames and immediately entered the level 5 dragon spirit state. Dahe put on the warrior of 7 gods vest. Level 5 dragon spirit plus warrior plus soul extinguishing strike plus sword god's divinity. Get lost. Danny opened her mouth, and her voice was like thunder. All the demon gods on the other side of the spatial door heard her yell, and every demon god who heard it was directly struck by an extremely sharp spiritual sword. Except for the 3-eyed crow, Bran, and King Igue, who didn't move, Lalo, the Eye of the Storm, the Patched Face, and many dark demon gods in the shadows all cried out in pain. Storms, ice, tsunamis, scorching suns, shadows, and other meteorological phenomena were all mixed together, and the consciousness of the gods and demons within them roared angrily. Teach her a lesson. Let's work together to kill her. Little mortal, how dare you blaspheme a true god? Just as the evil gods were roaring angrily, the dim green star lost the restraint of the gods and demons, and it started to speed up and fly to the other side of the mirror. Don't even think about it. A storm swept toward the star. I almost lost a lot for a small gain. The sun shrouded the star. I can take revenge for blasphemy at any time, but I only have one chance to seize the stupid blockhead's god country. The shadow was like a tentacle that wrapped around the star. Danny was anxious, and she didn't know whether she should throw the huge fireball over. What if it burned the god's god country? What if it burned the teleportation gate? She had too many misgivings. Thus, the sword light in her eyes was resplendent, and sword-shaped soul, extinguishing strikes, slashed over. It was an indiscriminate attack, and the soul attack automatically locked onto the consciousness of all living beings on the other side. If the soul attack was visible to the naked eye, then Yimont and the rest, who were anxiously waiting at the staircase, would be able to see that the Dragon Queen's eyes were shooting out flying swords of 5 different colors. The blades of the swords had 5 different colors: black, green, white, red, and gold. Yes, it was a little like Tion Can and DK's heartbreaking tune in the movie Kung Fu Hustle. The density of Danny's attacks was even greater than that of Deaf and Blind. The rain of swords that almost formed a soul-extinguishing strike landed on the demon god souls like raindrops hitting a banana leaf. None of the ghosties used their Wulong 8 trigram staff to block the attacks. Soul attacks were different from sound waves, and they couldn't be blocked by physical weapons. However, the demon gods had their own methods, and other than the first surprise attack that caught them off guard, they didn't show any other signs of weakness. When Danny saw that the space gate was rippling like water and was becoming more and more intense, and it seemed like it would be extinguished in the next moment, she became anxious. She raised a fireball in her right hand and prepared to blast it. Caw, caw, caw. The 3-eyed crow suddenly moved. He didn't participate in the fight over the green star, and he just stood at the side and suffered Dragon Queen's soul attacks. He was a little innocent, but the situation was complicated, and Danny couldn't distinguish who was who. After all, they were all enemies. At that moment, the 3-eyed crow reacted, and 3,000 crows gathered together. They were like drones piecing together a picture, and they formed a humongous crow. It was a crow that was 20 meters tall. Croak, this is Westeros. All of you scram. Unexpectedly, the giant crow didn't block the star. and it even released a powerful soul attack on the evil gods. Boom! It seemed like a tomahawk missile was detonated in the air. This wasn't Bran, but the three-eyed crow. The Bran had fused with a part of the Green Prophet seal. He relied on the 3,000 crows to release a soul attack, and he actually froze time for an instant. All the demon gods' wills were like insects trapped in amber, and they lost the concept of time. However, Dany wasn't affected, and she was still shooting her soul-destroying sword at them. Previously, the demon gods consciously blocked her attacks, and nothing happened to them. But now, it seemed like they were hit by a spell called Time Stop, and they lost their defenses. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. After 3 breaths' time, blood flowed out of her 7 orifices, and she fell into the sea. The tornado exploded on the spot, and the storm god's consciousness disappeared from the eye of the storm. The thin sun in the sky was extinguished, and Lalo angrily roared, "You two bitches, just you wait." Then he left unwillingly. The shadow exploded, and the terrifying dark demon gods were revealed. They were in a pitiful state, and they left behind a pool of blood that corroded the earth before they disappeared. In an instant, the bustling East Sea kingdom regained its calm. In the end, most of the evil gods didn't have physical bodies, and they only relied on their wills to interfere with the real world. Without any demon gods obstructing it, the Green Star left a green trail behind it, and it passed through the space gate like a real shooting star, and it fell in between Dany's eyebrows. It was as if it originally belonged to her, and it was now returning to its rightful owner. Dany was pleasantly surprised, and when she saw that the space gate wasn't completely closed, she tried to call out, "Bran, I'm this generation's three-eyed crow. You can also call me Bran Stark." The three-eyed crow transmitted his consciousness to her. It was a very familiar feeling. Dany felt like she was seeing the blood crow Blinden again. However, the current Bran was less inhuman than Blinden. Well, Blinden was 100% inhuman, while Bran was 30% human and 70% inhuman. "Why are you helping me?" Dany asked out of curiosity. "You're the person chosen by the Mother Goddess." Bran's cold voice had a hint of helplessness. This was another story of how fresh flowers depended on the green leaves. It was obvious that Bran was dissatisfied with the Door God's choice. He also didn't have a good impression of a Dragon Queen. However, if he had to choose between the Dragon Queen, Lalo, Inami, the Storm God, and the other gods and demons, if he didn't choose the Dragon Queen, who else could he choose? Dany seemed to have understood something, and she asked, "What happened to the Great Wall?" "It collapsed. Hurry up and cross." Before he finished speaking, a white light flashed above his head, and the space gate disappeared. The Great Wall collapsed? Dany was dumbstruck. The Great Wall collapsed. The Door God's voice suddenly echoed in her mind. The Door God? Dany was shocked again. "You didn't die. You should be asking why I didn't die." The Door God sighed. "I died 8,000 years ago. You saw it with your own eyes. Have you forgotten? Just now I thought you were dead. How can I not know my limits? When I decided to give the divine kingdom to you, those demon gods couldn't take it away no matter what," the Door God said calmly. "Then why did you pretend to be dead?" Dany asked curiously. "That was a test, just like how I tested you. If Bran Stark stood by and watched the demon gods take your divine kingdom, I would have stripped him of the seal of the Green Prophet and given it to you," the Door God said coldly. Dany's expression at this moment was very interesting. She was shocked by the Door God's shrewdness. She also felt pity for losing the seal of the Green Prophet. But then, she felt a deep sense of shame. Bran had helped her, but now she was thinking about his treasure. "I always thought you were a simple blockhead." Dany smiled bitterly. "I have listened to the stories of the Westeros for thousands of years. Your long history is only a small part of my countless experiences. The people and things I have seen are more than the sand you have stepped on," the Door God said. Dany was stunned. That was right. What had the Door God not seen? "I don't have much time left. Don't dwell on these meaningless things. Ask me if you have any questions," the Door God said tiredly. Dany pointed at the green stars floating in her mind and asked, "What is this?" The gods call a divine kingdom, but the Door God seemed to be lost in his memories. There was a hint of sadness in his voice. It is actually a treasure trove that I built when I was young. I like to listen to the songs of the wind. Every wind that moves me is recorded in this treasure trove. Therefore, the gods also call it wind of one world. It means the collection of all the wind that was born in this world. So that's how it is. Danny recalled that when she stepped into the black door that day, she did enter a world full of wind. But at that time, her realm was limited. She only distinguished the different winds by the strength of the wind. She didn't notice the different songs of each wind. Wind of one world is almost a holy land for cultivating the songs of wind. She exclaimed, "Yes, I once let 8 subordinate gods enter wind of one world to cultivate for 100,000 years. After that, they all became true gods." The door god's tone was calm. He didn't mean to show off at all, but in such a calm tone, there was a shocking, domineering aura. Perhaps this was the highest level of pretentiousness. Danny thought with some adoration. Chapter 742. You have vassal gods too? Who are they? Danny asked curiously. I'm the first living being in the Westeros to awaken self-awareness, and also the first true god to sing the Song of Laws. Just like when the mother goddess of the Lone River woke up, all living beings in the Lone River were her children. The living beings born in the Westeros were also willing to call me Mother Goddess, but I'm not interested in forming factions, so I only gathered a bunch of nature spirits like mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas. As for their names, they don't mean anything to me. They mean nothing to you. They are a lake, a river, a forest, a tree in the forest, or even a breeze on the treetops on a summer evening. Danny looked forward to it. I really want to see such a lively era with my own eyes. I've seen a nature spirit before. He was born in the morning, and he died the moment the sun rose. I'm starting to like that era. Danny smiled. I like it too. I like it very much, the door god said bitterly. Unfortunately, that era only appears at the beginning of the world's birth. At that time, the first flame's power of creation is at its peak. Anything bathed in the light of the fire, even a pebble by the river, can give birth to a spirit. The first flame's power of creation? Danny's eyes widened. That's right. It's the mastery of your song of fire. The door god seemed to be staring at her through the green stars. Your talent is not an accident, the door god said in a low voice. You're the reincarnation of the first flame in the heart of the earth. It's very likely that you're the last flame in our world that contains the power of creation. I'm the reincarnation of a flame. Danny was not shocked. Instead, she was confused. Reincarnation is just an easy way to explain it. It's also possible that I've guessed wrong, and the power of creation in the flame of the Earth's core has long been used up, the door god said. You've confused me. Am I really the reincarnation of the first flame? Danny frowned. Danny, let me ask you. 100 years ago, an acquaintance of yours passed away. 100 years later, if you see someone whose appearance, personality, and mental fluctuations are exactly the same as his, would you think that he is his reincarnation? Danny nodded and said thoughtfully, Are you saying that my song of fire reminds you of the primordial flame at the beginning of the world? Hee, you're very smart. Min Shun smiled and said with a gentle voice, After the infancy of the world, for billions of years, there was no flame that contained the power of creation. We all thought that the first flame in the core of the earth had gone extinct. But now, you've appeared, and you've even turned the creation of fire into a type of world law. There are only 2 possibilities. You are the reincarnation of the last wisp of the first flame, or you have extraordinary talent and great luck. There's a 1 in a billion chance that you comprehended the power of fire creation out of thin air. Danny shook her head and said, It's not out of thin air. I have a talent that is related to the creation of life and fire. It was because of that talent that I was able to hatch a dragon from a stone. Later on, when I was researching fire witchcraft, I combined my talent and comprehended the song of fire with the power of creation. If that's the case, you might be the reincarnation of the incomplete first flame. Yes, like carbon residue, Min Shin said. Danny frowned and said unhappily, Why is my status lower? Incomplete. Carbon slag? That sounds so bad. If you are the reincarnation of the first flame, you don't need to comprehend it. As long as your talent awakens, you will naturally be able to chant the song of fire with the power of creation. Obviously, you don't. Although it is a miracle that you brought the Megalosaurus to the world, Lalo and Balerion have done similar things. But it is also wrong to say that you have nothing to do with the first flame. You do have the talent to create life in fire. That is why I said that you are the reincarnation of the incomplete first flame. Actually, this is more reasonable. The first flame in the core of the earth may have been exhausted long ago, but there must be a lot of carbon residue contaminated by the first flame. Wasn't the sun previously made of carbon residue? Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about me. Danny waved her hand. Let the carbon residue go to hell. What are the titles of your 8 true gods and subordinate gods now? Can I get acquainted with them? She asked expectantly. Min Shun said strangely, I'm afraid there is no way to get acquainted with them. Among the evil gods who robbed the god's kingdom, 2 of them were my gods. They are the Inami and the storm god that you are familiar with. Shit, Danny cursed in a low voice. Min Shun, how did your little brothers become evil gods and betray you, their big brother? Min Shun's tone was complicated. Good and evil are defined by you humans according to your own standards. In ancient times, they were not evil gods. In other words, before humans were born, there was only the difference between true gods and non-true gods. Good and evil were never the labels of gods. As for betrayal, I have never asked them to be loyal to me. How can I betray them? Thinking that Min Shun also liked barbaric and cruel blood sacrifices, Danny stopped talking about good and evil. She only asked, if you don't ask them to be loyal to you, why did you accept them as your gods? I didn't accept them. They came to me and insisted on being my gods. I agreed. After that, they wanted to leave, but I didn't care. If I could travel to 1,000,000 years ago, I would also be your god. Being a vassal god was a little too cheap. After complaining, Danny asked again, what about the other 6 true gods? Sai, you know about the world pendant, right? Min Shun's voice was suddenly tinged with sadness. Every time the world falls, a group of true gods will fall. The other 6 true gods have always been my gods, so they took the fall for me. What? They took my place, exhausted their power, and fell into eternal slumber. When they were all dead, it was finally my turn. It was also because of their deaths that I was born with another consciousness, the dark soul of the root, Min Shun said bitterly. Danny didn't know what to say. After a long silence, she suddenly thought of the collapsed Great Wall. She asked anxiously, did the Great Wall collapse? It did. My final moment has come. The Great Wall has finally collapsed, as fate had planned. Danny frowned. She really didn't like the word fate. Why did it collapse? Your god's kingdom is still here. This means that the spell formation under the Great Wall is still working normally. The king of foreign ghosts blew the horn of winter. Min Shun sighed. The horn of winter. Danny was confused for a moment. Then, she said in surprise, there really is a horn that blew the Great Wall down? How could you allow such a thing to be created? You witnessed the construction of the Great Wall with my singing. Then tell me, who participated in the creation of the spell formation? Min Shun asked. Brandon and the children of the forest. Suddenly, Danny recalled the last shelter in the far east beyond the Great Wall. The children of the forest said that the shelter had existed for millions of years, but the tunnels were so complicated that they still couldn't figure it out. Millions of years. The city builder Brandon was a human from 8,000 years ago. Could it be that the children of the forest secretly opened a back door? She said in disbelief. Have you forgotten the other name of the Horn of Winter? Min Shun reminded her. Joman's Horn. Danny mumbled. The Horn of Winter's real name was actually Joman's Horn. Joman was a certain king of the barbarians beyond the Great Wall. After the savior Yasuriyahai and the city builder, Brandon experienced the first long night. The foreign ghosts didn't go extinct. In less than 100 years, there was another little long night. The 13th Commander-in-Chief of the Night Watchers, Brandon Stark, married a foreign ghost bride. Then, he wantonly sacrificed foreign ghosts and turned himself into a half-foreign ghost. He was known as the Night King. The long night, triggered by the Night King, didn't endanger the entire human race. In fact, it didn't even affect the Northern Territory. The Night King and his foreign ghost bride were only active around the Great Wall. Then, Jomon used the Horn of Winter to summon an underground giant. Together with the Liberator Brandon, the king of the Northern Territory, they defeated the Night King, Brandon. The two Brandons seemed to be uncle and nephew. Jomon was the one who created the Horn of Winter? Yes. Like the city builder Brandon, he learned magic from the children of the forest. But why did he create the horn that destroyed the Great Wall? Was it to invade the Northern Territory? Danny found it hard to understand. It had only been 100 years since the Long Night. The horrors of the foreign ghosts were still fresh in everyone's minds. History hadn't had time to become a myth. The barbarians beyond the Great Wall had even participated in the construction of the Great Wall. Don't you think it's strange that the Night King and the Corpse Queen ruled the entire Great Wall? Asked the door god. Oh, the Great Wall exorcised evil spirits. The foreign ghosts couldn't even pass through the Great Wall. After being reminded by the door god, Danny immediately realized a huge problem that she had overlooked. During the Night King's time, the Great Wall's ability to suppress evil spirits seemed to have lost its effectiveness. The Night King was a Stark. He had mastered the power of his ancestors. The black door that the night watchman Sam brought you to wasn't hidden when the Great Wall was first built. All the night watchmen could see it and often used it to enter and exit the Great Wall. Naturally, the Night King and Brandon had entered it before. You could regain your consciousness in the black door. So could he. You could enter the realm of the wind. So could he. You could touch the wind song. So could he. You could resist the temptation of power. So could he. Speaking of this, the door god couldn't help but admire her. Danny, you're very unusual. You're the first person to give up the wind song. Danny held her head high and said seriously, I deeply understand the principle that power is responsibility. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. This statement deeply shocked the door god. The green star floating in Danny's mind actually trembled slightly. Danny, I didn't choose the wrong person. The door god sighed sincerely. Although the Dragon Queen was a disco dancer before her great cause, her understanding of power was very much to the door god's liking. If you could resist the temptation of the power brought by the wind song, you would have passed my final test. Although you gave it up at that time, I secretly gathered a trace of your spiritual power and merged it into the wind song. In other words, at that time, you would have become the successor of the realm of the wind. But when I just died and my consciousness was still in a deep sleep, the wind song didn't set too many restrictions, nor did it test human nature. After all, I originally planned to leave the god's kingdom to a human hero. After the death of a god, the date of the awakening of the remnant consciousness was too uncertain. As you can probably guess, the Night King and Brandon entered the Black Door and controlled the wind song. The wind song was the core of the Great Wall's evil formation. The Night King reversed the formation and turned the Great Wall, which suppressed evil, into the center of the dark power. He even planned to use the power of the Great Wall to summon the real Long Night. So, the creation of Jomon's horn wasn't to destroy the Great Wall. Danny muttered. Chapter 743. Blowing the winter horn could indeed destroy the magic circle inside the Great Wall. However, Xiaoman only stopped the magic circle's operation because she wanted to remove the Night King's control over the Great Wall. After all, the Night King wasn't the evil ghost king, and after he lost the protection of the Great Wall's magic circle, he was easily captured by the northern region's people and the barbarians, the door god said. Danny finally understood why the Great Wall collapsed, but she still had doubts in her heart. Why didn't you destroy the winter horn? Do you still need to ask me this question? Did you forget that Mance Raider robbed tombs all over the mountains to look for the winter horn? After the Great Wall was built, The ancestors of the northern region and beyond the Great Wall weren't of the same race anymore, the door god said with a bitter smile. Upon hearing this, Danny also smiled bitterly. The Great Wall was originally a barrier against the evil ghosts, and it was built by the ancestors of the northern region and beyond the Great Wall. However, for thousands of years, the Night Watchers used the Great Wall to block the barbarians from the south. The Winterhorn was built to protect the Great Wall, but when the barbarians used it to threaten to destroy the Great Wall really collapsed. No matter how good the original goal was, humans could always make the ending develop in the worst direction. How did the Winter Horn fall into the hands of the evil Ghost King? What was the three-eyed crow doing? Why didn't he warn them in advance, or even stop them? She asked again, "Do you believe in fate?" The door god asked back, "I won't obey the fate imposed on me by anyone or any god," Danny said firmly. "You don't believe in fate, but fate does exist. Compared to ordinary people, the Green Prophet is almost omniscient and omnipotent, and he is like the master of fate. However, at a higher level, the Green Prophet's fate was also arranged. No one can break free from fate, and if you jump out of a small river of fate, you will only fall into a larger river of fate," the door god said in a deep voice. "Then I will keep jumping. I will jump out of a small river and jump into a big river, and as long as there is a river, there will be a shore. One day, I will be able to stand on the shore and look down at the river of fate that traps all living beings," Danny said confidently. Min Shun said meaningfully, "When you jump onto the shore and see the flow of the river of destiny below, it is very likely that you will immediately fall into another river of destiny that you have arranged for yourself." "What do you mean?" Danny frowned. "You will naturally understand when you understand it. Words cannot explain it clearly. There's not much time left, so let me introduce you to my legacy. The wind of a world not only records the information of the wind, but the wind itself also contains the history of the changes of the world over hundreds of millions of years. I'm sure you've already noticed that when you're in the state of wind song, you'll get twice the results with half the effort when you practice fire magic." Danny nodded. "It's like listening to the words of the world. Whether it's practicing magic or martial arts, I'll always enter wind song. The winds of a world collected all kinds of winds from the beginning of the world to the end of the last era. The information in the winds also came from various periods and eras. You can hear all the wind I've heard in my life. The wind of one world is simply a holy land for cultivation." Danny's eyes lit up, unable to contain her joy. "I didn't create the wind of one world for cultivation," Min Shun said helplessly. "Yes, I'll fulfill your wish. In the future, when I encounter pleasant winds, I'll also collect them in the wind of one world." Danny said, "I wonder if fart wind counts as wind." Did Min Shun collect fart that touched his god? Danny's thoughts turned into a strange angle. "Up to you." Min Shun sighed and continued, "Fire has the mastery of creation. Wind song also has a special mastery. You have the talent to hatch dragons, and I also have the talent to travel the river of time." "Travel the river of time? Unbelievable!" Danny exclaimed in shock. Min Shun disagreed. "My original form is a weirwood. Have you seen a weirwood that died of old age? A living weirwood tree will not die, and weirwood will not decay with the passage of time. In this world, all material, spiritual, and law things will change in the river of time, except for weirwood. You once entered the weirwood's heart tree. Did you easily cross the river of time and see what happened in the past and the future?" "I wanted to see it, but the three-eyed crow said that it was his kingdom," Danny complained. Min Shun did not comment on this. He said faintly, "The mastery of wind that I comprehended is space, and combined with my time talent, it evolved into a space-time divine art. You've entered the Black Gate, and you've also seen the space door that connected the East Sea Kingdom and Mirene. In fact, a long time ago, there was a dark devil god who wanted to snatch my god kingdom, and I banished him to the space-time gap. If nothing unexpected happened, he would never be able to return to the material world." "Are you going to teach me time and space witchcraft?" Danny asked expectantly. "No, I'm going to give you my talent. How much time and space rule you can comprehend will depend on your own ability. This. Danny hesitated. The reward was too great, and she started to suspect that Min Shun was plotting something. Yes, it was just like when she negotiated with the barbarians beyond the Great Wall. The Dragon Queen's conditions were too good, but she did not feel that she had to pay much because she did not have much desire for the Golden Dragon. However, the barbarians all thought that they had gotten great benefits, and they were not at ease. They suspected that the Dragon Queen was plotting something, and they did not even dare to sign the contract. How are you going to give me your talent? She asked. You're now a demigod, and you even usurp the position of the 7 gods. Don't you know the art of sacrifice? You're going to sacrifice yourself to me? Danny's mouth twitched. The principle is about the same. Danny frowned and said, those devil gods before, could they snatch your talent by force? Can Balerians snatch your talent? Min Shun asked. If he couldn't, that fellow wouldn't have chased after me so relentlessly. Danny was silent for a moment and asked again, is the green spring that allows the believers of the old gods to become shapeshifters in the god kingdom? Danny was a bit hesitant to accept Min Shun's talent, but the green spring could definitely improve the quality of her soul. What do you think the green spring is? Min Shun asked. Danny thought for a bit, then answered, you told me that you don't need the power of faith of the believers of the old gods, but instead convert it all into talent and give it back to the believers. The green spring should be the same as the pool of faith of the 7 gods, a place where the faith of the old gods converges. If you understand that, why do you still want the green spring? Obviously, it belongs to the green prophet. At this point, Min Shun suddenly sighed and spoke with a complicated tone. Danny, my time has come, goodbye. The blue star in Danny's thought sea trembled a bit, then stopped moving. In the blink of an eye, she completely lost her sense of Min Shun. Min Shun, Min Shun? She softly called out. The wisp of mental energy that belonged to her in the blue star became clearer and clearer. Danny had a feeling that she had truly obtained the ownership of the star. Then, she tried to use the halo of wind to sweep up the blue star. Without any obstruction, her consciousness entered. The blue void, the blue wind, the breeze, the gale, the hurricane, and the tornado. According to the strength of the wind, it was divided into many levels. This was similar to what she saw when she first entered the Black Gate. Back then, she only saw the tornado that pulled her down. Then, she struggled with all her might and used all her strength to enter the space of the Song of Wind at the top level. Now, it was as if she had returned to Blackie's faith of the 7 gods space. She could control everything here. With a thought, she came to a space with countless blue light spots floating in the air. One of the blue light spots emitted a majestic and sacred fluctuation of the law. It was the Song of Wind that Danny had once touched, possessed, and finally gave up. It belonged to Min Shun. There was still a wisp of her consciousness in the blue light spot. It seems to be 10% smaller than before. Danny held the blue light in her hands, deep in thought. Every time her Song of Wind grew, Min Shun's would decrease. Finally, when she could sing a complete Song of Wind, Min Shun's old Song of Wind would completely disappear. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. A series of shouts seemed to come from the sky, pulling Danny, who had been immersed in the spiritual space, back to reality. When she opened her eyes, she saw Yimont, Ji-Chi, Baristan, and the others standing 7 or 8 meters away, looking at her anxiously. I'm fine. Danny looked around. More than 100 unsullied in steel armor were still tightly protecting her in the center. Let's disperse. The crisis is over. The unsullied did not say a word. They sheathed their swords and carried their shields on their backs. They bowed to Danny and quickly retreated to the side under Grey Worm's lead. A dozen were left to guard the garden, while the rest returned to the lower level. The crisis is over. Are we still dancing? Ji-Chi widened her almond-shaped eyes and asked expectantly. Danny glared at her. You still have the mood to dance? Do you know what just happened? Ji-Chi pursed her lips and retreated disappointedly. What just happened? A piece of like a mirage suddenly appeared in the sky, showing the scenery of another region. Old Yimont said nervously. The Great Wall collapsed. Danny was the first to break the news. What? Yimont was at a loss. Old Boar reacted first and cried out in horror. Your Majesty, you said the Great Wall collapsed? The Great Wall of the Westeros? Danny nodded and roughly explained what had just happened. But she did not explain in detail about Min Shun's inheritance. But when she finished, the scene was dead silent. Old Yimont, Old Boar, and the others all had their mouths wide open. Their eyes were blank as they stared blankly at Danny. What's wrong? Danny was confused by his stare. The horn of winter that could blow down the Great Wall? The shock in Old Boar's eyes was gone, replaced by doubt. The Light King, Inami, Storm God, Three-Eyed Crow, King of Strange Ghosts, the Old Gods, and a dozen dark, evil gods. Danny, have you drunk too much? Old Yamant looked at Danny's flushed face and asked with concern. The heavy look on Danny's face disappeared. She held her forehead and said helplessly, You don't believe me? I believe you. Ji-Chi, who was listening with great interest, quickly raised her hand. Calixi, I believe everything you say. It's just that. You should finish the story. What is the treasure of the god of the Great Wall that everyone is fighting over? Danny could not be bothered with her. She looked at Old Boar and asked, How's the search around Meereen? How are the casualties of the Allied army? We've barely cleared the ground within 10 kilometers. The Allied army drowned 100,000 men. About 50,000 survived. When he said this, the old knight's lips were trembling. Sigh, that's too few deaths. Danny did not hide the regret on her face. What? Barristan almost fell out of his chair. God have mercy on him. He had fought wars all his life, and there was a large-scale war like the rebellion of the 9 Copper Coin King. But the number of people who died in a lifetime of war was less than half of 100,000. And the Dragon Queen thought that there were not enough deaths? Your Majesty, have you drunk too much? Old Boar had the same suspicion as Yimot. Chapter 744. Sir, don't you understand the current situation? The long night has arrived, and the Great Wall has collapsed. The key is that the sun has been extinguished, and all living things cannot grow without sunlight. The wheat that has yet to ear and the soybeans that have yet to bloom have all been scrapped and are likely to rot in the soil. We don't have food to feed so many captives, Danny said in a low voice. Barristan looked up at the setting sun that was even dimmer than a cloudy day and sighed. He said helplessly, I thought that the long night meant a longer long winter and that the south could also see the sun in winter and grow winter wheat that could withstand the cold. Who would have thought that the legend was true and the sun had completely disappeared? Who would have thought? I have told you all a long time ago and have said it countless times. Danny complained in her heart and immediately ordered, Sir Barristan, the long night has arrived and the Great Wall has collapsed. This is a fact. We don't have time to study the plan and must take action immediately. The first thing is to clean up the aftermath of the Battle of Meereen. This mission will be given to Sir Mormont and my blood brotherhood. Second, rush back to the Westeros as quickly as possible and investigate the losses of the Night Watchers and the movements of the other ghosts in the Northern Territory. This mission will be completed by me personally. Third, select a volunteer army from Slave Bay to guard Dragonstone Island and prepare to fight the other ghosts. I appoint you as the commander-in-chief of the volunteer army, and you will be in charge of recruiting and transporting the volunteer army to Dragonstone Island. We still need to recruit volunteers. Can't we just deploy the army? Barristan frowned. Have you forgotten the oath I made to the Unsullied when I liberated them outside Astapor City? Danny reminded him. She was not as reckless as Danny Rise in Wandering Power. After obtaining the Harpy's finger that could control the Unsullied, she did not immediately order a bloodbath in Astapor. Instead, she obediently led the army out of Astapor and even gave them the Dragonbone scepter that represented the end of their relationship. Following the rules was only a secondary reason. The main reason was that Dany was not sure if she had the charm of the original Dany Rise. If she flipped out on the spot and the Unsullied did not listen to her, wouldn't it be awkward to die? It would be too unjust, too aggrieved. So, she first brought the Unsullied to the outside of Astapor City to reorganize the army and confirm her complete military leadership, to buy the hearts of the people and establish the great ideals of resisting slavery for the Unsullied. As a final move to win over the hearts of the people, Dany made a promise to the Unsullied. She would only use the power of the Unsullied for the sake of justice. Chapter 101. Resisting the bloody rule of the slave owners was definitely a righteous thing to do. Over the years, they had been working hard for this, and Dany had not broken her promise. Now that the great task of freeing the slaves had come to an end, Dany's focus began to shift from freeing the slaves to saving the world. Barristan was present at the scene and participated in the entire process of Dany freeing the Unsullied. Therefore, he only needed to recall a little to understand what the Dragon Queen's promise was. "Isn't fighting deviant ghosts a righteous cause?" he asked in confusion. Fighting the deviant ghosts in Slave Bay is an absolutely righteous cause. Going to the Westeros thousands of miles away to fight deviant ghosts requires everyone's willingness. Sir, if it were just the Unsullied, they wouldn't have any objections if I said that supporting the Westeros was a righteous cause. But the problem is my mother Dragon's Guards are not just the Unsullied. The knights, and even counts of Slave Bay all have their own ideas. Dany said meaningfully. Old Yamont's eyes flashed, and he nodded. It's safer to recruit volunteers. Only the will from the heart can persist for a year or two, or even a lifetime. Resisting deviant ghosts is not something that can be finished in 1 or 2 battles. The old man was speaking the truth. Asking the nobles of Slave Bay to go to the Westeros to fight 1 or 2 battles, just based on the Dragon Queen's charisma, they would not have any complaints. But could deviant ghosts be dealt with in 1 wave? In Wandering Power, the deviant ghost king traveled a long distance and walked for a few years, but was dealt with in 1 night after reaching Winterfell. It was simply hilarious. Did they really think that the long night that lasted for a generation was a joke? Therefore, to deal with deviant ghosts, they had to be prepared for a long battle. 1 year, 2 years, 3 to 5 years, it was all possible. If you asked the nobles of Slave Bay to leave their homes and go to a foreign country thousands of miles away to work for 5 years, how could they be willing? Unless they were willing. All right, let's recruit volunteers. Barristan nodded. Slavers Bay is still too far away from Westeros. Your Majesty, I suggest that the first batch of warriors in tile armor ride the pterosaurs to Dragonstone Island first. After that, if the number of volunteers is large, they can ride through the Dothraki Plains and travel by land all the way west. Dany thought for a moment and said, all the winged dragons will be mobilized. First, send the Unsullied Royal Guards with 400 tile armor to Dragonstone Island. We cannot let deviant ghosts steal the Targaryen lands. The second batch will be the Royal Mages. Although there are alchemists on Dragonstone Island, in the face of an endless army of corpses, no amount of wildfire can be too much. Dragon Queen had forged a total of 800 sets of tile armor and 1,200 tile weapons. The 500 Queen's Royal Guards, led by Grey Worm, took 500 sets of armor and 500 swords. The 250 Roaring Warriors under the command of the Blood Alliance were divided into 250 sets of armor and scimitars. Of the remaining 50 sets, only 15 were awarded to meritorious knights as family heirlooms. At this time, Dany had arranged for 400 Unsullied warriors to go to Dragonstone Island. The 100-tile Unsullied warriors in Slave Bay were more or less enough to protect the Great Pyramid. The remaining 250 centaurs were a mobile force that might follow the Dragon Queen to crusade against evil spirits. If she could not defeat the deviant Ghost King by herself, the Dragon Queen would definitely slay demons and devils to increase the strength of herself and the 5 dragons. To put it bluntly, the main force against deviant ghosts still relied on the Westeros. Danny sent people over just to ensure that when she dealt with deviant ghosts, there would be enough loyal and capable subordinates around her. Your Majesty, under Graziden's guidance, we found 3 entrances to the Dragonworm Tunnel on a cliff 23 kilometers northwest of Mirene. The first batch of 35 pterosaurs had just left Mirene with 150 tile guards in the night and flew to Dragonstone Island thousands of miles away to search for the Dragonworm Tunnel when Deshion returned. Did you arrange for someone to go in and check? Danny had just changed into the blue and white knight's full body armor. With the help of Ji-Chi and Eri, she tightened the buckle of the thick blue wool cloak on her shoulders. I went down. Cora looked at the Dragon Queen strangely and nodded. It was very deep and spacious. 100 meters underground and about 3 kilometers to the east, I felt a warm breath on the walls of the tunnel. The air temperature also increased significantly, so I immediately retreated. You did the right thing. There is no chance of survival when encountering a dragonworm in the tunnel. Danny's face showed excitement. The temperature means that the flood that day did not drown all the dragonworms. In fact, only 4 dragonworm stiff bodies were found in the north of Mirene. It was very likely that there were dragonworms in the Dragonworm Tunnel that was flooded in the south of the city. However, it had now become an underground river, and there was no way to go and check. Even if there were bodies, they were destined to rot inside. I don't know if the dwarf's body is inside. It was also after the war ended and the captives were interrogated that Danny found out that the dwarf was in the Dragonworm Tunnel in the south of the city. However, the endless flood had already poured in by then. Calixi, you want to subdue a dragonworm? Ji-Chi's face showed disgust. Dragonworms looked disgusting. Dragonworms were actually not disgusting. Although their bodies looked like earthworms that had been magnified 10,000 times. Adult dragonworms had brightly colored dragon scales on their bodies and were not as sticky as earthworms. However, dragonworms' mouth parts were very terrifying. In their big mouths that could swallow a small bus, there were dense and messy sword-shaped teeth that looked like weeds. When they opened their mouths at close range, they could scare a timid person to death. Do you still remember the red purgatory? Danny asked with a smile. Ah, Calixi, you want to use dragonworms to dig a tunnel between White Cloud City and Mirene? Eri asked in surprise. I went to White Cloud City the day before yesterday. Thinking of the wheat fields in White Cloud City that were mostly eroded by demon grass, Danny had mixed feelings. As I expected, White Cloud City's temperature is higher than Mirene's, and the sky is clearer. More importantly, in some areas of the Red Purgatory, the surface is close to magma. If we dig a tunnel there, we might be able to build an underground city. Your Majesty, I have to remind you that dragonworms eat a lot. According to Graziden, more than half of the Alliance's 5,000 elephant soldiers were eaten by dragonworms, Deshion said solemnly. Mirene is not suitable for dragonworms to live in, so of course they eat a lot. If they live in a volcano, they can swallow magma without needing normal food. Are you sure there are volcanoes under the Red Purgatory? I think it's just a flat desert, Deshion said doubtfully. If they can't find a volcano, they'll starve to death. They're free anyway, Danny said nonchalantly. Deshion nodded. I'll arrange for the captives to explore the tunnel, but Jenny, are you going to Orlos to find Jenny? He pointed at the fully armed Dragon Queen and asked curiously. Deshion had just returned from outside the city and did not know what happened this afternoon. Let me tell you a piece of bad news. The Great Wall has collapsed. I'm going to the Westeros. Danny's left hand easily grabbed the 5-foot-long greatsword that Ely carried over. The Great Wall collapsed? Deshion was shocked. While Dragon Queen was eating dinner, Ji-Chi quickly explained how the Horn of Winter blew the Great Wall down. Your Majesty, let me go with you. The task of commanding the captives to find dragonworms and the remaining elephant soldiers can be given to Count Shattered Shackles. He's more suitable for this job than I am. Deshion's expression was solemn as he volunteered. Oh, that's true. Danny smiled. Little Fog informed the West conquering general to find dragonworms and elephant soldiers. Also, keep an eye out for Jenny and Leo. Pop! On the Queen's dining table, a ball of golden red light jumped out of the carnation bud in the vase. Under everyone's accustomed gaze, it quickly condensed into a raven with red eyes and black feathers. It nodded at Dragon Queen, spread its wings, and flew out of the window with a caw. De Xiong sat next to Danny and said in a low voice as he wrapped a napkin around himself, "Your Majesty, I'm afraid that the little devil has met with misfortune. He died without a complete corpse." After the Marine flood, Danny revealed the whereabouts of the dwarf to her corps generals. But the dwarf's identity was still a secret to ordinary soldiers and officials. "Let's do our best and leave the rest to fate." Danny sighed. After dinner, they did not stop to rest and immediately rode their dragons to the west. This time, Danny brought a total of 3 megalosaurus. Blackie, Little White, and Little Green all followed. De Xiong, Garth, and Chui Luo were 3 pterosaurs. Each pterosaur carried 3 people, including the fat eunuch Bulworth, the little assassin Danny C., and the other 4 unsullied. They would be the Dragon Queen's guards in Winterfell. In view of the fact that Westeros were depraved, without bringing a group of bodyguards, Danny would not dare to visit the 7 kingdoms' vassals alone with her current strength. Even if Winterfell was now under the control of Jon, would she dare to completely trust him? Chapter 745. The sun was extinguished, and the stars dimmed as well. If this was a universe that abided by the laws of physics, Danny would think that the planet beneath her was speeding away from the original star system. However, the truth was that although the light of the day had dimmed, the stars, and even the constellations formed by the stars were still the same as before. If there was a layer of dark clouds in the sky that blocked the starlight, that was not right either. Danny was currently at an altitude of 45,000 meters, and air was so thin that normal people could not breathe. How could there be a layer of clouds? Looking up at the sky, the half-moon and stars were like the eyes of a housewife who had lost all hope in life. They were dim and lifeless, with a hint of self-abandonment and despair. Slash boom, 45,000 meters above, the starlight was dim. Looking down, the thick purplish-black clouds were rolling violently. Streaks of dark red lightning were like swimming dragons, shuttling and jumping between the clouds. It's just as Prime Minister Turtle said. The land of long summer has been sealed by the gods. Danny mumbled. The first time she crossed the land of long summer, she had asked Blackie to increase the altitude in an attempt to cross from above. This was because the land of long summer was shrouded in a layer of high-energy radiation magic clouds. To normal people, those high-energy magic factors were like the most terrifying curse. Even extraordinaires could only resist it to a certain extent, but not be immune to it. It was even more impossible for them to absorb the magic factors with explosive attributes for their own use. That time, Blackie climbed to 8,000 meters, but not only did it not cross the curse layer, it also found that the magic factor concentration was higher at that height. At that time, Blackie could continue to climb, but the Dragon Queen and Barristan with their normal bodies could not withstand the thin air and low pressure at high altitudes. In fact, the physical fitness of normal human demigods was not much better than that of normal knights. If they flew too high, they would also suffer from hypoxia and low-pressure symptoms. They would also die after a long time. However, the current Danny was not normal. Firstly, her physical strength had reached the limit of a human. Secondly, she had learned the Song of Wind. As long as she was not sealed in a confined space, she would not suffer from hypoxia. Nature's wind would bring her enough oxygen. Of course, she was not immune to low-pressure symptoms. She could only rely on her strong physical body to withstand it. The supervolcano in Yellowstone National Park was the largest and most dangerous volcano in the world. Its crater spanned 40 kilometers by 60 kilometers. It was said that the power of its eruption was equivalent to 200 million Hiroshima atomic bombs. Not to mention the entire human race, the entire Earth would be finished. However, compared to the 14 fire peaks of Alleglia, the Yellowstone volcano was like a little brother among little brothers. The 14 fire peaks formed a circle of volcanoes with a total span of at least 300 kilometers, 100 kilometers. How many nuclear bombs were there? Moreover, Yellowstone volcano was just an ordinary volcano, and the magma it spewed out after eruption only contained high temperature. However, the magma and ash of Alleglia volcano contained high-energy magic factors. To put it bluntly, it was a mana radiation. An ordinary Yellowstone volcano could destroy the Earth. The 14 fire peaks had blown up the land bridge in the land of long summer. But Astapor, which was more than 1,000 kilometers away, was still thriving. Not to mention a nuclear winter, not even a cloud of radiation had drifted over. Chernobyl was only equivalent to 400 atomic bombs, and its radioactive cloud covered 1/3 of the Earth. Under normal circumstances, the radioactive cloud after the explosion of the 14 fire peaks was enough to cover the entire Song of Ice and Fire world with a thick layer of cotton. However, the truth was that other than the tsunami caused by the collapse of the continent, the area around the land of long summer was not affected by the volcanic eruption at all. However, the truth was that from 200 meters to 40,000 meters in the sky, the density of the curse factors in the land of long summer increased rapidly with the increase in altitude. At an altitude of 200 meters, ordinary people would quickly pass through the land of long summer without being affected by the curse. However, at 40,000 meters, the dense high-energy magic factors actually formed a thick layer of solid clouds. That's right, the surging clouds under Big Black's body were all magic factors. The rich magic factors rubbed against each other, producing endless lightning chains. The lightning chains that could not be seen clearly formed a dense lightning net. In other words, the explosion of the 14 fire peaks of Alleglia did not release the power to destroy the world. But this power was firmly locked in the sky above the 500-kilometer wide and 1,500-kilometer long continent in the land of long summer. The gods set up a seal in the land of long summer, and all the magic radiation was sealed in the land of long summer, and all the disasters were borne by the survivors of Alleglia. Even if 4 million years passed, as long as the world of the Song of Ice and Fire world was not destroyed, the land of long summer would still be a cursed land, let alone 400 years. If the seal is broken, the high-energy magic factor clouds will explode, and the whole world will be finished. Danny was shocked. The magic radiation cloud below was so horrible that she and Big Black did not dare to directly break into it. If they did, they would be dead. The hundreds of megalosaurus in Valleglia were a lesson to them. With complicated feelings, Danny rode Big Black back to the surface of the Bay of Sorrows. Little Green, Little White, and the 3 pterosaurs were already waiting there. "How was it, Your Majesty? What did you see?" Garth asked. Unlike the first time when she entered the land of long summer, Danny's strength was not only greatly improved, but also her means were much better. Back then, when she communicated with Old Ba, she had to hover over the megalosaurus and shout. Now, with the faith communication divine spell she learned from Sheep Egg, she could communicate with White Knight freely within a range of 10 kilometers. I saw a Super Big Ivan who stopped time after exploding. Don't ask who Super Big Ivan is. Let's go in. Danny called out and led Little White and Little Green into the cursed land that was shrouded in a thin layer of purple mist. When she entered the cursed land back then, Danny only subconsciously felt that the air was dirty, but now she could accurately sense the fluctuations of every magic factor. The long night had no effect on Orlos. It was as if there were 10,000 searchlights buried under the southern sea. Even the thick clouds in the sky were dyed a scorching dark red. It was like a blood clot. The sea breeze brought the burning smell of sulfur and hot white steam to the city by the shore. When a megalosaurus appeared in the sky above Orlos, the residents in the ruins cried out in shock. Danny ignored them and flew directly to the Holy Church, where she received the Great Wizard's inheritance. The 50-meter-tall tower was slanted 30 degrees to the sea, facing the city. A golden statue of Balerion was engraved on one side of the tower, reflecting a dazzling golden light. At this moment, a bright star rose up from the top of the majestic black tower, emitting a dazzling blue light in the dark Orlos. It was a gigantic magic crystal ball with a diameter of 2 meters. Vast amounts of energy gathered within it. At the same time, the crystal ball's surface flashed rhythmically as it released a large amount of energy into the void. This energy suppressed all glass candles in the world and caused all communication devices to fail. It also suppressed the smaller magic crystal towers on Dragonstone Island to shut down. They lost their function as communication centers. "Sheep Egg, get out here!" Blackie's roar was as loud as thunder, dispersing the dark clouds in the sky. All of Orlos seemed to tremble slightly under his angry roar. Boom! Whoosh! Whoosh! The gods under the sea seemed to be enraged. The seawater, which had been dyed dark red by the underground fire, created huge waves that were dozens of meters tall. The scorching hot water vapor roared as it rushed towards the megalosaurus in the sky. However, Danny only waved her hand, and the rushing air silently dissipated. The waves below became even more violent. "Sheep Egg, you coward, come out and fight me one-on-one." Blackie flew around the black tower while loudly taunting. "Blasphemy! Blasphemy!" Finally, 8 white-cloaked old shamans appeared beside the magic crystal ball at the top of the tower. Ginny wasn't there. All the cursing came from the old shamans. Danny was somewhat disappointed. She told Blackie to curse Sheep Egg, mainly to provoke Jenny. She didn't expect Sheep Egg to foolishly jump out even if he wanted to. He couldn't because he was sealed. After feeling disappointed, Danny began to worry again. Jenny didn't return to Orlos, nor did she die in the flood. Then where was she? The answer was self-evident. Jenny was still in Myrene, in the dragon worm tunnel outside Myrene City, staring at her with resentment, cursing her, and secretly poking at her vile character. She might be planning an even more vicious plot. For a moment, Danny hesitated. Go to the Great Wall to investigate the deviant ghosts. An A stay close to home and search for Jenny? There was still Turtle Prime Minister at home. The old turtle was near the river and the sea, so it should be able to restrain Jenny's dragon worm. Danny hoped that the old turtle would be more powerful. Dwarf, don't die without a complete corpse. For the first time, Danny hoped that the little devil could turn the misfortune into a blessing. Because if the dwarf didn't die, he would most likely be with Jenny. The 8 white-cloaked shamans surrounded the magic crystal ball, covering it with their hands and chanting. Buzz! In an instant, the crystal ball shone brightly. A thick golden-red beam of light pierced through the dark blood clouds and hit the black dragon 400 meters in the sky. No one could blaspheme the great shamans standing on the magic crystal tower. Unfortunately, there wasn't a single great shaman among the shamans on top of the tower. What was even more regretful was that the dragon queen riding the megalosaurus surpassed most of the great shamans of Alleglia. Roar! Big Black responded with crimson dragon flames. Boom! The 2 flame pillars collided in midair, splashing out a large amount of flames. The dark sky was lit up, and a rain of flames fell from the ground and the sea. This stalemate lasted for a full 2 minutes. The shamans on the crystal tower began to exhaust their mental strength. Their bodies trembled, their faces were pale, and they were sweating profusely. However, Big Black couldn't hold on any longer. He wasn't exhausted, but he needed to catch his breath. Hiss! Hiss! In the sky, Little White and Little Green broke through the thick blood clouds and attacked the magic crystal tower from another direction. Buzz! The magic crystal ball shone brighter, shooting out long flame pillars. The flame pillars were like living fire snakes, chasing after the 2 megalosaurus. The sky became brighter. Little White and Little Green dodged as much as they could. If they couldn't, they responded with dragon flames. After reaching the 5th level of dragon spirits, they had already become magic dragons. After another half a minute of stalemate, Danny on the dragon's back decided to attack. Buzz! A pair of angelic wings made of flames popped out from her back. It was as vivid as a painting, as if it was real. The surrounding air twisted under the heat of the wings. The sky-blue cashmere cloak was instantly ignited and burned. Clang! The giant sword hanging by the dragon's saddle was pulled out. Under the scorching dragon flames, the 4-foot-long blade reflected a cold light. Whoosh! Dani held the sword and jumped. She stepped on Big Black's dragon flames and quickly ran in the direction of the magic crystal ball. Ah! The shaman controlling the magic crystal let out a roar that burned his soul. Boom! When the dragon queen crossed the dragon flame pillar and jumped onto the elemental flame pillar shot out from the crystal ball, the golden red flame pillar suddenly expanded and enveloped her whole body. Chapter 746. The magic crystal ball originally shot out a thick pillar of fire. When Dani jumped onto the pillar of fire, it suddenly shot out a 2-meter-tall circle of golden red flames. The white-cloaked priest below wanted to burn her to death. Burn the dragon queen to death. Dani, who was walking through the flames, was not injured at all. Instead, she was like a fish in water. Like a slide, she stepped on the pillar of fire and quickly slid towards the source of the pillar of fire, the crystal ball at the top of the magic tower. Ha! He laughed in delight. I'm going to kill you. A white-cloaked priest was provoked. He roared and released his hand from the crystal ball. He pulled out a dagger from his waist and stabbed himself in the chest. Ha ha, go to hell with me. He chanted an incantation viciously. The bright red blood that seeped out of his chest was dyed black. It was as black as ink and had a pungent smell. The black blood wriggled as if it had a life of its own. A cloud of black fog gradually gathered. The black blood and fog formed a face that looked exactly like the cloaked priest. The vicious and cruel ghost face was as big as a basin. The moment Dani jumped down from the top of the tower, it pounced towards her face. The whole process was too fast. The cloaked priest was in Dani's blind spot. There was a 2-meter-wide magic crystal between them. She was caught off guard and was directly hit by the ghost face. TSK, tisk, TSK. It was as if a rusty nail was thrown into concentrated sulfuric acid. Ow, ow, the ghost face pounced on Dani's helmet. A char-black smoke rose. The old priest's soul let out a shrill cry. No tile steel armor. I can't accept this. In an instant, the basin-sized ghost face evaporated into thin air. What can you not accept? This isn't an ordinary tile steel armor. It has a Brandon evil suppression spell formation embedded in it. It is immune to all elemental attacks. What's the use of your little blood witchcraft that isn't even at the level of a demigod? Although Dani was cursing loudly, her face was pale. She was disgusted and felt like vomiting. Ugh! She almost fainted from the smell. Her heart was filled with anger, and she did not delay any longer. She slashed down with her sword, and a white-cloaked priest next to her was cut into two. The magic crystal tower extracted fire magic from the magma and turned it into various spells in the hands of the great wizards. In theory, the mana within the earth fire was limitless. It was as if the great wizard had activated a mana limitless buff. However, magic power also needed a wizard to use it. Being besieged by 3 megalosaurus, the 8 white-cloaked priests were already at their limits. Now that 2 out of 8 were gone, they could no longer maintain their continuous attacks. Boom! The pillar of fire that collided with the great black dragon flame exploded into fireworks in the sky. The door-sized greatsword was as light as a dagger in Dani's hand. In an instant, 4 white-cloaked priests were cut in half. The corpse fell to the ground, and the cloak shook off, revealing a deformed face with a crooked mouth and slanted eyes. The sky was clear, and the fire snakes and fire pillars that attacked the megalosaurus had all disappeared. One of the remaining 2 cloaked priests fell to the ground in fear, while the other faced the Dragon Queen. His gaze was resolute as he roared into the sky. My Lord Balerion, please descend to the human world and punish the sinners in front of us. The next moment, a powerful holy aura rose from his body, and the eyes under the hood emitted a blinding golden light. Valyrian could not wait to descend on the fanatic who had willingly offered their bodies. "How dare you come to my magic tower?" Whoosh, the dark red blade whistled through the sky and slashed right on top of Sheepegg's head. Buzz slash. A layer of transparent eggshell suddenly rose and covered Sheepegg. With a blade hit, red sparks flew in all directions. Shit, magic barrier? Dany was stunned for a moment. She held the sword with both hands and continued to press it down. Her left foot kicked up fiercely. Bang, such a sudden attack was still blocked by Sheepegg. He did not move. Perhaps he did not even have time to react. But in front of his crotch, a light red, transparent film appeared. The iron boot kicked on it, and ripples like water rippled out. Dany did not hesitate. She quickly retracted her sword and took 2 steps back. The tip of the sword pressed down and stabbed Sheepegg's throat at an even faster speed. Buzz slash. 4 to 5 sparks flew, and a transparent barrier formed by flames appeared in front of Sheepegg. Buzz, 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 slash, slash, slash. Dany continued to swing her sword, either stabbing or slashing. Pieces of flame film appeared around Sheepegg's body. When all the transparent films were connected, they formed a human-shaped fire armor. It was not the eggshell-shaped barrier that Dany had guessed, but a suit of armor. The surface was smooth, without a trace of decoration, rivets, or welds. It was like a prototype armor carved out of transparent crystal. Susanu. Dany was really shocked this time. At first glance, the smooth, transparent fire armor looked a bit like a tight-fitting version of Susanu. Actually, it was more like the ice armor of the Deviants. You think you're a great wizard just because you have the great wizard's meditation technique? In front of me, your magic knowledge is as shallow as a baby. Sheepegg sneered. If you have the guts, move your hand away from the magic crystal ball. Dany took a step back, holding the sword in front of her chest with both hands. She closed her eyes, and there was no trace of frustration or panic on her face. Her voice was carried by the wind and gently floated into Sheepegg's ears. Sheepegg did not notice the breeze that moved the hair by his ears. He only turned his head to look at the blue magic crystal ball. His right hand was placed on it, and there was an endless amount of magic that could be used. This is also part of my power. He smiled proudly. On the magic crystal tower, the great wizard is God. I am right in front of you. Why don't you attack me? Dany smiled faintly. The smile on Sheepegg's face disappeared. He raised his empty right hand, and a palm-sized crescent-shaped, transparent fire blade appeared around him. He pointed at it. Whoosh, 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 the crescent-shaped fire blade streaked across the space of less than 4 meters like lightning, hitting Dany's helmet, neck, mouth, and arms. There were even fire blades that drew an arc, hitting her back and butt. Ding, ding, ding. Unfortunately, every fire blade only left a crisp sound on Dany's armor, and nothing else. Not even sparks flew. It was as if the fire blades were all illusions, and Dany's body did not even sway. But the 3-inch deep cut on the red sandalwood floor with smoke coming out of it proved that the fire blades were not illusions, and they were extremely powerful, no less than slashing with a sword. Increase the power. Are you tickling me? Dany closed her eyes and sneered. Sheepegg's face was gloomy. He flipped his flat right hand, and his 5 fingers tapped lightly as if he was playing a pipa. Roar! A red dragon, head the size of small Van, appeared on the surface of the blue magic ball. It was as if the magic ball had opened a portal, and a ferocious red dragon emerged from the other side of the portal. But Dany knew that it was Sheepegg's fire sorcery, and not the real Megalosaurus. Roar! A 10-meter-long red dragon formed and circled above Sheepegg. Its form and aura were almost identical to a real dragon. Go! Sheepegg pointed at the empty space in front of him, and the red dragon turned into a stream of light, rushing towards Dany. The speed of the attack was so fast that the spacious top of the black stone tower was turbulent, as if a level 12 typhoon was blowing. Then, the typhoon really came. Dany suddenly opened her eyes, and a hint of green flashed across her violet eyes. Then, A green tornado rose around her iron boots. The green tornado circled around her calf, bypassed her skirt, and finally wound around the blade of the giant sword in front of her chest. The dark red sword had an additional layer of green, illusory scabbard. Dani took a step forward and waved her sword to meet the roaring fire dragon. From the mouth of the fire dragon to its tail, it was split into two, and the cut was as smooth as a mirror. Boom! The two pieces of the red dragon exploded, as if a light missile had been detonated. This was just the beginning. Dani seemed to have turned into a breeze, and her speed broke the limits of human running. In the blink of an eye, she was in front of Sheep Egg. All right, it was only 4 meters away, a distance of 1 or 2 steps. Under Sheep Egg's slightly bewildered gaze due to the fire dragon being split apart, a green shadow flashed past. "What is it?" he asked, puzzled. Clang! The sound of a sword returning to its scabbard came from behind him, followed by Dragon Queen's faint laughter. "Something that will take your life." "What?" Sheep Egg was shocked. "When? She actually ran behind me?" He suddenly turned his head back, but gave up halfway. A burning chill began to spread from the center of his brows to the rest of his body. "How is this possible?" Sheep Egg muttered in disbelief. Chi. It was like a pair of invisible hands had grabbed Sheep Egg's body, and then with a forceful rip, he was split in two. Blood sprayed out, dyeing a red blood mist. Boom! A burning flame came out of the 2 pieces of the corpse, igniting the blood mist and igniting the body like firewood. That sword contained the divine power of wind and fire. The sharp wind cut through Sheep Egg's flame barrier, as well as his body. The flame power of the magic sword ignited his body. What is impossible about this? Don't forget, I also have a magic tower. The magic crystal ball can provide unlimited magic, but there's a limit to its power. The magic crystal tower extracted magic from the Earth's core like a well in a village. The magic crystal ball was like a reservoir. When the 8 cloaked priests fought against the 3 megalosaurus, they had already used up most of the magic in the magic crystal ball. The magic pipeline was only that thick, so there was a limit to the amount of magic that could be replenished in a unit of time. Dani's provocation and her attack on Sheep Egg had consumed the magic in the magic crystal ball. If the magic crystal ball had a total power of 10,000 watts, when Sheep Egg didn't attack Dani, his knockoff Susanoo would have a power of 10,000 watts. If he used 3,000 watts to attack, the knockoff Susanoo would have a power of 7,000 watts. To make that 10-meter-long red dragon, at least 8,000 watts of power was used, leaving only 2,000 watts for the knockoff Susanoo. Dani's wind wound attack had a power of at least 8,000 watts, so it was too easy to break through the 2,000 watts defensive knockoff Susanoo. Big Black landed on the top of the magic crystal tower and smashed the blue magic crystal ball with his tail. He spat out dragon flames and burned the corpse of Sheep Egg. Dani stood on the side and used the spiritual bestowment technique, turning the thought that belonged to Sheep Egg into ownerless spiritual power and a bit of divinity. Sheep Egg only had a thought on a believer, so there wasn't much to gain. Dani was still complaining about the lack of gain, but Sheep Egg in the Smoke Sea Abyss was enraged. Wong. The Black Tower began to shake violently as a terrifying magic came from the bottom of the tower. Sheep Egg, are you crazy? With such a large power, the volcano will explode, Dani said in a shocked and angry voice. Are you afraid? Relax before the fire erupts. I can kill you. Oh no. Lalo, at the bottom of the Black Tower, the proud laughter of the other Sheep Egg suddenly turned into a mournful wail. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.